We also have Ignat Serhuta, representative of the Life Cell company. And also we have, well, probably all people who have registered as experts. Mr. Alexander Fedienko will probably join us later. We also have interpreters. Probably this is it. We have everybody except for Mr. Alexander Pavlovich. Today we will also miss Anatoly Pyatnikov. He will not be able to participate. However, he will be replaced by Volodymyr. All right, let us start. I would like to remind to our dear audience and participants that our today's section is called Infrastructure of Telecommunications, Implementation of the Law of Ukraine on Electronic Communications. So I have prepared several questions from the market participants. I used to have discussions with some market participants. I was trying to collect the most relevant questions, common questions, or some concerns from market participants, or maybe some things that they are happy with. So I will be trying to ask you their questions. And the market participants are waiting for your responses. So the first question, how do you see the work of sharing network operators? For example, operator 1 will ask the operator 2 to provide them the access to their networks. So how do you see this mechanism? How would it work? So we would like to hear from the representatives of the regulator and the ministry. Well, probably I will start, if I may. As of today, first of all, sharing or network sharing is a slang because the law on electronic communications has no such definition. But the terms and definitions of the sharing use of infrastructure, of the broadband spectrum and networks, they are in place. We have all the definitions of the electronic infrastructure, communications networks. Well, we understand that this is sharing. And in my opinion, that we shouldn't pay too much attention. We shouldn't focus too much on the terminology, because terminology is already in place. The requirements to the sharing, network deployment and use are also there. I would like to focus on a problematic issue which will not be resolved from January the 1st, because the law on electronic communications is a foundation. Is a foundation for development of over 100 other secondary legislation, pieces of secondary legislations and regulations. They are actively developed. Digital Ministry is working very actively in this regard. The National Commission is working as well. The State Service for Special Communications is working on this. So the main documents, the most important documents, the practice shows that the work is going on. The work is very difficult. So one of the documents that we have to develop jointly is a plan of distribution and use of radio frequency spectrum, radio frequency range in Ukraine. And in order to do this, we need to use the regulation 715 on approval of a plan of use of a radio frequency resource of Ukraine, and also regulation 1208 on the distribution of radio frequency bands. So we started the work in January. So first of all, we need to develop the form, the chapters that have to be in this common document, which is going to unify two regulatory acts. As of today, the work is underway. I think Yuri Macek will be able to talk more about this, because the Digital Ministry is actively working together with the State Special Service for Special Communications. So what is the main problem of this document in Europe and in the entire world? The frequency band is distributed between special and general users. So in Ukraine and in many post-Soviet republics, there is a big problematic issue. So the special users work in the range, in the dedicated range, which is dedicated solely to them. And the general usage band is used by both general and special users. So this is the main problematic issue today, which will take a lot of time to resolve in the development of this document. So the document that I mentioned, the regulations 815 and 1208, this is a plan and the national table. They have been coordinated with the special users for 18 months. They cannot just abandon their spectrum, their range of frequencies, because we have war in Ukraine right now. A very bright example is the fact that a band 2.3 and 2.4 band has been freed, and the general headquarters and other users have made an application for 50 megahertz. So there are several chunks used by special users. They are very numerous, and from January the 1st, this question will not be resolved. If we are talking about the sharing used of infrastructure and problematic issues, common use of radio frequency band, there are certain problems there. As a conclusion, I would like to say that today all the issues related to the shared use, according to the legislation, they will be based on the contractual basis with two or more providers of services or networks. In the sphere of radio frequency resources, the shared use, as I have already said, has some problems. Moreover, after the users reach an agreement and operators reach an agreement, after that, there will be also a conciliatory procedure with the regulators. According to this procedure, I think there have to be some licensed conditions related to the common use of radio frequency band. We have the law, we have the secondary legislation, and I think that from January the 1st, except for the radio frequencies, I believe all the other questions will be resolved more or less in a more or less convenient way. Thank you for your attention. Maybe somebody would like to add something. Yuri, Mr. Yuri, could you add? Well, I can express my position because I represent another agency, but as for the if representatives of the regulator can add, so please, you can hear them. Victoria. Well, I think that Mykola Mykolaievich has responded. He has described the chunk of work that is going on in the National Commission and the problems, the challenges that we face. So after the law on the new regulator is adopted, the new regulator should be able to adopt the relevant norms and laws which would regulate this issue regarding the sharing and access. Probably he has described everything necessary. If colleagues have any questions during our event, probably we would be able to respond. Well, a bit later, I will have some specific practical questions, because the market participants, well, they don't like general phrases or some some preliminary documents or legislative initiatives, they are a bit confused in the great number of those documents, and they need some specific answers. I would like to give the word to the representatives of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Mr. Yuri Macek, and then I will have some more specific questions to you, and probably you will be able to respond. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. The Digital Ministry is using the basic principles of policy making. We are determining the circle of stakeholders. We need to understand the problem which exists and needs to be resolved. And the third point, as any rules, we need to study the future impact of the norms and regulations. So as for the sharing, who will benefit from the sharing? The operators. So the operators have to have their own vision on how they are ready to share. So do you have a question? I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but later I will have some comments about sharing, if I may. Yes, thank you. So first of all, this is interesting for the operators who would be able to efficiently use their frequency resources, and they can introduce new types of business. They can provide their frequencies, their infrastructure to other market participants who are not yet an operator, who deploy the infrastructure. So this is an additional way of additional kind of income. As for the plan of distribution and use of the radio frequencies, the law is coming into force on January the 1st. It would be good to launch some things from the beginning of the year. I don't think it will be done, but as for the unification of two big documents, our position is as follows. We see today the needs to develop a preliminary plan of usage and distribution of the radio frequencies, which would allow the market participants to employ the norms indicated in the law. At the same time, the Scientific and Research Institute is doing certain research. He will finish the research in the beginning of the spring, and then we will tackle the global document, the fundamental global document. As for the efficient use, we understand today that market operators have different coverage in Ukraine. Some operators are present more in the east, some have better coverage in the west. Some of the operators have free resources of frequencies. So probably we have one of the market participants who would say that yes, in some regions we are lacking frequencies, please give us some resources. So today, moving around Ukraine, and when we are talking to the communities, we can see that in some places, new operators appear with the 4G technologies, and their competitors are using older technologies. We can see a very, very strong outflow from one operator to another, from the outdated to the modern ones. So the owners of the radio frequency resources will not have a desire to share. How can we resolve this issue among the market participants? I think we should have some public discussions.
The feedback to what information about what the public needs today and take into consideration their positions. So, but in any way, it's not going to be imposing rules of game on this market, and will of course be attentive to what the stakeholders have to say. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you. I would like to give floor to Alexander Savchuk. Yes, thank you, Alexander. As for sharing of infrastructure, I would also like to formulate my vision. I'm not going to touch the market where the mobile operators are working and radio frequency resources because I didn't dig into it. But I would like to look at this whole question on either division or common use of anything. Basically, this idea seems useful when we speak about monopoly market. So if we speak about the distribution networks, of course there's a monopoly, and the second gas distribution network cannot be built, and it has to be regulated somehow. But to disseminate this experience on all other kinds of structures is not really correct. If we speak about a fixed access, at the moment we have a competitive situation, a competitive market, and to interfere, if to interfere, then very careful. So the idea of the common use of infrastructure, it's clear that it can be used by several operators and everybody will save up. But it's worth going through the levels this infrastructure is divided into. It's in the law on electronic communications, like a supporting infrastructure. So it's like the cable constructions, cable sewage, cable waters, and so on. So the physical infrastructure. And if it is about its distribution, then it's okay. But we can speak about the division of this infrastructure of the cable or of the network on the IP level. And if we lead it to absurd, then we can speak about sharing of agreements with the subscribers. So the operator 2 goes to operator 1 and says, please conclude these contracts for me because it can be done. So we have to have a limit somewhere till which level sharing infrastructure should be done, and after which level it shouldn't be done. And this line should be done judging by where we have the monopoly and where it is going to be a good saving for the entire economy and of interest for the consumers, because the prices will reduce, and where we just intervene into the competitive environment of the operators. So in my opinion, it's an important moment. Will it work or not? We have to fantasize. So if it is included in the law, then there is going to be some impact by the state on the market. At the moment, on the contractual conditions, sharing of everything works, of the supportive infrastructure, network, cables, and so on. And there is like the operator number 2 brings clients to operator number 1, but it all works on the competitive base. So operator number 1 gives the commercial price, and operator number 2 either accepts it or not. And you shouldn't, and nobody to interfere. But now for the operator number 1, there is an obligation to provide something for operator number 2. Then I think it can cause or lead that if operator number 1 is not willing to, he's going just to give a very high price. And since now we can refer to this law on electronic communication that you are obliged to provide this to us, there will be the situation that nothing has changed. Everything will be provided on the commercial base. And if they didn't agree on it, then there will be no provision. And there will be the situation, most likely, that the operators who have big legal services or financial resources, they will start of course, demanding this regulation by the National Commission. And it's not going to be on the monopoly market where it should be done, but on the competitive market, setting their own tariffs and obliging the operators, or if one operator to provide services to another operator on the fixed price. I think for competitive market, it shouldn't be done, in my opinion. shouldn't, of course, say it, but the task of the Commission is to trace the interest of those stakeholders, as it was mentioned here, and the operator 1 and operator 2, and the consumers and the state and so on. So in my opinion, if there's a forced obligation for any of the operators to provide something to another operator of the competitive market, it will make the market worse for all the stakeholders. But it should be done for the monopoly market. But then we have to find out where it's monopoly and where not. Another thing, if we speak about sharing of networks, we are to build the third or the second or the third network is not that difficult. But from the another point of view, how the COR is prepared, it's one of the competitive advantages of every operators. And we cannot force them to give it out on the competitive market. And I'm not protecting or defending rights of any of the operators. I'm just trying to have a systemic view at it. So summing up, I would like to say that on the competitive market, it shouldn't be applied, but should be applied on the monopoly market. And when these draft laws are considered, we have to see how to do this, on which level should this network sharing be done. So it's another important issue, because you can turn competitive market into non-competitive market and give big benefits to those operators who have big financial resource. And then they will have the possibility to destroy the competitive nature, and it's not going to be correct. That's in brief. Thank you, Alexander. Actually, you segue to one of the practical issues, to one very popular one among participants of SMEs who do not have access to the frequency resources, to providing services of mobile connection, or being impossible to compete today, and that is why they have like a concern. And I will try to read it to you. Given that in Ukraine there is no punishment for ousting small players from the market using the dumping strategies, the operator 1 gives services to the consumer for money, and operator 2 will demand from the operator 1 to share his network. But in tariffs, let it be 1 hryvnia. So operator 2, who has a task to oust, or his strategy is to oust smaller ones from the market, he can give to everyone this tariff for 1 hryvnia, finance it for some time, a year, 2 or 3, and without capex. And the operator 2 this way will bring the operator 1 to insolvency, and then it will just make him sell the remains of his business, to sell his network. And something similar already exists in the area, but right now there is going to be this kind of a warning, you know, when the SME market, they have to understand how they're going to be punished for this, because the majority of those whom I managed to communicate with, they don't even have in their plans to somehow implement this norm. Like, I will share a network with someone, I will do whatever, I will make the biggest, the highest tariffs, anything, but this will never happen. So why did I read this question to you? Can this strategy add the possibility to players with big pockets to win over the players with the smaller ones? And aren't we, violating the competitiveness in Ukraine, which is one of the biggest ones in the communication market? Thank you for listening. And I would like to listen to the representatives of the regulator. I would like to hear either Victoria or Andrei, or let me start. Sorry, I want one of the powerful players on the market of mobile connection joins us, especially today. Yes, one remark. Today, if we take the frequency resource, then it's not endless. And the big three that works now on the market, and they can't have number 4, because the frequency resource is not even sufficient for the second operator. Some regions have a rather small spectrum, so no questions here, but everything that was spoken about the competitive market or monopoly market. In the competitive market, you said no problems. And everything that refers to the monopoly market, the regulator, I think, will define, and it defines today the players with the big market advantages, and they will get additional regulatory obligations. Secondly, there shouldn't be any imposing, because the law on the electronic communications interprets any sharing to be on the contractual base. Operators and service providers are to come to an agreement, and if they didn't, there will be consultations with the regulator. And if there is no understanding, then the regulator is to define. I already said, if it's a monopolist, then he will get additional obligations. I'm sorry, I took some time from not from me. I just wanted not to join this discussion, because he is one out of 3 most powerful players in the sphere of providing mobile services. You have touched upon a more global topic. This problem is connected with analysis of the market, and in the law on electronic communication, there is a separate chapter 12. This task or problem has been solved before the adoption of this law, according to the point 10-1, Article 18, the law on telecommunications. And the analysis of the market was supposed to be provided by the National Commission for State Regulation for Communications and Informatization. The thing is, first of all,
there was a specification regarding what is an operator with a significant market advantage. So we have an older definition. It is approximated to the European definition, and it allows us to determine, well, on the market, it allows to determine or identify monopolists on the market. Secondly, I would like to say that I would like to describe the current situation. I will get back to the previous question. But today we have two solutions in use. There are two resolutions of the Commission. First one is number 640. So here the regulator determines the procedure of market analysis. It determines which markets have to be there, and it also identifies the operators and providers with significant market advantages. And secondly, it also says it also describes the analysis procedure. So in the law, the criteria that used to be there and that are enforced, they have been passed to the law on electronic communications. So they include the following things. The analysis regarding the existence of legal structural barriers, regulatory barriers, and also it determines whether the existing market structure allows to efficiently develop for their participants. And the third requirement, or the third aspect, is when the regulator can interfere in the market. This can be done when the traditional legislation for ensuring economic competitiveness doesn't work. So, as a result of the market analysis, well, according to the law, at first, we need to identify the markets, and then secondly, an analysis has to be done in order to determine whether the market is competitive or not. And in this process of determining whether the market is competitive or not, according to the aforementioned criteria, there is a number of criteria for that. After that, so in this process, the regulator has to conduct consultations with the civil society. The regulator doesn't take its decisions unilaterally. The regulator can also involve the anti-monopoly committee. So if we see that we have dumping or some operators are hiding information in their accounting reports, so we have eight possible situations when a regulator can impose some obligations and responsibilities on the market. So this is the first approach. The second approach, or so to say mechanism, is one of the market, or any of the market participants can go to the regulator and ask to use a mechanism of pre-trial resolution of disputes. And the most extreme case, when some of the market participants have a conflict and they are not able to reach an agreement, they can go to court. Well, in fact, as of today, there are so many approaches and mechanisms. But in my opinion, today, the most important mechanism is the one which is determined in the Chapter 12 of the law on the electronic telecommunications. Also, I would like to say that as of today, irrespective of whether the law will come into force or not, the National Commission, the regulator, is preparing a range of regulations which would specify and detail the general things included in the law on electronic telecommunications. Thank you. Another remark, in particular, today, the National Commission is determining the separate requirements to the realization of the rights of the market participants. So we are developing a great number of legal regulations and we still hold discussions with the market in order to include a lot of other clauses. I'm not a moderator, but I would like to hear from Mr. Gnat. Yes, for sure we will ask him the questions, but I have an additional question to you. Just a second. So, what are the penalties for the operators who would be abusing the sharing norms, who would be failing to enforce the norms of the law? Do you see any risks regarding the sharing? Because big wallets have their dumping strategies, and this is a real threat for the small players. So I would like to point your attention of small players of the fixed line communications, fixed line internet. Do you see the risks for the small players, and would there be any penalties? First of all, I would like to confirm the words of my colleagues. So as a background, I was present at all the time when the law on electronic telecommunications was developed. I was going through all the revisions. I remember the vision of sharing in this law that we used to have, and the market analysis that we used to have in this law according to the Code of Electronic Communications. I remember very well all the discussions that we had at the platform of the working group. This is the background. But what I would like to say, first of all, we have implemented the law on electronic communications. We have included a lot of procedures which are logically included into the European Code of Electronic Communications. So they have found a place in our law of electronic communications, which would come into force on the 1st of January. So the first question, when we look at the risks, the first situation is a lack of trust, or we can see what the regulator could do or can do within the current laws on telecommunications and radio frequency resources. So the market is starting to get concerned. So the new laws and articles have appeared, and they think about the new possible penalties. This is the human psychology. They are focusing on concerns basing on their experience in work in different spheres. So the main task of the regulator is not to harm the development of technologies, not to limit the development of technologies in the entire country. We have a general government strategy. It is developed by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. They need to extend internet access to all the settlements and all the villages. So if we look at the strategy, at the possible dumping, we need to analyze the market first, because all the articles contained in the law, they need to work coherently, and then they need to serve as basis to other processes, or they have to be based on the achieved results. So the market analysis will show whether we have competition or we don't have competition, whether it's monopolistic or not. It will determine all the market characteristics. Then the government has to set an objective. Sometimes we understand that it's impossible to provide internet to a village because there is no competition, because there is no landline. So then the government needs to motivate companies to reach this last mile to the villages and settlements. For example, we have internet subventions right now, 600 small towns which have been connected to the internet. So the government and the regulator have to work together with the operators in order not to do harm, first of all. And secondly, your question was about the punishments and penalties for the operators, for example, for dumping and for some other bad actions. All the punishment is done according to the law. If the law does not provide for any punishment, for any actions, it is impossible. Then the regulator's task is to regulate certain issues, not to do harm to the development. One of the main tasks is to maintain competitiveness on the market, to regulate monopolistic markets, not to push away small players, and to help the government, to help our country to make large steps in the technology developments. I think that when we have a new law, when we have a new regulator, the market will be able to reach common grounds, and the regulator will be able to take correct decisions which would do no harm and which would be beneficial for the market. The market would be satisfied. And we have to develop this technology. There are many other things that we have to resolve. We need to look at the sharing in other countries, the countries with long-lasting experience of sharing. We have to get the best experience, best international experience, and use it in our laws and bylaws and regulations. So this is how Commission has to implement the law on electronic telecommunications. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. Let us listen to Ignat Serhuta, head of the Department of the Regulatory Relations and Strategy of the Life Cell Company. We would like to hear a few words from you and maybe your comments. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. Yes, we have already heard the current situation in the electronic communications and the current situation in the regulatory field. I will try to answer the question from the practical point of view. So what happens if somebody wants to use my infrastructure? Can another player aspire to my infrastructure? What if the other player dumps prices? So the first part regards network access. The law of electronic communications has some novelties, some things that we didn't have before. There is an obligation for operators, to be more specific, for the service providers. There is an obligation for the service providers. As Alexander Savchuk has mentioned, there are two types of infrastructure. There is an active and passive infrastructure with clear definitions. And there are some obligations to share this infrastructure in the situations of development of the high-speed networks, including IP networks and broadband high-speed networks of mobile communications, among other things. So the thing is that the passive infrastructures, the towers, the canalizations, the underground cables, optical cables, so the operators should have the rights and opportunities to come to you and ask you to share your infrastructure. Today, in these times, we have examples when operators conclude sharing agreements. But as a matter of principle, now the regulator has a opportunity of pre-trial resolution of conflicts. So it has to clearly describe the possible actions of the counterparty whom you ask to share. So the other party cannot refuse you right away. But if they refuse, there is a certain procedure of refusal. They have to substantiate why they don't want to share with you. And then
And the summit can be, with this, when it costs like 1 million hryvnias. And then these two operators want to get access to infrastructure, they can go back to the commission and say, the owner of the infrastructure is refusing me with no grounds. And the regulator has the possibility to go through this pre-trial dispute and to see if it's technically possible or impossible to resolve it. And that's according to that's from the European Code, and so that it was easier to deploy the networks. And there is an advantage for the subscriber. If such mechanism works, then the net cost of the services will reduce and the services will be sold, and there will be some additional operators selling these services. That's the first part. Second part refers to the predatory pricing, and I shall not comment and say that the big operators will come and get access to my infrastructure. I will just so let's say there's a situation when somebody comes and you cannot say and cannot refuse them. You want to create this cost at the reasonable price. If you lease it, even if he is predatory pricing, you can just give this account de facto. Such profit makes you more competitive, and your prices that you offer. And in some perspective, it can be one to operators, and the operator can become the wholesale provider of such access. But it works both sides, both directions. When you are offered some money for use, part of the infrastructure, you will get some wholesale profit for it and de facto become more competitive. As for the predatory pricing, this is the second part. It's not about access or sharing. It's the part the colleagues mentioned from the Commission about the market analysis. Actually, the dumping price or predatory price is not defined in our legislation, and in the monopoly legislation on protection of competitive market, it's a dumping prices is a violation in several cases, and it's hard to prove it. It's a violation in case if it is done to oust the operators from the market, becoming a monopolist there. Such formulation of dumping can be barely proven, because how can you prove that I'm dumping prices just to oust everyone? Of course, it's difficult to prove. But now the regulator has one new power, that is market definition, the geographical outlines and channels. I don't know if it is possible to define the network of one fixed operator and I cannot tell you what is going to happen in such situation, but at least there's a chance to say, on my market, because for the operator it is his market, he would say, on my market there's an operator, and you can do it even if you are just, he's not renting your cable or optics. There's an operator who is dumping prices, ousting me from the market, and the regulator now has the right to analyze such market, understand all these limits, and to know if they're well grounded or not. And the same refers to prices. Basically, on such market, if there are two operators on this market, then these two operators will automatically get obligations, and it means that the prices have to be reasonable. This is the mechanism the regulators didn't have before. I cannot tell you how effectively it will work, but at least the mechanism has emerged in the new law. There is such a mechanism, but how it will work, I'm optimistic on this account. I think it's a new way to fight these things. Thank you, Ignat. Now I'm talking to all of our participants. You see, the time flies. We have a big number of questions I want to at least have short comments on. So I'm asking you to formulate your thoughts more briefly in so small comments. Andriy, I see that Andriy wants to comment on something. I give you the floor. Yes, I would like to thank Ignat, who is a practitioner and who can feel the negative and positive moments of this dishonest competition. And I would like to say that actually the definition of the market happened before, and 12 markets were analyzed as for today. It's just that the regulator didn't have the possibility to impose some obligations. As for punishment for the big ones, in Article 126 on the law of telecommunication, there are such moments of fairness if big operator or provider provided not true information, that he's to be fined, and that equals to 5,000 of minimum salaries. So I have another short question. So for today, the regulatory body is approving the order for identification and definition. Has this order been approved, or in which limits will it be? Like, is it going to be a street, a house, a town, or can, in theory, there can be like in one building, one player, or as a monopolist? This question is to the representatives of the regulator. I shall try. This order is now being clarified, and the European model is used as the base. And out of 17 markets, they are clearly defined. 10 have passed completely. 2 markets are on the stage of ongoing, even though today in Europe they are limited by 2 markets. But we are still studying this and clarifying and improving it. Thank you for your reply. Another question I would like to ask, also from the practical point of view. This question will touch the law on the access. I want to hear Mr. Stadienko and Yuri Macek. So one of the practical questions which are that is of concern. So Okay, we have this adequate sharing in the way that it was developed. And one network, let's imagine one physical network, is in the building and is using the elements of infrastructure that belongs to someone else, and sharing works, but does the owner of infrastructure have the right of the building or of the engineering internal networks of the trading centers or any other similar infrastructure? Does the owner have the right to demand money from all operators who use this network physically? So there's an operator. Of course, he concludes the agreement on the access to the network, but then he shares his network. So there are cases today when the owners of infrastructures start demanding money for the number of companies using one network. I want to hear you. Is there any protection from such owners of infrastructure? Because I have some practical cases. For example, the antitrust committee does not recognize the condominium as the subject of economic activity. So any actions on its initiative, antitrust committee doesn't want to work on it. Will the regulator do it, or will the law on access help us in this context? Yuri, I would like to hear it from you. So very smoothly, we went to discussing the sharing of the infrastructure and access, but if we take a global strategic look, they are identical. In the preliminary question that we have close discussion on, you said that if I'm in the house and I have subscribers paying 1 hryvnia, but I said that I would do anything but will not let anybody in. And here is the psychology of the Ukrainian businessman. Will not let anybody in. Why not? Because we're afraid of competitiveness. If from the point of view of the philosophy of business, the entrepreneurial activity that is aimed at gaining profit, if you give 6 months for 1 hryvnia, is it entrepreneurship or the basics of it? No. Yes, because you violated yourself. Because when there's a big operator or big city that says, I will give it for everyone at the cost of 1 hryvnia, then all operators will be running and yelling, oh, help us, because there's a dumping of prices. And that's why here, question number 1, it's the conscious. If I can do it, why can't they do it? But if I change my consciousness and I form my price at least on the level of the 0 on the net price, that it's the question from the business side. And now if we approach the question of the access, so this is the condominium or association of co-owners of an apartment building, and does it mean air or is it a sewage system? Because if it's sewage system, then there are 10 meters of the pipe, the owner of which is you.
And if you are in this house, you provide your services for 1 hryvnia, would you allow any other operator to access this house? We probably have already answered this question. Therefore, when we think how we can oblige somebody to provide services, we need ourselves, we need to provide access to our colleagues, to other players. We need to win the audience by the quality of services, not by the dumping. Well, I'm looking from the consumer's perspective. I would like to have a right to choose. If you provide services for 1 hryvnia and I don't like your quality, I want to be able to choose from other operators who would be able to provide better quality. I know several employees from the telecoms sphere, not from Kiev, but from other towns. They say they never pay for internet access because this is how the market works. Because every time a new operator comes to the building and provides access for 1 hryvnia for months. And it continues, and new operators come, and then they give them new beneficial periods. So when the representatives of the World Bank were looking at our market, and we told them how this works, they were asking us, where is the business? How can we talk about investment in the business? Because there is no business model. Because 1 hryvnia for access is not income. This is only expenses and damages. Secondly, when we go to banking summits and we are talking to the bankers that we need to provide loans to the telecom operators because this is one of the most sustainable businesses, the bankers say that they are not able to evaluate the operator's assets to understand whether it's reliable or not, whether it's worth investing. As for the housing associations, house owners associations, their operation is non-profitable according to the law, but they are fulfilling their own mission in servicing the buildings, and they have certain needs and they have certain costs. So if the law provides for a threshold rate, but if the operators, well, if many operators do not follow the legal requirements, when the operators offer some higher prices compared to the threshold prices, they offer themselves to pay more. Secondly, when you say that there is one infrastructure, one engineering network, should all the operators pay? Yes, they should. So then because we have a question, if one operator is already paying for the infrastructure, why should I pay as well? Then you have this mindset when you are not letting other players into the building, but at least this threshold rate of about 300 hryvnias to access the building, it plays an important role. When an operator agrees to pay it, the operator will have all the chances to enter the building. But we are talking about 300 hryvnias. It's like 10 euros, not like hundreds euros. If we talk about 10,000 hryvnias or 300 euros, we have studied the situations. The leaders of the house owners associations are changing, but the operator says that there is a threshold rate. So after some time of discussion, they were always accessed. They were always let into the house. So even if the residents of the building is supporting one or another operator, if the residents ask the house owners association to let some operator, usually the association does it. They never reject any new operators because they already have another one. So another situation is new residential complexes. So there is an agreement between the operator and the developer of the real estate. So the operator says to the real estate developer, I will make you a payment and I will have exclusive rights to service all the apartments in the residential block. But I need to provide the internet access. But then there are situations when residents have already settled in the house and then they have no internet access. But the operator needs another month to provide. So when we have this absurd situation when one operator is not able to do it on time, and the building doesn't let another operator to do this. So I have described several examples of those practical cases that we had to look at according to the applications of people. But unfortunately, you have not replied to my question. You have not given a response to my question. Once again, let us look at the positive. For example, positive greenhouse, greenhouse conditions. So what if the cable is there? The cable is in the building, and the operator who laid the cable has concluded an agreement for access. The operator is paying a monthly rate of 300 hryvnias. The operator can share its network to other players. So what if one operator lets another 12 providers into his network? So for example, if they have requests from other apartments, so the network owner provides the network to all the 12 operators, 12 other operators. So the essence of my question is whether the infrastructure owner, so this may be a housing owners association or the utility services organization, can they ask payments from other providers who provide their services through sharing? This is a very important question because we have to look into the future. We have one network, one cable, one servicing organization, but there are some situations even today when all the operators are asked to pay, even the virtual operators. So yes, I will specify. The sharing network is there. Do they need electricity? No. So how can you find out which operators are sharing the network? I will tell you. In order to enter the premises, to do the setting, to install the end equipment, a representative of the organization needs to enter the premises. And what if they need to reinstall the windows? What if they need to install a firewall for the client? Yes, they have some practical issues. Sometimes experts need to enter the premises to the client. They are asking, who are you? What are you? Why are you operating in our building without a permission? And nobody cares that this is a situation when the network is shared. So for what we need to pay to the infrastructure owners, for a number of operators who operate, or for the deployment of the network itself and for servicing the network. Because usually the network users have some costs. Yes, you have described an ideal situation. So if you are rolled out in the building, you have your operators. Besides the sharing structure, there is an understanding who is providing you access to the building where you have your users, right? Well, this is not always the case. This is not too important. No. Once again, we have never encountered these situations. These are some ideal conditions. It is not indicated in the law. The methodology also has no determination, there is no methodology on calculating the access fees by the Ministry of Regional Development. If we look at ideal conditions and you have no users, nobody will know that your equipment is installed there. If a technician needs to enter the premises to do the maintenance, well, if an agreement allows certain persons to enter the premises and do maintenance, then everything is good. What if some other people are trying to enter the building and get access to your equipment? Well, the agreement has to state that the house owners association is responsible for the safety of equipment. Then nobody will let some other people access the equipment because the agreement provides for the functions of the house owners association. They need to protect the equipment, and they need to understand. We need to understand if it is provided for in the agreement, then probably yes. If the agreement requires certain activities from the counterparty, then no. All right. Thank you for your response, Mr. Yuri. Yuri, I would like to listen to Mr. Serhienko. Alexander, please get connected, join us. I will try to unmute you. Mr. Alexander Fedienko. So please, as a lawmaker, you know all the problematics, all the problems of the market. I know that the market players are having constant discussions with you. We have discussed some painful questions. So does the parliament plan to introduce any amendments to the law on access, and maybe some new spheres of responsibility will be added? Maybe the game rules will be changed, because the law has to be fully in force. Because right now the law is a mere declaration for most of the players. So what are the prospects in the sphere, in the legislative field? I hope you can hear me. If we talk about the access law, if the sector is not concerned with this issue, you can forget about it, because the parliament doesn't understand this issue. This is not a hype topic. The members of parliament do not understand our sphere. Our industry is very efficient. If the industry is efficient, if it has no problems, it is not noticed by the parliament. So in order to be noticed by the parliament, you need to do something. You need to draw the attention of the members of parliament. And until that time, the parliament will not adopt any laws on access. I'm talking to the deputies, to the members of parliament every week. So they say, people are asking me about the internet, they have no internet access, where is the coverage? And I tell them, dear friends, in 2 years, we have not adopted a single law for the industry. I'm not talking about electronic communications, I'm not talking about the regulator or some other critical fields. This is important for the country, to protect the country. But the industry is asking for one law on the access to infrastructure. Well, then they will be drilling the buildings, they will be breaking the roofs, and so on. We don't want to adopt it. So if the industry needs a law on the access to the infrastructure, so you need to draw attention of the parliament for that. As for the steps, I don't know what you need to do. This should be your own decision. You shouldn't be doing some unpopular things, but all the activities by people owning old European cars, and there were some demonstrations of the entrepreneurs. Then the parliament noticed them and make some decisions. So we have more people with old European cars than the communication operators. Yes, of course. So people are caring for their own interests, and the communications operator is a subject with ecosystems servicing the large number of populations. For example, distant access. I have spent almost a year in order to stop all the ravage of
cable of products raised by the Ministry of the Economy Development. But money, it solves everything. So the judge in one day didn't care about everything, because money goes first. And I'm sure that, so if yesterday I communicated there are several operators in the villages who also want to refuse the contracts. There's the procedure when we have to pay the sanction, but if people want to refuse the contracts, that it means that they have already counted to how much the cable product is going to increase. But they waited for the people's deputies and waited until they solve it all for them. He did it once, other time didn't, and the sphere or field is still waiting. So, Alexander, answer your question. If the field, there will be the law on the access, then the field is to be more active and to knock on the door of the people's deputy, to have the communication with the MPs, so that the draft law of the Ministry of the Digital Transformation developed by this ministry, or 4118, that we have developed together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, is adopted, at least in the first reading. I can tell you, yesterday I have communicated with the expert from ID, and they confirmed and said that we had a year of this window of possibilities. A year later, you can forget about any legislative initiatives, laws, because basically the parliament will go for elections and everybody will be busy with elections or other contractual things, just solving some issues. So if necessary, come, we shall together with you knock on their doors and communicate. Unfortunately, I myself can't do it. They often call me in the as people lobbies in the chat, but I wonder, I would like to hear what I have lobbied actually. Thank you for your comment, Alexander. Yuri, the floor is yours. Yes, I would like to add. The draft law is now in the association. They inform they have certain suggestions. We will get them. We will generalize them, and then we will officially publicly discuss this document. The amendments to the law in Ukraine on the access to the objects of infrastructure. The key moments in difference, I did see the text, the wording. I see that you took the text that we have developed in the working group, you just eliminated the Association of Co-owners. Ministry of Digital Transformation have a positive practice, and we have the draft law for energy and for the Association of Co-owners. So right now, Minister of Digital Transformation is just the energy sphere without the Association of Co-owners of apartment building. And what you mentioned, I can say, I can forecast as a person who has been working on this issue since 1994. We will still get to the model when the operator shall be providing services in every separate multi-storied building per different tariffs. And we cannot avoid it. If this association of co-owners of an apartment building has one tariff and there is one price for the subscribers, and the regulator can do whatever, but I think the regulator shouldn't be entitled to do it if he cannot cover the equal conditions of access for the field or economic conditions in different buildings. So this way the operator has the right to give different users different prices, the same service for different cost. It can be a hryvnia here and 100 hryvnias there, and that's a good practice. I would like to say that today, one big player of Ukrainian market that is in top 10 per size of the companies providing services, and they have already switched to the model, and they have voiced it, that from now on the tariffs will be separate for every house, for every building. So there won't be general tariffs, because they can't stand the diversity of prices for access. And this practice indeed is when one big player did it, then next year a lot of things can change on the market. And here there should be a propaganda of this model, promotion of this model. Meeting, no, you don't want it. To disconnect internet, you can't do it according to the law, but you can have this imbalance, and nobody can prohibit it to you, and they can't do anything to you. And then they will go to their MP and ask, why do I have different tariffs here and there? This will be an effective practice, but it has to be of mass nature. Additionally, then the resident of the building will go to his association of co-owners and ask why. And why is it 300 hryvnias? Or I think that we have to destroy this model, not only in the parliament, but also from the, bottom level. So that they understood that internet is like a sausage that is produced by some people who make it. And so internet is just like the people working in the mine, and they're saying, who is internet provider? You have to have the understanding the cost of internet is not calculated in this country because we did a quality of the internet that you are not noticed. And it's like goes without saying that the internet has to be free of charge. I disagree that it has to be free of charge. I'm not in business, it's not my question. I'm on the side of your users now. I'm very pleased that our user got the cheapest internet, and at least I don't get any, questions about the cost of the internet, but still not much time left. And I would like to ask you one more question to our guests, because summing up and thinking about what's going to happen to the field as of next year, we have a big perspective of increasing the price to the cable price. It's plus 25%. And so what do we have today? Just like the infrastructure of the buildings and the infrastructure for the main lines, the materials increased in price very fast. And there's a perspective of the tariffs to be increased. And by the way, some of the operators and providers, rather big ones, have published their new tariffs on the website. I shall prepare the analytics and I will share it in December, and I will watch it more carefully, but there are already providers who increased the cost for connection and for monthly services. So what's going to happen next? Our warehouse will maybe get smaller, and maybe we will run out of the equipment that we have purchased before, and the net cost can increase. I think the prices can go up. And to protect both of the user and of the provider, would like to listen to Yuri Matsik and Mr. Fedienko. Do we have a chance, unlike this trade tariff or this tariff duty? So we have the Minister of the Economy, and now they're to provide the for the appeal. We hope that they will do it, and this decision of our most humane magistrates or judges. We are not staying aside to understand the problem. We are actively working on it. Of course, if we didn't expect to have success, we wouldn't be involved in it. That is why we think better future and abolition of this decision by the court will happen, but the time will show. Okay, thank you all for your comments. We still have 4 minutes left, and I would like to say about the law on to comment on the law on Ukraine on electronic communications. We have a new option envisaged by the law where the regulator can be used as the regulator can be used as the arbitrator. So I have a question. You know that we have many participants from the market, and we all, it's difficult for us to find, to agree on something. So I am sure there will be many disputes. And is the regulator ready to solving these disputes? Please share your opinion. And will it be popular to use the regulator as the arbitrary? This is the final question. The arbitrator. This is a very short question. Then I shall start. We are not waiting for this boom, and today this mission is being fulfilled by the regulator almost every day. For example, today we have several processes on agreeing on the problems of increasing the prices for the cables, which and will try not to lead to conflict situations. The questions are related to the price for the termination, and there are different opinions there. And so there is like aim to find this, to find something to agree on, but every operator wants to protect his business model. The mechanisms that can be applied, including where it can be as an arbitrator, they are described in the pre-trial application. And today's legislation includes this mechanism. It's not some super new mechanism, but the practice that shows this mechanism usually doesn't apply, is not applied. Why? We have agreed to pre-trial solving the problem, but then at any moment, even the adopted decision by the rector of what it should be like, any of the participants of the pre-trial dispute can go and negate the decision going to the court if he's not satisfied with it. Thank you. 1 more minute. Very briefly, because we have 10 seconds left. Andrei Ivanovich, I wanted to say that I will add.
As for pre-trial resolution, in this case, there has to be somebody. The regulator has to hire experts, and then the experts have to confirm this or that position. So this is an additional financial burden for the expert evaluation, and you need for joining. Thanks to all those who have been listening to us in the online broadcast. See you. See you. Goodbye. I wish everybody a good day. Goodbye. I wish you all the best, dear friends. So there was a resolution of the government which approved the updated association agreement in the digital sphere. And from the European perspective, the intergovernmental procedures have been finished. So we are looking for finalization of this resolution with the newest acts of the EU in November of this year. Well, we do not expect formalization. We are not waiting. We are working proactively, and we have already included the necessary updates. And for the trading committee, we are presenting a new roadmap. We hope that it will be approved, and we expect that the suggestions of the European Party will also be included, taking into account the positive dynamics, which is gaining momentum, the dynamics of integration to the European digital market. The European Party already decided to ensure the mechanism of proper function of the internal market in the sector of telecommunications. What I mean, the legal mechanism and the institutional mechanism. We already have consultations with the European Commission on how we should be doing this in practice, because the association agreement is a framework document. It provides only the general understanding. We have the addendum 17 and 17.6, which describes the procedure in the general terms. But I would like to remind you that Ukraine is the only third country in the world with which the European Union is holding consultations on the internal markets in different sectors, different industries. I don't mean to the European Economic Zone countries, which have been historically integrated into Europe without the membership. I mean third countries which have amended, adapted their legal framework, their legislation, their approaches, well, not from scratch, but from another perspective. We are the only country for which the association agreement provides for such an opportunity, and we are proceeding to practical consultations. This is a long-lasting, complicated process. It has many directions, many components. This is not easy, but we still have so much work to do. We not only to do, but it has to be done on an excellent level, because this process requires complete legal equivalence with the European legislation, and we need to have a proper institutional capacities to ensure this process. We are doing everything, and I hope that by 2023, as we have planned in our roadmap of digital market integration, we will be able to prepare and create all the conditions and then make a request to provide us the internal market regime. We are moving towards this objective, and we are doing everything possible. I would like to remind you about another separate direction, is inclusion of Ukraine to the European Index of Digital Economics and Society. We are also working on this. We are holding consultations and discussions. There was a very interesting report of Association for You project, which is supported by the EU delegation to Ukraine. And this report shows that Ukraine can accede to this index, not to IDESI for third countries, but for DESI. because only Ukraine has this ambition to become a part of the internal market of the European Union. So it would be only logical if Ukraine is evaluated not according to a limited list of indicators, but we need to be evaluated according to the 37 indicators in this. This is more difficult, but we will have a fuller and a more realistic picture. So we are working on this, and in November on the Trading Committee, we hope for the support of the European Commissions. We hope for some suggestions on their part on which tools should be used. I would also like to say several words about the regional dimension, or the regional tool that we use to achieve our ambitious goals. I mean our work for harmonization of digital markets of the Eastern Partnership countries with the support of EU for Digital project. We have successfully completed 2 pilot projects. Ukraine actively participated in the e-delivery and e-signature. E-delivery means, well, there was a transfer of invoices in the machine-readable format, which could be through the e-delivery channel. There were a lot of recommendations. We created the first access point in Ukraine with the support of the project. So we had transfers between Poland and Armenia and Ukraine, and we will have an additional pilot project. It was suggested by the European Commission and by the project. So we will be testing this solution also with Moldova. So Ukraine, within the framework of Eastern Partnership, Ukraine is a good example of how we can implement certain regional initiatives and then use them to support our bilateral track. Because these technical solutions, this pilot project of e-signature shows our technical compatibility with the European Union and our readiness for the technical system, for the mutual recognitions in the sphere of fiduciary services. Those projects allow us to test the technical component and to see whether we have some gaps or problems that have to be removed. And in the project regarding e-signature, we were offered an additional pilot project. So the pilot projects are for additional 3 months, so we can try communication with Moldova, get additional experience, and get additional expert support from the European Union experts. Therefore, there are several important dimensions: legal, technical compatibility, and the practice of use. So I would like to remind you that implementation, the legal implementation, is not everything. When we make an application, they will evaluate not only the laws or bylaws, but they will also evaluate the practice of their use. Do we have working mechanisms in order to enforce and realize the legislation? So everything will be comprehensively assessed, and this is logical. So the pilot projects provide us the opportunities to see in practice what we are still missing, what gaps we have to cover, what mechanisms we still miss, how to prepare the infrastructure in order to get real life advantages, not only declared advantages, but real life advantages from the process of integration. So these are the main points. If you have any questions, I would be pleased to respond. I would be happy to respond. As Oksana has said, I need to join another event very soon. Thanks a lot for your attention. Does anyone have any questions? Or maybe we can let Miss Yulia go. We can send our questions by emails or in some other way or in the chat. I don't see any questions. Miss Yulia, we are very grateful to you. We wish you success in your next event, and we will be happy to discuss all the 2 events. Thanks a lot. I'm trying to include Mr. Fediyenko for the 3rd time, but I'm still not able to see him among the speakers. Mr. Alexander Fediyenko, are you with us? Well, unfortunately, I don't see him. I will try to resolve this issue. Well, so far, I'm giving the floor to Ms. Olga, representatives of the International Relations Foundation, to support the integration of Ukraine to the unified digital market of Europe. I'm giving the floor to Ms. Olga, and I will try to resolve this technical issue. Greetings, can you hear me? Good day to everybody, to all the participants of the forum. Indeed, as Ms. Yulia Goryacheva has said, Ukraine is taking numerous steps to integrate itself into the unified digital market of the European Union, starting from 2015, when it was created in the EU, because in the European Union, the process is going in a very dynamic way, and we need to catch up. And a lot of activities to which the foundation was involved. Our priorities were to monitor the association agreement and to implement it. And this topic has always been one of the key directions which we were monitoring and analyzing. In the early 2020, our partners, the Kyiv School of Economics and the Ukrainian Center of the European Policy, they were conducting a research in which they were analyzing and building the model, economic model, and they concluded that the integration of Ukraine into the EU market is mutually beneficial for the both parties. Ms. Oksana, would you please mute your microphone? Also, we had a lot of common activities with the European platform. We were trying to engage different stakeholders, different process participants. We were trying to meet around the table and have some discussions. Starting from the previous year, the Renaissance Foundation started a large project with the support of the European Union, which is called EU for You Society. So we are trying to open this sphere more comprehensively, have more work in this sphere. We need to take into account the fact that the topicality of the integration, the importance of the integration and the use of digital services have grown. The importance has grown because of the pandemic. People need to have physical distancing. So that's why it has become more and more important. So one of our directions is digitalizations, as well as observing the human rights, so that you have proper protection of your personal data. And another direction was to support the initiatives and promote integration of the Ukrainian legislation with the EU legislation. That is to say, the integration of Ukraine into the European Union in the digital sphere. Starting from the previous year, we have a number of projects. So in one of the sections, we are discussing the developments of the European Medial Platform as one of our partners within the grant framework. So there was a research of processes in the EU.
What needs to be activated? A lot of work is done on the Annex 17, and also as of next year, we will have several projects that will also take into account this dynamics, what was mentioned by Yulia, on the roadmap. And we have the new component on the AI. That is why there's a lot of work, of course, and let's hope that with joint efforts, we shall achieve lots of positive and progressive results. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Olha, for your presentation and for all the support of this grant work. And I hope it will indeed have the positive results, and we will be the full participants of the European digital market. So thank you so much. I would like to ask if we can hear Alexander. I have connected him again, but I can't see him yet. Alexander Pavlovich? I cannot hear Alexander Pavlovich. Then our next speaker, David, can you hear us? Чи могли б ви зараз поговорити? So David represents here the Internet Society, and on the... Так, вітаю. Могли б ви можна мені показати PowerPoint презентацію? Ні, ну я можу і без презентації говорити, нічого страшного. Я маю тут іншу презентацію, це не моя презентація. Але я не знаю, ага. Добре, я зараз поділюсь своїм, виведу на екран. Мені не дозволяють мою презентацію вивести на екран. Зараз я ще раз погляну. Вам потрібна якась технічна підтримка? Ні, все нормально, я можу і без презентації говорити. Мені не потрібні самі слайди, в принципі. Я хотів поговорити з вами. Спочатку хотів би вам, звісно, подякувати за те, що ви запросили мене на цю сесію. Я представляю інтернет-суспільство в Європі, і я є директором з питань європейського уряду та регулювання тут у Брюсселі. Я хочу подякувати вам за цю нагоду, що ви мені надали бути сьогодні з вами тут зранку. Ви мене попросили пояснити розробку політик в Європі, їх є декілька. Ми, звісно, маємо NIS-2, це нове таке регулювання кібербезпеки. Дуже важливо, щоб законодавці були також залучені, тому що вони можуть впливати дуже сильно на те, як працює інтернет. В інтернет-суспільстві ми провели аналіз цієї пропозиції від Єврокомісії, і було декілька речей, які були неправильні у їхньому пропозиції. Наприклад, вони хотіли регулювати кореневі сервіси, але ми проти цього, я можу собі уявити, звісно. Ми зв'язувалися з іншими стейкхолдерами, які є тут важливими тут у Брюсселі щодо цих тем. Я хотів би згадати RIPE-NCC, ICANN. І ми говорили, намагалися переконати законодавців, що такий масштаб NIS має бути змінений. Дуже добре, що Європарламент також зауважив, і останнє голосування відбулося 2 тижні тому, відобразило те, що вони прислухалися до, і згідно парламенту, це кореневі сервіси, вони не будуть вже передбачені цим регулюванням, але все ж таки треба переконати країни-члени ЄС, Єврораду, тому що в аналізі цієї пропозиції вони все ще вважають, що кореневий сервіс має бути частиною законодавства. І останні напрацювання щодо цієї теми полягають в тому, що вони пропонують, щоб кореневий сервіс разом із організаціями, які надають такі кореневі послуги, їх понад 10 в Євросоюзі, що вони мають бути також частиною цього регулювання. І ми тут пояснюємо, організації вони просто відмовляться, вони не захочуть бути передбачені цим порогом, і це значитиме,
що стійкість, а також досвід інтернету для наших користувачів буде пошкоджений. Все ще є час для того, щоб провести переговори на рівні політиків, і ми будемо виступати як інтернет-суспільство, співпрацюючи і пояснювати політикам, що правильно, а що неправильно. Також дуже важливим документом у нас тут є це DSA. Як правило, він буде затверджений в наступному семестрі. Ви знаєте, що Євросоюз має такі прецеденти, і уряд Франції буде ведучим з січня до червня 2022 року, і французи вже сказали, що вони хочуть взяти цей пакет DSA і фіналізувати його. Тобто є декілька питань, декілька побоювань в інтернет-суспільства, і я хотів би зараз про них згадати. Це питання зобов'язань, відповідальності, про яке йдеться в тексті, а також щодо довірених, щодо довіри з приводу того, щоб вилучити певний контент в мережі. І найважливішим побоюванням є те, що має бути прозорість, хто є довіреним, а хто ні. І чи діють вони у відповідності із правилами. А також тут питання ще є часу, тому що згідно закону написано, що контент має бути вилучений в межах 1 години. І, звісно, це може бути реальним викликом для невеликих провайдерів, для того, щоб вони могли це зробити. І ще питання, чи проблема воно стосується завантажувальних фільтрів. Ми бачимо, що є деякі пропозиції щодо DSA, може не напряму, які про це говорять, про завантаження фільтрів, але використовування певної мови, яка де-факто говорить про те, що такі фільтри повинні також бути в відповідності із регулюванням. І це може бути проблемою, тому що це така технологія цих фільтрів, яка не працює повністю на 100% належно. І це також дуже дороговартісна технологія, яку можуть собі дозволити лише великі провайдери. І ми тут бачимо, що це також дасть ще підсилить домінуючу роль великих компаній, тому що вони повинні будуть, звісно, ліцензіювати такі послуги. І зрештою я хотіла поговорити про шифрування. Це дуже цікавий інструмент, який нам всім потрібен в нашій щоденній діяльності в інтернеті. Ми бачили законодавство в багатьох країн, не лише Європи, а також по всьому світі. І які намагаються послабити шифрування, я хотів би також згадати тут те законодавство, яке має прийти щодо боротьби з контенту, щодо розбещення дітей, яке зовсім не повинно бути в інтернеті, навіть близько. Або жорстоке поводження з дитиною. Але просто, якщо шифрування воно не буде достатнім, щоб боротися з цим. У Великобританії є пропозиція щодо того, щоб це рішення, яке буде скоро дуже фіналізоване урядом Британії, коли вони хочуть видалити шифрування, що правоохоронні організації мали доступ до контенту комунікації, а також до контенту того, що люди завантажують в інтернет. А також є пропозиція щодо закону Бельгії. Бельгія розробила новий закон про збереження даних, і там є така стаття, яка зобов'язує створення таких backdoor, тобто комунікаційні провайдери, вони повинні дозволити правоохоронцям отримати доступ до комунікації громадян. Ми виразили, що це дуже погана ідея, тому що неможливо створити backdoor, який будуть використовувати лише правоохоронці. І це, звісно, проблема, і ми сподіваємося, що законодавці до нас прислухаються, що не може бути такого якогось чорного ходу. І ще одне напрацювання, і, можливо, не лише європейське, але воно світове, так би мовити, і в інтернет-суспільстві ми починаємо вже також звертати на це увагу, і це цифрова суверенність або цифровий суверенітет. І знаєте, це поняття має різні значення в різних куточках світу. В Європі це спосіб, наприклад, як спілкуватися з іноземними провайдерами. Тобто, якщо є якась нечесна компетенція на цифровому ринку, а є також інфраструктурні вразливості, і вони хочуть вирішити це питання через, застосувавши цей сценарій цифрового суверенітету, посиливши або зміцнивши локальних провайдерів, тобто мається на увазі європейські провайдери. У різних країнах є різні погляди на питання цифрового суверенітету. Хочу тут сказати про Росію. І в Україні є велике побоювання з цього приводу. Ми бачимо, що Росія використовує дуже багато разів інтернет як спосіб контролю контенту, а також контролю громадян. І також робить так, що можна було відключити. І ми бачимо, що зобов'язання, це викликає також певні побоювання. Ще інші міста, такі як країни, такі як Китай, вони використовують також це поняття цифрового
суверенітету для того, щоб контролювати кіберпростір в Україні, а також контролюють громадян. І все більше і більше вони використовують ці засоби для впливу і на інші країни. Ми чітко бачимо, що Китай використовує це для того, щоб змінити статус-кво. Також ми бачимо, що є суверенітет. Можливо, ви не використовуєте це поняття, але вони ці ідеї застосовують для посилення свого статусу глобальних чемпіонів і також працювати з глобальним впливом Китаю. Країни формують альянси для того, щоб продовжувати використовувати свої моделі. Звичайно ж, є певна прогалина в африканському регіоні та в Латинській Америці щодо суверенітету. І зростає занепокоєння у інтернет-спільноті щодо впливу цих тенденцій. Що ми можемо зробити? Ми можемо проводити певний аналіз, як стосуватись, що робити з цією концепцією суверенного інтернету і який буде вплив на інтернет. Тому що, як ми бачимо, в кінці кінців це може призвести до фрагментації, і це буде для нас жахливим сценарієм. В кінці кінців у нас є певні пропозиції щодо альянсу, щодо майбутнього інтернету. Ми надамо пропозиції наступного місяця під час нашої великої конференції щодо демократії. І це турбуюча пропозиція, тому що це буде захід лише для урядових кіл, без інших стейкхолдерів, без інших учасників. Тобто там будуть пропозиції лише від представників уряду щодо майбутнього інтернету, не приймаючи до уваги моделі стейкхолдерів. Я хочу підкреслити вагу моделі участі багатьох стейкхолдерів та вагу таких зустрічей, таких заходів, як ваш. І знову ж таки потрібно повторити, що інтернет – це надійний засіб для всіх, інструмент для всіх. І через те, що працює модель багатьох стейкхолдерів, багатьох учасників, і з нашого досвіду ми бачимо, що ця модель дуже добре працює. Але зараз створюється альянс різних країн, урядовий альянс, який показує, які думають над тим, що робити з інтернетом, і це доволі нас турбує. Дякую. Якщо у вас є питання, я можу ще залишитись трошки, щоб відповісти. У мене все. Дякую. Дуже дякуємо за ваш внесок. Прошу пробачення за певні технічні проблеми. Ми розмістимо також певні матеріали, пов'язані з вашою доповіддю, і будемо їх обговорювати. Запрошуємо вас на наступний раз. Нам потрібно ще обговорити, коли це буде. Нам потрібно неофіційно деякі питання обговорити ще, і ми залюбки запрошуємо вас на наступну дискусію. Does anyone have any questions to David? Well, so far I don't see any questions, but I can see Олександр. Девід, дуже дякую вам. Будь ласка, трошечки ще залишіться з нами на якийсь час. А зараз наш депутат парламенту виступить, пан Олександр Федієнко. Олександр, we are so glad to see you. Mr. Федієнко, please, you can start. Good day. Well, if possible, I would like to ask you a question. We have a poll on 4 directions: audio, visual services, cybersecurity, and protection of personal data, protection of users. In your point of view, which direction is the most successful on the way of Ukraine's integration to the entire market, to the European market, and which aspect is the most problematic? Thanks a lot, and please, I'm giving you the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Please repeat. Yes. I'm sorry. I have 2 simultaneous events, and I'm very sorry. Yes, we know. I'm sorry that you have to participate in two events. So let us do it very briefly. I was trying to ask you. So which kind of services work in the best way and in the worst way in Ukraine? Audiovisual services, user protection, data protection, and others. So which issues are most successful and which are most problematic? I'm sorry, Miss Oksana, because you have some problems with your connection and we don't hear all your words. Fiduciary services, trust. I'm very sorry, Oksana. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me well? But I can't hear you. And we are so sorry because we have problems with connection of and we cannot hear Miss Oksana. Можливо, написати у чат краще. Please, Oksana. I just wanted to allow you to comment Ukraine's progress of integration into the unified digital market of the European Union. Well, what can I say? We have certain progress. We fulfill all the objectives, all the plans. We have adopted a law on electronic communications. I hope we will be able to adopt a law on the regulator. Please be more specific in your questions, because I have a lot of queries. I can say from many stakeholders, when we will be in Europe, then you can ask me about the European integration. But now we are still a separate countries, and we need to do something of our own. I'm sorry, the connection is very bad. Yes, please write into the chat. Please write your... So I can hear all other speakers, but I'm not able to hear you well. Dear friends, please let me know. Yes, there are some interruptions, everybody. It is difficult for... so the problem is at the side of Oksana. Yes. So the question is already, well, Oksana will try to write the questions into the chat. So there are 4 directions: audiovisual services, cybersecurity, personal data protection, and fiduciary services. Cybersecurity and protection of personal data. Well, I hope you know that we have developed a draft law, a new draft law on personal data protection. I hope it will soon be introduced to the Parliament, at least for discussion, and I hope it will pass the first hearing. The committee is already discussing this. As for the cybersecurity, currently the working group is making efforts to develop a draft law in this regard. So if any experts want to participate in the draft law development, please get involved. We have a work group, consumer rights protection. Well, I need a more specific question from you regarding electronic communications and digital services. As for the trust services, fiduciary services, well, we are making amendments as much as possible in this direction to our legislation in order to digitalize all the fiduciary services, trust services, to bring them into the digital dimension. Recently, I met representatives from France and Germany, and they envy. They are jealous because of Ukrainian digitalization, and they say that on some issues they take us as an example, and they are lagging behind us. As audiovisual, this is not a question to me. This is not the work of our committee. We don't work in audio-visual. We would be happy if you stay with us for some time. I'm happy to give the floor to Alexei Semeniaka. Thank you. I will stay with you, and I will be listening to you. Greetings to everybody. Well, Miss Oksana Prichodko asked me to tell you about my organization and ADSA, and I will try to briefly go through this because there isn't much to tell. From the very beginning, I would like to tell you that today, currently, this is not my sphere of responsibility. I'm not a representative. I'm talking not as a representative of the organization, but I know the situation. Just to be clear, first of all, before I start to talk about DSA, I would like to say several words about RIPE NCC, which was mentioned by my esteemed colleague from the ISOC. We work very closely with ISOC. We cooperate in many dimensions on many issues. Well, and here, when we talk about RIPE NCC, who has a single position, have common positions with ISOCs and RIPEN and other organizations, we need to understand that RIPE NCC is a membership organization. What does this mean from the legal point of view? That RIPE NCC is managed by its members. In the final run, the members of RIPE NCC, which are called leaders, often Ukrainians don't know what leaders are and what is the meaning of all this. I saw like leader services in some price list. Well, leader is a member of RIPE NCC to whom some rights and obligations are delegated on the lower level. So this is like a small registry, and it is an organization member. And the local internet registries determine what is to be done by RIPE NCC. And here we have a very simple but important conclusion. RIPE NCC is not a management body, not a father to whom you can come and complain. You can't come there and complain that I'm bullied at school, for example. All the decision-making process is very standardized. Big decisions are made collegially. Before that, there is a stage of discussions. So, for example, in one of the regions, the government has bad behavior. RIPE NCC, can you tell the government to stop being bad? This is not how it works, because other members from other regions will tell you, well, this is your government. You have elected your own government. How can we tell your government what to do? This is nonsense. We need to understand here that RIPE NCC does not express its position. It's expressing its position as much as it is delegated.
And it is delegated to this role by the society, and it is verified by the society. Mainly, those actions taken by RIPE NCC in the framework of the discussion of DSE, for example, they are DSA. They are supported by the many, so the sufficient number of members of RIPE NCC, and from this Western Europe, and that is why RIPE NCC is making some announcements, make some decisions, and they say that here we see this situation and there we see another situation. And now moving to the position of the organization, I shall not be in detail, only because I'm confident that among listeners, there are not so many people who know the details of the initiative, DSA initiative, and know very well the details of what must be done. So in general, I shall formulate the position of RIPE NCC that was expressed in this situation that organization is standing for. So we are trying to join the discussions of those questions. We try to participate in all of the discussions where it's possible and expressing this point of view, which lies in the following. From the point of view of the state official, internet can look like monolith. And this idea that I'm expressing now is not unique. We heard already because it is like that, because this is the position of the organization in this case. So it can be like this structure, and that can be obliged to do something, but this monolithic stature it's something that can only appear to be so, and that it can actually, so there's a core on the internet, infrastructural parts, businesses providing these activities, which include work of operator, which have to take the flow of bytes from one place and to give it to another place, or work on the redistribution of the IP addresses, autonomous systems, on similar things. So it's an absolute infrastructure task. And tasks of another level, that is the content level, so the level of filling, what it cannot be referred or transferred to the infrastructure, and it's a mistake from the many points of view: technological, methodological, organizational, and even legal one, because the law that is adopted, it shouldn't be compromised by being impossible to fulfill, because the law is to be enforceable. And this refers to violation of the copyright, other violations which take place in the internet. So we have to differentiate the core of the content and, of course, the user behavior. These are different things, and each of them is to be regulated. If it should be regulated, it should be regulated in its own way. You cannot mix them up. So that's our position. It touches DSA, because on the work in this part, RIPE NCC has the mandate of the society. In RIPE NCC, now there are 20,000 of members. So those are the organizations which are the local internet registers. And out of that, approximately 500 members are Ukrainian companies. And I must say, so this is my personal point of view, but these 500 members are very weakly, they are barely visible in all discussions which are held. especially if they do not concern some things like distribution of IP addresses. So they want to have more IP addresses and less of money. And all other discussions, unfortunately, Ukrainian society is not active. And I would really want the situation to start changing so that RIPE NCC, including Ukrainian technical society, Ukrainian members, could be more active in integrating processes of Ukraine as well. Because if it is obvious for the organization that there is such an important vector and its vector is supported by the majority of the members. And yes, Ukraine is to be perceived as the future part of big Europe. And we need to harmonize in terms of European realities. So it is obvious there will be other approaches, a different participation, other consultations, and so on. So roughly speaking, this organization is probably going to be to give more attention to similar questions when they refer to our countries. But to do this, it is necessary the participation of the society, which is missing now. And in my opinion, it's a big problem, and it is sad, because speaking about integration of Ukraine to Europe, you can do as much as possible, but if it's not integrated into the European technical processes, then I guess to a certain extent it's just a talk. So this is my message. So once again, I have spoken now on behalf of me. So in this case, I did not represent the organization. So I allowed myself to be a bit more categoric and less neutral than usual. Thank you so much. Alexei, thank you for a very interesting presentation. And it hurts me also that the Ukrainian society doesn't play such an important role that it could play. I really hope that your presentation at the youth forum, IGF, is going to assist that more participants from Ukraine will have in the youth programs, just like in the Internet Society youth programs, and that it will change. So does anybody have questions for Alexei? I see no questions yet. That is why I'm inviting or giving floor to Mikhail Anisimov, who represents ICANN Corporation. And I'm asking Yuri with the presentation. Yes, thank you. I think I will have no presentation, because presentation is illustrative. I have listened to Alexei Semenyaka just now, and my soul was singing, so to say, because he repeated, or I shall repeat a lot what he said. We have very similar messages because our organizations are very similar in spirit, and they are and some of my thoughts and my thesis will be very similar, but when placing to that thematic direction, that is peculiar more to ICANN. So a few words for understanding of the audience of how ICANN is working and its structure, which is necessary. So ICANN, it's a structure that consists of three big as organization parts. As organization that has some functions, ICANN is the management, the external body that consists of people who are not employees of ICANN but are managing this organization, adopting budgets, reports, approving plans, and so on. And the most important part is the ICANN society. the people who are no employees, but this way or that way are connected with the sphere of activity where ICANN is functioning. So it's a big army of volunteers, let's say, who are working in the governmental institutions, business institutions, and the civil societies, and who jointly develop different policies, which are then approved by the organization, by the managerial board, and come into force. So repeating the previous speakers, I can say that unfortunately, the general problem of our entire region, I mean the Eastern Ukraine and Central Asia that I'm responsible for, that it is not represented in the society ICANN. And it's an interesting bell, actually, because if I was the only person who told about it, then you could say that there was like absence of interest in work on something else. But since we see this kind of a repetition, and maybe the plans on integration of Ukraine into the world digital society, they have to be hand in hand with the development of a certain culture of working in such organizations or structures based on the principles of bottom-up work of the society, of collective production of policies, consultations, comments, which are accepted. It is something that cannot be avoided. It is something that cannot be imposed on the top in any known way by the government or corporations. It's the mechanism that is already thorough and which it is necessary to participate, to have the possibility to represent your interests there. So this is the comment of the general nature, and now a bit more details about those spheres of ICANN where we work and its participation and the participation of Ukrainian stakeholders in it. ICANN works on the unique identifiers of the internet. So first of all, it's the domain names and two directions of activity. First is a very technical one, like support of the root servers, which is the key element of the infrastructure of domain names. And the second is the policies development in relation to domain names, mostly. Partly there's work connected with the numbers of protocols and work with IP addresses together with RIR. Since work with IP addresses, but mostly it is domain names. So the ICANN society is organized in such a way that all this huge army of volunteers, as I named it, is organized in different groups and societies. Each of them represents its addressee. So there are groups that consist of representatives of the government of the countries, and this way the representatives of ministries, government commissions in every country is responsible for the regulatory part that can come and express their way and give their comments. And there is the window also for providers, business representatives, non-commercial, non-profit organizations. So there are a big number of them. So right now, out of those 7 main organizations,
which are in the basis of this society, we can see the activities, the significant activities, noticeable activities of 2 of them, and also relatively some of them have more or less noticeable activity of another organization. In particular, a very good activity is demonstrated by CC-NSO. There is a Ukrainian domain .ua. Svetlana Tkachenko is included in different work groups. She provides extensive comments and so on. It's a pleasure to invite her to some of my events where she talks about CC-NSO news. This is a great picture. There is another subgroup which is called GAC, Government Advisory Committee. This includes representatives of the ministries. They also participate in discussions. They also participate in the conferences. They work great. And there is another subgroup which is engaged in, which represents the interests of non-commercial organizations. They also have some activities. This is a bright side. And also, we have some other subgroups in the community. They deal with extremely important questions, but so far we don't see, or we see very little activity on their side, not only from Ukraine, but in general from other countries of our region as well. For example, the advisory committee of management of servicing the root servers, the key infrastructure of the internet, which is under the hood of everything that we do. Whether this is a browser, an application, IoT, so it is in the core of everything. Besides the fact that the committee, that the structure is rather closed, so this is like an operation on open heart. And in order to be included in those subcommittees, you need to have some credentials, you need to have some experience in the past in this field. And I know for sure that in Ukraine, there are some experts who could participate. And also this committee has some surrounding community, ERSAC caucus. It consists of experts in the email list. Those experts provide their recommendations, suggestions, comments, feedback, which are taken into account, obligatorily taken into account by the committee in the policy development. And one of the smallest, but one of the most important committees in the ICANN community is the Committee on Stability and Safety of Internet Operation. Safety and security is a very multifaceted concept, which includes investigation of cybercrime to the settings of infrastructure, personal data storage, and so on and so forth. And the Stability and Security Advisory Committee, as it is called, it includes more than 20 experts, each of which is sort of guru in this or that direction. Somebody is good at IoT, somebody is good at financial, phishing, counteraction, anti-fraud, and so on. As SAC has been telling many times on each conference, on each report, they say that the landscape and the multifaceted character of threats is increasing every year, and that a SAC subcommittee is urging experts with a unique vision on those issues, which have some unique experience, to join a SAC and make their contribution so that the policies or recommendations issued by SAC would include some new experiences of counteracting new threats. This is extremely important. These are probably the brightest examples. Besides that, we have also some separate structures which represent, for example, business interests. Some of the structures represents end users' interests and so on. This is the field that has not yet been occupied, and you can do it. It would be great if you participate, if you provide your feedback and comments, if you participate in the development of rules and policies, in order to be sure that the interests of Ukrainian stakeholders, users, business, government, they would be taken into account during the work of ICANN. And also, in order to develop some skills, some practice of work with this kind of processes. Because this is not a unique thing for ICANN. Alexei has described how we work with RIPE policies. is also based on the community, on classing. This is not a unique model as well. So the understanding the principles of these processes would make it easier for Ukraine to integrate into this digital space. Don't give person a fish, give him a fishing rod. We are not talking on how to develop a specific policy. We need to teach people, we need to train people how to do this. This is my message for today. Thank you. Mikhail, we are very grateful to you for this very interesting presentation. I can see that we have one of the experts. He could take up the role. He could participate on those directions, Mr. Dmitry Kokhanyuk. Unfortunately, he is not able to unmute because he is a listener. Maybe Dmitry would like to reconnect and use his microphone in order to comment and in order to ask some questions. Well, I would like to note that Dmitry is a very active member of the society, of the community. I would like to say that we have a great number of directions. You need to participate. Dmitry is not able to do everything alone. We are not talking about one specific program. We say that we need to understand the principles. We need to have some skills to participate in these procedures. Yes, I agree with you. I fully agree with you. I hope for our youth forum, which you have participated actively, I hope that all youth programs are going to work and the next generation will be much more active. And it will actively participate in the international and European community. Our next report will be, there are no questions to Mikhail. I would like to invite Olga Bolshakova to speak. Olga, for me, it was a surprise to hear that audiovisual services have turned out to be the most problematic direction in the process of integration of Ukraine to the unified digital space. Was it a surprise for you? Well, I used to be very pessimistic about this, about Ukraine's integration in general into the European legislation, among other things, into the European legal field, from the perspective of audiovisual services, because I have been observing this process since 2012. There was a first work group created to update the legislation and to implement the directive on audiovisual services in its first edition. And 1 year after another, from year to year, we have had new editions, updates, and I have prepared a review of this issue, but all those problems, all those attempts take times, so now the process has stalled. I don't know whether it's good or bad. From the point of view of the industry, this is not good. If it was fast-tracked in the parliament, it would be a step for unification in the Europe. The overall quality is not bad. Any lawyer can add something from themselves, but we did not manage to adopt this law earlier. And after the fast track period, other laws like electronic communication laws were much more difficult to adopt. The other reason for slowdown in our project is because it makes a revolution in the regulatory sphere. During our last discussion of our legislation, including in the sphere of audiovisual services, we had a large discussion whether we need to regulate the internet or not. is this a European way to do things or not? Well, actually, I have my own legal perception. I used to say, the larger the internet, the more content we have, the more users we have in this environment, the more virtual world influences the real world in the country, the more government will try to regulate it. This is not a unique story for Ukraine. This is happening in the entire world. While it used to be FIDO with 100 programmers and 10 hackers who used to exchange information, the governments were not interested at all to spend money and resources to regulate this sphere. But now, almost the entire life is taking place in the digital environment, and government attempts to regulate it more and more. After our lively discussion, I tried to pay more attention to the international discussions by the European experts, and there have been several significant reports. In the summer of this year, there was a number of seminars organized by the Council of Europe. It was participated by the certified experts from the Council of Europe, not just some specialists. These were the experts funded by the Council of Europe through their media projects. And they say that the time of Wild West in the internet is over. All the countries, all the governments, the United States and Europe are trying to more and more to impose more and more regulations on the internet. My colleagues have already returned from the Web Summit. They were not able to tell everything, but for the first time on the Web Summit, the social networks were presented as a threat to the social life, not as an opportunity. So I don't know what Mikhail was saying. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in the field of Mikhail, but for those people who work on the technical support of the internet environment, we, as representatives of content, of audiovisual services, we are also a threat because we are one of the reasons for the government interference, because internet can be regulated only through the operators. So I don't know. If you have any other questions, I will be ready to answer, because my main message is
we're to expect that the internet regulation will be more and more, and the more there is content and users on the internet, the more this content is diversified, the more the state will take pressure to have control on the technical part of the internet. This is an objective story, and it is inevitable, in my opinion. As for whether the law on media will be adopted, it's hard for me to make some forecasts. Right now, it can be only adopted by the will of the parliament. So the conflict on some key issues that we have already described too, it's now in the dead end. This conflict can only be solved when the parliament says that we think that the society, must be like this for the society. So we can compromise here like this, and there we can compromise in a different way, and somewhere we cannot compromise at all. If the parliament takes this role, then it will be adopted. Right now, I do not see any movements sufficient for this decision to be made, but they can happen at any moment, and it's hard to make any focus here. Voilà. Thank you. I would like to make two clarifications. One of them is clarification, another is a question. So you're just stating the fact that the regulation of internet will be enhanced, but it doesn't mean that we support the necessity to regulate internet. It's very important. You mean who? I mean the European media platform, at least. The platform, I cannot speak on behalf of the platform. I'm not authorized. Moreover, I'm now just like an individual expert, not the representative of my organization. But I would like to say there's a wide circle, including in Ukraine, in a wide circle of people and organizations and companies who are interested in internet being regulated more strictly. This is very objective opinion. Traditional media like television, radio, and even printed media, they are overregulated by our state to such a condition when the financial load on fulfillment of these obligations led to them to the barely getting some profit. And if the same, while on the internet they can do anything, they have no obligations. Not on the advertising regulation, where in the traditional media there are very serious restrictions. And if we take a look at the conflict that is around the provisions of the law on the media, that traditional media are for regulation of the content on the internet, and online media are against it. Even though among online media there is no unanimous opinion, because those who do not comply, they are against. But I'm stating the fact that it's pointless to say whether we want or not the regulation in the internet. It's inevitable. We may not want it, but it's like we may not want the COVID pandemic. Well, we don't want it, that's okay, but there's nothing that we can do about it. It depends upon two objective things which will be enhanced. The more content there is on the internet, the more users there are on the internet, the more there will be of the regulation. That's the aspiration of any state, including such international institutions like EU. So whether we want it or not, it's pointless, even though I think the more the impact of virtual life is on the real life, the more justified the pressure on it, the control in the virtual state, in the virtual world by the state. Although we all are afraid of the state control because the state is the source of the danger as well. Thank you. Then I will ask the second question later on because we have little time left, and I would like to give floor to Alexander Isavnin. Alexander, we have been discussing, even at the previous forum, the comparison of Ukrainian and Russian situation, mainly the culture of the decision-making bottom-up that Mikhail described, who is also from Russia, by the way, but to which extent, so we have spoken about the threats of the fake news. If it is possible, Alexander, I would like to clarify. Formal science, you have a grant form on internet governance. A Russian internet society is on the map of ISOC, but how realistic is it? The representatives of ISOC gave very interesting presentations saying they knew the situation in Russia very well, and that's what Alex Semeniaka said. We want for us to tell your government what you're doing wrong. And on this account, I would like to invite all of you to the next session where we will decide the politics of the internet. But the situation is like this. Unfortunately, such big companies, the representatives of which presented today earlier, ICANN, RIPE-NCC, and ISOC, they have the position that can be described with the phrase that they act in the paradigm of the Western democratic state, that they think if they have bottom-up, then the process of development is everywhere, and to look good, they take a decision to have the ISOC in Russia too. which does nothing in Russia. But ISOC is reporting saying that yes, we are present here. We have the box, the ISOC. We have a wonderful IGF, Russian IGF, but it's under control of the government, and they don't let anybody to the microphone. And going back to the politics, okay, it's going to be the next session about politics, but let's speak more about the European regulation. Ukraine wants to be in compliance with two remarks here. From the side of Russia, media regulation and content regulation that is similar to the fresh European acts are trying to suggest in Russia have existed for a while. Our media is very strictly regulated by the same regulator as Roskomnadzor. We have universal services. Just pay attention to how it is happening and how effective it is in Russia, because declarative objectives of this regulation were very similar to the suggested European ones, but in fact it works in an opposite side. Russia in this situation is the example you are to take a look at. But unfortunately, some of the legislators in Ukraine look at Russia from the different point of view. I have seen several regulations that were suggested under the source of the Digital Services Act, Digital Market, that were the actually copies of some horrible Russian regulation, which are trying, I don't know who is promoting them. I don't think they're here at this forum. They're trying to implement it because they need to follow content, they have to fight terrorism and so on. Here, my message is, please take a look in the direction of Russia on the example how you shouldn't do it, how it can be ineffective, how it's going to be harmful and can lead to cutting you off. And under the source of democratic institutes in Russia thinks that they have, or they say that they have European democracy, and Vladimir Putin, he is like prefers everything to be envisaged by the laws. Nothing is happening and not per laws, but these laws are written and are interpreted in such an unpleasant way and manner, even though their motivation and propaganda, it all looks very European-like. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you to clarify. Next session is not dedicated to the politics. It will be dedicated to COVID and digital transformation. I already see here two participants of our next panel. I think we will segue there. I wanted to ask whether anybody wants to comment on what we are discussing or when we have been discussing here. Are there questions or remarks, comments, suggestions? Oля? Sana, I just wanted very briefly, since I spoke in Ukrainian, maybe colleagues from Russia didn't understand everything. I just wanted to say that I wanted to clarify that draft law on media that we are discussing now, it is not copy-pasted from Russian projects. It's our law, and the Russian projects are somehow orienting on the European directive. And Europe is also fighting terrorism and internet regulation and all the rest. The problem is that you cannot develop the legislation expecting the worsening of the political regime. The political regime is fought by means of Maidan, because police is a very dangerous thing, any police. And we can understand that if the regime gets worse and becomes non-democratic, then police becomes a great threat to life of the inhabitants and for democracy. But it doesn't mean that we have to refuse police as the institute of the state governance. The same refers to fighting terrorism. Any mechanism can be used to harm this society. You can kill also with a hammer, but it doesn't mean we have to stop selling hammers in the stores. Unfortunately, the situation is developing in such a manner that the state is going to this way or another way implement it, and we see it's all European practice. Thank you for clarification. Can I also comment? Yes, of course, but very briefly. It's just that I would like to present another point of view, the alternative one. Very often I hear the formulation, the state will, the state as like there's some creature that exists separately from us. But what can we do? We can choose another administration of the government, of the state. If we speak about a democratic state, a state, it's not something, creature that exists on its own and promoting its own agenda. So the formulation of the question is that we have to accept it because there's nothing we can do. As the experience of Europe shows, we can do. There are countries where it is impossible to do anything, and I shall not dwell on that. I'll just give you the example of the North Korea. Yes, there you can't do a thing, and no Maidan is possible there, at least in the today's situation. But roughly speaking, let's think about what we orient on the model of the North Korea, where the government is an absolute essence, or are we orienting on a more democratic state? So this is my remark. Alexei, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have to close this session. Thank you all of the participants and speakers, because 2 minutes ago the next session had to start, COVID-19, that I'm also moderating. So I'm asking Anastasia and Petro go to another room. Thank you all.
I'm sorry for any possible technical issues, and I hope for continuation of our discussion. Maybe Alexander wanted to say something. No. All right, thank you. Greetings. I would like to thank everybody who has joined our session. I'm sorry for this delay because we have just finished the previous section. I can see my colleague moderator, co-moderator, Dmitro. Dmitro, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dmitro? Yes, yes. Now I see I was muted. Can you hear me? Well, a bit distorted voice. I'll try to speak as less as I will try not to speak So if Dmitro doesn't have anything to say, I would like to invite Mr. Sean Townsend. Probably Sean will be able to introduce himself as he wants. I'm so grateful to Sean, who would like to tell us about the essence of the problem regarding the response to COVID-19 on the part of the government, which we saw in real life, and in comparison to our expectations of an ideal response. Sean, please. Sean, Mr. Townsend, I can see that you are there. Let us wait for a moment or two. I can see that video goes the video is a bit distorted. Sean, you can try to turn off your camera so that you would have more bandwidth for the voice, or we can turn off Sean's, or, well, Sean, please, can you hear us? Sean, please, can you hear us? Sean has muted himself. We have some small technical issues. Dear Sean, can you hear us? Dear Sean, can you hear us? Probably not. Dear Mr. Townsend. You can see that he is muted. I think that Sean cannot hear us. I don't know. If you hear us, clap your hands. If you hear us, just show us a gesture to confirm that you hear us. I don't hear you well. Oh, but we can hear your voice very well. We would be more than grateful if you provide us with an overview of the situation. Dmitry, maybe you can do something. Yes, please. I can speak in Russian so that it would be easier for Sean to speak in one language. We had a small discussion. We were trying to discuss the government approach, well, not to the vaccination, but rather to the management of information on vaccination, testing, and using the documents to access in order to grant people access to public institutions regarding the validation of the documents, because people can try to show forged documents, and the controllers may make mistakes as well. So how people are using the documents? We were just trying to enter a bank or a shop, and I said, Greetings. I wanted now we have to communicate with the government in a new way. This is a rather strange situation. You need to have a vaccination certificate, then another person needs to check your certificate. In some countries, this is a paper document, or this may be a digital document. In some countries, the information is stored on the servers. In other countries, those documents are stored. They are probably are given in the form of a paper document and are never stored anywhere. So Sean wanted to tell about some important issues in this regard, maybe give some examples from his life. I beg your pardon. I have to temporarily turn off my camera and use my telephone. Well, it's better to work with a telephone. It's usually better than to work with headset. I hope you can hear me well. As Dmitry has said, every country is using its own approach to the documents regarding the vaccination documents. There is a big difference from country to country. Some of them have their own healthcare databases, some of them don't. Everything started with some terrible ideas, some fantastic ideas, even before the vaccination, even before the healthcare included. So first idea was to trace contacts between people. Then applications appeared to limit people for voluntary lockdown in order to ease the life for the police. But in fact, this is stimulating surveillance over citizens, and not everything is right in this regard. Let us get back to the vaccination certificates. Well, some countries were issuing, like Dubai and Greece, were issuing a paper permission when people were writing paper permissions for themselves to visit a pharmacy, to visit a relative, or to have a walk with a dog. So people had to use paper documents or telephone messages. So a person had to declare on paper why he or she has ventured out of their house. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please continue. Can you hear me? I will try to continue my description of the situation regarding the certificates. Ukraine had some difference from the European Union countries and other countries of the world who joined the certification format. In all the countries, the system started to work in the summer. The specifications were prepared in April, and the system works even in those places that have no uniform databases, healthcare databases. So if there is no database, it was created from scratch in some countries. But in our country, we did this in our own way, with our own path. It was done not by the healthcare ministry, but by the digital transformation ministry. They decided to add this useful feature into their own application called DIA. Instead of doing the certificates with their own database ISO, they started to use digital signatures. to sign a query to the healthcare ministry asking for your data. So thousands of people were trying to pass biometric confirmation of their data. So it proved to be unfunctional, and biometric approval was cancelled. So the way it works now, it had to be done back in June, but the interference of the Digital Transformation Ministry has led to delays. As a result, less people had been vaccinated than required. So I blame the Digital Ministry. They have not begged a pardon for that yet. But the idea is very interesting in general, because this is actually the first digital document which has been so widespread. So the EODCC format is supported in more than 40 countries of the world. So, for example, earlier it was used by only in the biometric passports. After that, this is the first example of a self-sustainable digital document which works offline. So we didn't have such a thing before the epidemic. Maybe if you have any specifying questions, I will be happy to answer. Well, this is not a question to Sean, but still I have a question. Question to Miss Lydia. Lydia is out of staff advisor to the Parliamentary Committee for the Issues of Digitalization. She used to be a chair of many working groups to prepare draft laws and other rules and regulations. Lydia, can you tell us how can we do, how can we use this multi-stakeholder approach? We have experts who suggest something, who criticize something. How can we make their voices heard? What is your opinion on this? And we would like to hear your reflections on the topic of COVID and digital transformation as well. Greetings to all the audience. Thank you for giving me the floor. In general, Sean has given a very detailed explanation regarding the use of electronic documents. All the countries were hurrying to test the usage of electronic documents with trans-border transfer of data, in fact, if we talk in legal language.
And of course, such conditions, they left its trace of how it was used, implemented, and there were certain gaps. I cannot, unlike Sean, give the assessment of the Ministry of the Digital Transformation because I'm a lawyer, no technical specialist. The point of view of there's some technical implementations, but from the point of view of the lawyer, I had some questions. First thing I wanted to say before we start discussing the COVID topic, due to the latest research of OECD that does many different researches in those countries of its member states, more than 40% make SMEs in all countries which were researched. What does it say about? It means these are all individuals or self-employed or legal entities where there are less than 250 persons employed or working at these enterprises. So all these enterprises, in fact, are in the risk zone on the digitalization, and they are such that require support by the state to develop some services. I'm telling you this because COVID has defined and highlighted those negative moments which need to be supported by the states. For example, it's the digital skills development, cyber hygiene, or use of computer due to last researches of this organization in 2019, 40% of these SMEs used computers. So of course, such quantity of users, which got into a new world of internet, new for them, a new digital world for them, and test these services online without knowing the risks behind it, they make a big gap in security of any country and any organization, because it is a huge deal of people who are just pressing the buttons, not knowing what they're doing. When we give them such powerful services like electronic trustworthy services or the digital signature using which they can sign the document that they maybe didn't even read, because per statistics, most people who go on any website and see some policy of confidentiality or personal data protection that consists of at least 12 pages, first thing they do, the first 2 seconds, they press the button to accept without even reading what they are agreeing to. So this mass of people, 60% of population, more than half of the planet, who are just clicking and agreeing with something they don't understand, they have such powerful tools upon which their fate can depend on. Tomorrow they can sign using digital signatures, some papers for transplantation, and so on. So this is the biggest risk today that is connected with the digital services which are given in hands of citizens who do not understand even half of what they're doing. And in my opinion, any state programs and support programs are to be aimed at giving citizens the information before they start using these services. As for, there were remarks and a lot has been discussed on the single digital market. And I understand, I read Sean on Facebook and I can even support him in some things, but I would like to remind the portal DIA, first information appeared in 2012, and it's been 10 years. We have the 5th iteration of the single portal where we try to unite provision of administrative services or electronic administrative services now, and we try to develop this single portal. So what have we achieved? In 2021, still the majority started using the mobile app because it's more convenient for them. And there is a logical explanation due to the fact the majority of citizens have access to internet using their mobile internet, because the broadband access is not available for so many citizens as the mobile connection. So that's a wonderful user of our internet. And we can actually, I agree with the conditions of confidentiality. So that's in brief what I wanted to say. Moreover, the certificates appeared now, and there's a big hype of how it is all implemented. Frankly speaking, we have been working for a year with PCR tests, and those who try to go abroad, they know that on the border, nobody tests them, not in this direction, not in another direction. They just check the presence of documents, the QR code that is put on the PCR test that will show for passport is there. There's a possibility to verify it. And basically for a year, we have existed without use of additional services. And now there's a new one, and use of these certificates. And me as a user, I have a question. Because why do we have to have it also complicated? We could just, on the paper certificate, like just like PCR test, to apply the QR code. And if somebody is willing, This QR code could enter into an e-health system, which could provide the information for the verification, and there would be no mediator. As for personal data processing and sensitive personal data processing, some applications, some information of the person saying that this document doesn't contain them, as for the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine and what is to be in the certificate. There is part of such data there. And of course, all of the safety measures, they are to be the same ones as for the sensitive personal data. That is why, as for your question, Oksana, about stakeholders, and my experience as a moderator in many working groups of the Committee on the Digital Transformation, I should say the following. In any working group, we always have represented all stakeholders. I always analyze if we lack some part. I invite those people who can represent the missing stakeholders. And there's always the problem with the stakeholder from business, who don't want to spend that time on development of the legislation that they could be okay with, but they only join on the stage when, when throwing different subjects between the first and two reading, when there's work in the room that is already being finalized, instead of on the preparation stage of the documents, when they are only prepared, the opinions of everyone could be heard and included. Previously, I have discussed the law on media. I have recently done a research whether in Ukraine today we can ban some content. And that was a phrase just like in Russia. Can we build an analog of Roskomnadzor? And I said a categoric no, referring to Mr. former president of Ukraine, Kuchma. And the legislation also doesn't allow it, because it's only possible on the basis of the decision of the judge. And even if the law on media is approved, it will still require amendments to the law on the copyright and adjacent rights, where this norm is envisaged only by the court decision. Those rights can be protected. As for the regulators, of course, this regulator cannot be, because we know the directive that such regulator cannot be involved in the content. So even if there is such body, is going to be the Commission on the Questions of Television and Radio. After the adoption of law, it will be audiovisual services and so on. So if we get to this question, implementation is possible only in such a way to give this regulator the right to somehow interact with business, which is going to be willing to provide their own rights, the copyright, and to somehow involve the content. There is another open question is big platforms. European Union is trying to include it into their legislation, developing two big regulations on its account. But the latest data tell us that the voting should take place in November, but it is postponed to February because stakeholders did not come a mutual consent. So there are discussions that are ongoing, and we are following them, because in the parliament very soon there will be the law on the electronic trade. And I know this draft law is developed, and I think they will be based on the documents which are present in EU. As Yulia said correctly, we have no choice. We have signed the association agreement. And I agree here with and say that, I agree with the phrase that Ukraine has its own path, but then you have to decide, are we really going to the EU that demands the regulation, the one they have, and we can only do it by developing the legislation that EU has? Or do we stop and create our own digital sovereignty? Because clearly that on the one hand, we do not have very friendly neighbors. On the other hand, there are Chinese technologies, 70% of them used in electronic communications of equipment. And on the third side, we have big friendly relations with the USA. And as far as I can judge from the official messages of press services of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, there are certain agreements on use of Amazon platform to build the next census, all Ukrainian census, in 2030 using Amazon platform and technologies. Well, I think as a lawyer, I can only say one thing. Of course, we can give it a try, but how do we implement it? Well, if without emotions, it will be very difficult, because we have to decide. Do we also transfer personal data cross-border of our entire country to the USA? Or do we develop some preventive mechanisms, or are we leaving them on this territory, as it says says in the law on cloud services, and we only process them on this territory, and then and Amazon has to come here and to build here data center. So analyzing the information coming from different sources, I can say that I'm confused. I cannot confidently say that I understand the strategy and the policy of where we are going. Are we staying in the digital sovereignty, or are we moving to the USA or to the EU or somewhere else? I hope that we're not going to move somewhere else. So if in brief, Oksana, I hope that I didn't, go beyond the topic that you asked me about. So thank you for your attention. If there are questions, I'm ready to answer them. Lilia, thank you. If I may, don't doubt, there will be questions and comments and remarks and objections. First of all, I would like to warn Sean that he's now connected, that where he can only listen to it. So he has to, or he can just press the microphone. I think that he has to reconnect. I wanted to ask Lilia, Dmitro, I beg your pardon, Dmitro, can you hear me? I beg your pardon. I have no doubt that right now there's going to be a hectic discussion, so I would really want to give floor to Anastasia, who is the moderator of the Youth IGF and who is going to present the results of the survey.
And results of the Youth Forum. So participants, during their registration, they had to answer to the question on COVID impact on their lives. I think it would be interesting to listen to Anastasia, and then we will get back to the discussion. So Anastasia, please. Yes, greetings. Good day. I am giving the floor to you. Please. Hello. Yes. I will try to be very brief, because we have very interesting issues for discussion today. Thank you for inviting me to present this information and to participate in your forum. Yesterday we had a youth forum of IGF. I've been its moderator. During the registration, we were asking our participants several questions to representatives of the youth segment of Ukraine, whether they have noticed any changes in their digital or usual life during the pandemic, everyday life, what is their attitude to forced online education, or that they were forced to work online. And these are the results. Of course, most of the people felt the changes after the pandemic and the lockdown started, and we had to move to online format. Some people say that those changes drastically changed their lives. And almost half of the respondents say that the changes are noticeable, but it was easy to adapt because they actively use internet and it wasn't difficult for them. Another issue was, well, whether the respondents had possibility to visit educational institutions or their work offline. Well, we wanted to understand whether our respondents really stuck to online format and whether they would honestly answer other questions. For example, whether online format had an impact on their rights on the internet, whether they felt any discomfort. On the screen, we can see that 70% used online format. We know that most of the Ukrainian universities transferred to online distant education. And according to the results of the next question, the next question shows as follows. This question was the most important, most interesting for me. It has a lot of value. Do you personally feel the benefits of studying or working online? Because for some people, it saves time. You don't have to go anywhere. You can sit at home and study. On the other hand, some people felt discomfort because of the disruptions in the internet. Some people find it difficult to install some software. So some of the people said that it was more difficult for them to study online. They noted also that professors or their employers didn't want to help them if you had problems with connections, if you were not able to connect online. And it was also interesting to see that the respondents suggested to use a combined type of studies, offline meetings and online technologies at the same time. For example, theoretical material could be presented online and they could meet offline for some practical tasks, some work in laboratories. During the previous forum, we did some other polls among young people, whether the role of internet changed in life of our respondents and in which directions. As you can see, the majority says that, of course, the internet occupies a large portion of their life. They have to be online a lot of time, and in many spheres, they use internet even more, or sometimes only internet format. A question whether your rights have been violated, online rights were violated. Most of the people said that no. Only 5% said that they felt some discrimination. So in the open questions, this was explained by the unstable internet connection, and some people noted that they were even censored online. I believe that this should be the end of my report. I will leave some time for discussion. And as a conclusion, I can say that, of course, online format is not a difficult thing to do. A lot of young people use it, but most people would like to have some real meetings, some real contact between teachers and students or employers and employees. Anastasia, thank you a lot for this very interesting presentation. I have a specifying question. So this slide is from the previous year, right? This year, we did not use this question, whether the rights were violated during journal. Yes. From the third slide, I noted that this is the statistics from the previous year. Because this year we had other results, so thank you. Thanks a lot. I would like to invite everybody for discussion. Sean is still a listener. Dmitro, please, are you here? Are you with us? Yes, I hear. It's great that everybody is. Well, I think that we still have a way to go in digitalization. People need to understand what digital signature is, what a certificate is. They can't give their telephone to their children because children can buy something online or sign some documents with the adult signature. So I think that this is really a problem regarding the computer literacy and computer security, hardware security, as well as internet security. I need to protect my computer from my neighbors in the apartment or in the collective residence. Another kind of security is online security, on how to correctly, for example, how to correctly use your browser, what applications you should or shouldn't download. Should you use App Store or some other downloading portals? Really, people really like to use electronic documents because they are more convenient, but the government was not able to train people on how to better use digital services, digital communication between them and the government. There are a lot of people who can use their smartphones, who could add their bank cards to their as a payment methods to their Android or phone. For example, if you use the DIA application, you can also use a number of services. You can get a certificate with your signature, but you need to understand that with your signature, you allow your telephone to do some actions on your behalf. You can use your signature to really do some other important activities. As we can compare ourselves to Russia. I can't say that we should take example from Russia, but this is not the only example of the program use. I think that we need to discriminate between different tasks for different applications. There should be separate application for passport, healthcare, car, or real estate, instead of using one unified application, because this is a principle of informational security. I don't want to take too much time. Please let us listen to our experts. Thanks a lot for the comment, Dmitry. I don't agree that we need to have a dozen applications on our smartphones. Instead, we need to do the awareness raising campaigns. For example, the digitalization minister said that his grandmother was not able to do facial recognition and to obtain a digital certificate. He says that it is very difficult to understand for older people. So what if I ask my mother what those nodding and facial recognition means? She would say that she doesn't understand what that means. Older people, in most cases, have no logical connection, have no logical chain, that when you show your face, when you shake your face, This means that you are doing an electronic signature with a number of consequences. Most of the people who were doing this, they don't even know where the signature is stored, or how can you abandon or cancel your electronic signature. Maybe Sean will be able to tell me whether you can cancel your signature, electronic signature. Well, if you want to cancel your electronic signature, you need to send a paper letter. As for the vaccination, you need to send a paper letter to the government agency of healthcare, and they will do it. So what if they do a typo or mistake? No, I'm talking about the signature itself. I'm not talking about the typos or mistakes in the certificate. I'm talking about canceling or withdrawing my digital signature. As I say, well, you need to send a paper application, and it would be discussed. It will be considered for 2 weeks. And well, we still don't have electronic notaries, so people would not be able to sell several apartments on your behalf. So far, electronic notary services are lagging behind. These are only plans, but as soon as this becomes possible, we need to have the society with high internet literacy, high digital literacy, who could understand the consequences of their activities. I'm not criticizing the Ministry of Digital Transformation. I feel I'm even sorry for them. I feel empathy for them. I can see that they have to do an enormous amount of work. They have to do the awareness-raising campaigns. They have to do the teaching and training. They have to work on the unified digital market, on electronic signature. They need to work on transformation of digitalization of work of all the government agencies. I feel sorry for them. In their shoes, I wouldn't agree to that. I have some experience in the public service, but I would never agree to such an experiment. It's like you signing some documents sitting on a fire, and you have to do a lot of things. You have COVID, you have other problems, you have cybersecurity, you have deadlines. I understand that their life is very, very difficult. Well, I would like to add something in this regard. Well, I feel sorry for them, but Sean has another opinion.
Well, the thing is, the Ministry of Digital Transformation quite often is trying to solve those issues that they have created on their own, out of nowhere, only because initially there was no project and nobody thought about the way it was going to work like. I will give you a few examples. In Switzerland, when you get vaccinated, they print your certificate out right away on paper. In Ireland, you can leave your mail address and they will send you the certificate via mail. Even in such leader IT industry as Moldova, you can go just to the website of the Ministry of Health, enter your ID and date of birth and get the certificate right away without digital signatures, which were unnecessary, the initial, without biometric identification. So all these problems can be well solved, where the medicine is for doctors, police officers for their work, and the Ministry on Digital Transformation, which are present in many countries. They're trying to transform other ministries, not to pull on them the functions that are not peculiar for them. I want to comment a bit. The Ministry of Digital Transformation was created in order to make all those functions of our ministries and to do the re-engineering of them and to make them available and clear for the citizens. And what we see is
are the first attempts of what had to happen, but this is their direct task. They get into all of the processes from the legal and technical point of view because the provision is obliging them to do it. And as you are saying, to create the problems out of nowhere, and they create this problem not only to themselves but also for us. I think it would have been more useful, and from the last discussion that we have seen, is trying to bring on all of the stakeholders on the question of the cybersecurity. You know which discussion I'm talking about, and I see that as a consumer, not as a employee of the committee, but you should ask the consumers more, those consumers which are not presented on the internet today. Because from the point of view on what is happening with vaccination and the number of myths existing concerning vaccination, you understand that such myths exist about internet. Moreover, sometimes these are the same people who are not willing to get vaccinated and do not want to approach computer and don't want these services. They want, give me that paper so that nobody, has business with me. Nobody picks up on them. They are afraid of these modern technologies. They think that the vaccine is to inject a chip into their bodies, and they are creating these myths not to do it. So I hope that the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the wide information campaigns will be held not among only from 20 till 30. Yes, they're all in the internet, but what about the category 55 plus and so on? They don't even have access to the internet today. I'm speaking about those villages where the amalgamated community is 70 kilometers away from the center of where they live. So here I hope a lot that will be heard, that our discussion will be heard, and more efforts will be put to explain that this is okay, that you can apply the mobile app on certain conditions, but they need to be taught what to do to connect to it, what needs to be controlled, which information must be controlled by them, and what is personal data. Most citizens think they don't have personal data. My last training among one representatives of the authority, and I'm asking them, are you processing personal data? And they say no. And I'm asking them, what is your name? He gives his name, and I said, we have already now processed this personal data. People don't think that their name, last name, address, date of birth, ID, the digital signature, they don't associate it with personal data. They have to understand that this is the same thing, that they are the only owners of these data and they are to control them in any system. This is the first task, I think. Of course, COVID makes its amendments and we have to quickly put some tasks into practice. But sometimes I want to say, don't hit the actor. He plays the way he acts the way he can. We have grown up in this country, and me as a professor at one of the universities, I can tell you, here we see that the majority of those who sometimes work in the departments, agencies, who bought diplomas from those who were selling it, given their knowledge and things that are done by them. So this fault shouldn't be put on a certain person, the ministry. It's our own reflection. Lida, I would like to intervene and thank you for a very interesting comment. By the way, when you said that in the working groups, private sector lacks, it seems to me that the users are also missing from there.
And you raised another question: who has the right to represent these users? Because the question of the fake users that we have discussed last year and the previous session is vitally important, and I have no answer what to do about it. I will disagree here with the fake representatives formulation. We have just like users, the users just like representatives, the representatives just like the users. So users like representatives. They do have this information. I see you are nodding. I know what you want to say. You want to say that these are still representatives of some business. They represent somebody's interests, and saying that they are representing the interests of the users. We had lots of consumers representatives, and indeed there's a problem. The latest research we did in the electronic commerce, this gap was detected. But I should tell you that the state can do nothing until users unite themselves. It is the movement that has to be from the bottom. You cannot stimulate it, because they will not be fake ones, only when people realize, just like with the condominium, that they have to unite to solve some problem. There must be some critical mass to some critical situation when it can lead to some movement, just like we had in Maidan, for example, when the consumers unite against some process. Because we don't manage well to before, but against something, that's a tradition in Ukraine. So if there is something people are ready to unite against, like millions of users, this movement will be then aimed very well. So the consumers are complaining and the state is complaining that they don't unite. I think this is incorrect point of view. I think that the state exists on account of citizens and residents, consumers. But most importantly, the state can make decisions for people. But when there is understanding that there is no consensus, I would like to refer the internet practice that Alex Semeniaka mentioned, or Mr. Anisimov, how internet governance works. Internet governance, it has the principle of consensus. If you see that there is 60% to 40, it's incorrect, even if it's 90 to 10. Because if we compare it to DIA, not all people have smartphone. Not all people have the citizenship of Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have 500,000 of residents who have only the document, or they're refugees from Belarus who are temporarily here. So I have the temporary document. There are people who reside here on the regular base, but they are teenagers, and that there are people who are blind, but they also want to get vaccinated, or there are people who have smartphones, but it's of low quality. There are some even people have smartphones with no front camera still. And all of this shows that the state is promoting discrimination, because people who do not have full access to internet, to smartphones, good videos, so they are left behind. I know that there are people who live in the USA, they get vaccinated and get the American paper. It's a card. It says first vaccination, second vaccination, and the stamp. But they can't enter some supermarket because they were told, but this is not DIA or some American card. It's not a joke, it's true. So I think it's incorrect. Like alternative paper documents, which can be issued by the doctors or maybe the administrative service center, I think it's okay, because people might want to have the paper document. That happens. I completely agree with you. Well, people today didn't even use the mechanism of electronic petition. they have the mechanism in which way they can do it, they can at least try to voice this question. And perhaps if more than 25,000 will be users will somehow object or ask to provide them their own to protect their human rights, not digital rights, maybe it's possible. But even without uniting or creating separate institutions where there are only two Ukrainians, this mechanism can also be tried on. It seems to me Sean wanted to say another thing. I would like to remind you about ISOC Ukraine. It's a separate topic, but there is an organization like this. It's a bit different. Sean, are you here? Would you like to say? Yes, I'm here. I have nothing to add. Initially, if there was a requirement from EU connected with non-discrimination so that the same certificates were available in any format. Here you can get it either via app DIA or portal DIA, because the certificates are visualized in DIA instead of creating them with a single system of health protection where they were supposed to be. And now it turns out that we have to organize ourselves somehow, sign some petitions, and maybe even have meetings, so that the Ministry of Digital Transformation started preparing specifications and the instruction of the EU. Maybe it's time to change something in our ministry. Lilia? Maybe we have to or need to do it. But Sean, you do everything that you can, right? And you try to do it publicly. How much time did you spend? I mean, you are read, and I know that the ministry is regularly reading you, but globally, and I understand that unfortunately conclusions were not made. I'm not saying that we are definitely to organize ourselves and to sign petitions. I'm just suggesting options to solve the future tasks, including, because the next tasks that will go after the portal and the mobile app will be the tasks of the second order, electronic notary, very serious things that influence the property right, and some things that there is no way back. So if you see that your consultations about certificates in Facebook led to some
to cancellation of some unnecessary things. As for the next stage, I believe that we need to start discussion with the stakeholders on how this should be implemented. Maybe we should provide some recommendations to the ministry on our vision of different processes, to provide your vision to the ministry as technical experts. I'm not a technician, I'm a lawyer, and I can only tell some things about personal data protection. I'm not an expert in all things possible. I can only give some advice in my field of work, and my 20 years of experience give me the right to do this. Well, I will tell you, as to a lawyer, I don't believe that we will have some powerful organization to represent interests of the users, but I believe that the only way to change the situation is the judiciary practice, is bringing people to responsibility for violations of laws, for failure, for publishing restricted information, and we need to bring perpetrators to justice. We need to bring all the guilty people and involved people to justice, so users can see that their rights can be protected, and something can be changed. Yes, we need great advocacy support. Yes, you are right. But in order to protect your rights in court, you need to know about your rights. And we are getting back to the first item of our discussion. Moreover, Anastasia was telling us about the youth, the position of youth, of young people. At least most of young people know what digital rights are, and they are more or less their essence and how they are expressed. But as for the older population groups, elderly people, there may be different options. They may have no clue that their rights are violated. So they are told to do this and that, and they just do it. So you are saying that this is the first point of discussion. What are we discussing? So we are lacking cyber hygiene or cyber literacy? No, we are not discussing this. This is a fact. Dmitro, please. I can see that Sean was trying to start to talk several times. Yes, yes. I would like to add, you have said some things about our subsequent steps, about the digital notary service. This is an even a greater problem than the lack of literacy or lack of devices, because in several years in Ukraine, there have been 2 cases when digital keys were issued to an unreal person or to another person. So when we had the electronic declaration systems, and there was a false signature of Prosecutor General Ryaboshabka, and there was also a false signature of President Biden under the petition to the President of Ukraine. And there were different versions of what had happened. The investigation was not conducted in the both cases, and nothing has changed in this regard. How can we trust to digital signatures if they are issued to anyone? Also, if we visit Prozoro right now, if we search JKS, we can see that digital signatures have been loaded to the website as a mistake. So we can just download other people's digital signatures and break their passwords by selection. So it's impossible to talk about digital notarial services, public notary services, because digital signature idea is already compromised. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. I would like to add that not all people understand the difference between withdrawal of your key or withdrawal of your document. These are very different things, and it needs a lot of time to discuss. If we don't have any comments or questions or remarks, I don't see anything so far. I would suggest, we still have 5 minutes. I suggest to discuss the conclusions. So, pandemic has expedited the digitalization of the country and increased the role of internet in everyone's life. So our government agencies were not ready for this, as well as the population, which is lacking cyber hygiene and cyber literacy. What can we do about this? We need to call for more responsibility of the government agencies, among other things, through court claims, and we need to improve the awareness of the population as well. These are my conclusions. If you want, you can add. I would like to add we have raised this issue about the delimitation or unbundling of different applications. We need to distinguish the risks. So, for example, a submarine, if it has only one room, in case of a leakage, the entire boat will die. If you have 10 separate premises, if one premise has a leak, the submarine will be able to float. You need to protect the devices protect people in the same way. We need to have different databases for digital signatures. For example, we need to have another base for real estate rights, asset rights. We need to have separate databases for court decisions and so on. So the main mistake of our Ministry of Digitalization, they want to be the entire ministry, the entire database of everything. Should not be copying the data into a single register. Instead, we need to have different separated registers, and separate pieces of information need to be used only for separate purposes. We should not be storing all the information in a single register. After the use, the information should be destroyed. A single register seems to be a simple decision, but it also bears a lot of risks of information stealth, of using outdated information. Now, for example, in Great Britain, there is Data.gov UK. They have a very good example, very good practice. They have digital public notary services, digital letter exchanges with the government. We can use their experience. We should have the Ministry of Digital Transformation, not the Ministry of Digital Centralization as we have today. Could you sum it up in one sentence? So we need to pay attention to the dangers of centralization of data, of centralized storage of data in only one ministry. Dangers of centralization, of centralized storage of information. So we need to have a distributed risks management policy, and we need to take into account the global experience in this regard. We need to look at some other countries, how they are doing it in the European Union, or, for example, in our region. Anyone else would like to say something? If not, my sincere thanks to everybody. I hope it was very interesting, and I hope really that this will be heard and this will make some consequences of our discussion. I wish you all the best. Goodbye. Thanks to all the participants, all people who have made their reports and comments. Thank you.
Good day, dear all. We are starting our session, the title of which is The Impact of Policy on the Internet and on Technical Solutions in the Internet. So we start our session, the title of which is The Impact of Policy on the Internet and on Technical Solutions in the Internet. I'm sorry, there is probably some technical error because the same phrase keeps on being repeated. So basically we hear the same phrase already for 3 times. Something went wrong. Okay, let's do it one more time. So can we start now? Good day, dear participants. So let's start our session, The Impact of Policy on the Internet and on Technical Solutions in the Internet. Well, we hear the echo of the same phrase. I would like to give floor for the small introduction on the world, events that led. It echoes again. I'm not clear what exactly has been said. Well, that's a very wonderful effect. Well, I hope that we have managed it. So now the floor is given to Alexey Semenyako from RIPE NCC. So I will have a short introduction. Actually, I also hear me, actually, and it is repeating. I don't know what to do with this. There's no echo right now. Now it echoes again. Echo appears. Maybe we should reconnect and we'll have the first speaker because this will take some time. Let's reconvene. Ой, сейчас. Ну, спікери говорять, а в них іде ехо. Вони сказали фразу, вона 3 рази після того, як вони сказали, повторюється. А називається мероприятие So things that happen on the internet and what we have in the code of the Russian Federation, there are traditions that are followed. Some of the internet standards can be re-standardized by the international organizations, and then they are standardized in the national standard organizations. But things that the entire internet is based on, in fact, is not the state standards. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, the state, if it doesn't see that something obliges it, it thinks that they know better. Such regimes like in Russia or the post-Soviet countries, they think they know best what's better for the citizens. That's why they can offer to ban some terroristic content or some profanity and others. But how to fulfill this ban or any other laws, they don't think about it. They are saying, you are to know how to do it. So that leads to interesting consequences. The main principle that led, in my opinion, I think you will agree, to success of internet is the principle of the simple network smart framework. That the entire network from one end to another end doesn't know what they are transferring. But for the state, this principle doesn't work. They think those who transfer data, they are to know something about what they're doing. And as a result, we have lawful intercept, something that the state is using to intercept communication to fight terrorism or crimes. But in Russia, it ended in 100% intercept of entire traffic. For the past years in Russia, they are looking for the necessity to store traffic, not longer than 3 months, up to 5 years. I'm sorry. During some time, this is going to increase. And in the same way, the state demands from the operator to limit access to the illegal content, not to find this content in manufacturers or in some, those who do it illegally, but to oblige the operator. And these declared goals are not going to coincide with the goals that why this legislation is introduced. And Russia is a good example. The filtration of content was done to filtrate, to protect children, to fight terrorism. But we see that in reality, the services to block that were developed in Russia, they turned into the services for, the limitations for the political content, to filtrate opposition, or for the questions of, not decent competition and so on. So they can filter any content that violates copyright and so on. Apart from that, within the framework of counteracting terrorism, there is the necessity to identify the user at any connection. If you come to Russia, they will sell you the SIM card only with your ID, and you can only connect public Wi-Fi by authorization. And the general trend of such political impact by the state lies in the following: that the state adopts some law, waits for it to start working for those objectives that it was designed for. For example, like special services can get easy ways to find the oppositional policies and to, find them. And then that law doesn't work, we adopt another law and so on. So apart from that, the state is trying to introduce more subjects of regulation. If traditionally in Russia, the first regulation on blockage of content were only by the licensed operators, and then they created the news aggregates, the bloggers, or special class of organizers for dissemination of information, and now we have the owners of the numbers of autonomous systems. Next slide. At the same time, at the session today. We have the representatives of RIPE NCC and ICANN who were wondering why the society from the Eastern Europe doesn't participate sufficiently. Well, in the government circles of Russia, there is a certain reverse cargo cult. So the public organizations and associations who are not real, or they are just supporting the will of the government or some oligarch group. So our legislators, our authorities think that it's the same happens in the West, that industrial amalgamations are under control of some authority, and ICANN is definitely controlled by the government of the USA. RIPE NCC is also controlled by the USA government via control with the EU, Netherlands, and so on. A very famous quote by Putin is that internet has been designed by CIA and is developing in that way. And in the Russian society, this opinion exists, and this influences how the laws are designed. Next slide. So finally, in Russia, the law was adopted on the sovereign internet. It's a new level that hasn't been seen in the democratic states. The old dream of the Russian regime is to control internet. And what is it based on? Initially, many years ago, when the law on communication was adopted, internet was recognized as a communication network of general use. And it was equal to the phone network. And since in the traditional phone standards from the International Union of Communication, there was no regulation for internet, so it didn't influence anything. There was no need to get the license for the services of communication. On the other hand, it protected the operators because, for example, the equipment had to be certified. And after adoption of the laws, this mass interception was implemented on the certain level 2 or 3 years later because of the procedure. Because the procedures took a lot of time. But Russia tried to install control over internet via procedures of the UN and International Union of Telecommunications. So they didn't manage to. So they decided to have the sovereign internet. But nobody allows and nobody prohibits to do so. So that's how we got the sovereign internet. And in this draft law, the control over technical infrastructure was introduced. And please pay attention, the control was introduced over technical infrastructure, not content, not something else, but that's the formulation which let this kind of regulation out of the attention of the human rights human rights organizations. But in the sovereign internet, there was finally envisaged some control over domain names and technical infrastructure. And at the same time, in this regulation, they use a very ambiguous and non-standard formulations. Like they use the term like the owner, the owners of the resources, which is not in line with the English term. And also they introduce the registers and the obligation to be part of it. So if in legislation it said that someone had to join it, then later on there will be another regulation that will demand the participant of some register to implement.
And the most important thing, which is not seen by the international community, the actual governance is on the documents on the lowest level. We have laws, we have bylaws or secondary legislation, we have adopted some other things, but the control over resources is in the instructions, which is an affiliate or subdivision of a regulator. On the lowest level, those instructions are not in the public domain, they are secret, but for their violation, you can be punished. Next slide, please. The law on the sovereign internet is approved by the subdivisions of the regulator. So this is a center of internet management. In the law, the internet is a public use network, and this network has a control center or management center. As I have said, we had no public discussions of the documents. Those documents were adopted secretly in the agencies. And I have to say that regional courts already have some judicial practice, already have some precedents. So Roskomnadzor is not, has a lot of regional units. So the courts started to put penalties on the operators for failure to connect to the monitoring center. I will tell you during the next slides on how they need to connect, and what the Western mass media is saying, is talking a lot. These are the trainings on how to disconnect the internet. The law was adopted in order to prevent disconnection of Russia from the global internet, but in fact they are doing the opposite thing. Next slide, please. The violation of the principle simple network and intellectual borders. This law introduces technical equipment to withstand these threats. So this is the equipment that should have protected the Russian internet from external threats. But in fact, these are boxes located near the users, near the base stations, and functionally, well, they are protecting the internet from the Russian users, and they fulfill the function of control, of user control. For example, we know about slowing down of Twitter. So this equipment is based on the Linux. They are fulfilling the middle box functions that are characteristics that can be done on Linux. Next slide, please. Well, as for the numerical resources, this unofficial standard RFC included the Lira system for the resources distribution. In our region, this is done by RIPE NCC, according to the RIPE politics, the regulations of the community. But I have to say that a long time ago, well, this is not a relevant suggestion, but there was a document, RIPE 167, when some of the Russian actors offered separate RIR to work with resources of the former Soviet Union. They already were in control of the upper level domain names, top domain names, and they were trying to do this. In Russia, they say that Ukrainian and Baltic nationalists did not allow them to do this. Thanks a lot. Otherwise, we would have sovereign internet much earlier in our country. So, within the control of numerical resources, for example, allocation of telephone bands, Russia did not succeed to do it on the international level, but they introduced runs, registers of address numerical resources, in which the owners of the numerical systems, well, it has a very difficult definition and wording. It has this term has several meanings in the Russian Federation. The owners of the numbers of the autonomous systems need to get registered in the register, and they need to report about the routing and numerical resources. This is important. If they have already registered their routing policy in the RIPE database, they have the possibility of import and squeezing. And those resources from RIPE just automatically go into this database. If you have an autonomous system, and you will be fined. According to the law, the government is authorized to approve your routing policy. Yes, the government has this authority, and you have gave it up. given it up. And even they can give you many controlling options. They can control you. But so far, on the technical level, it has not been reached. And accordingly, there is no technical possibility to do it so far. I will tell about it in more details on English language at the RIPE meeting later. Now, let us move on to the domain names. So the domain name system, again, this is a very big list of documents of RFC created by the community. It refers to the root servers. They have instances in the entire country. It seems to be great. But from the point of view of the equipment, all your root servers is the hints file, which is located on the server, or your server, or your provider's server. I would like to remind you that US government, within IANA transition program, totally rejected, totally abandoned this structure. I would like to underline that the US government no longer controls the system, and I can continue to be responsible for the stability, reliability of work, and the quality of work. But what happens in Russia? In Russia, we have a national system of domain names. In the same way, the Center of Management and Monitoring has issued an instruction. It has only 4 pages, examples of configuration for several popular domain DNS servers. And I allowed myself to show several examples. I think that if you have configured servers, you will see it, that in the national system of domain names of Russian Federation has no root servers, it has no ICANN. Owner of a numerical resource of an autonomous system is obliged to configure its name service to get the root zone from one of these addresses listed here, or transfer it to themselves, or they should use one of the listed addresses as a forwarder, or they should give their clients those addresses that you have here. As there is no more ICANN in the Russian Federation. Some time ago, the operators and owners were said that you can connect and use usual DNS and this national sovereign DNS in one of the latest court procedures connected to penalties for the operator who refused to connect. Representatives of the Roskomnadzor said that only this can be used, no other things. So who is implementing this in the Russian Federation? An instruction has been published by the Monitoring Center and Management, which was approved by the representative of the Moscow Internet Exchange. They have internet subdivision, so if you don't believe me, please, you can see the IP addresses on the previous slide. They have been dedicated or allocated to the Internet Exchange. Alexander, please speak a bit slower. I know that this is a painful problem for you, but please be slow. Last slide. During the previous session, representatives of RIPE NCC, Alexander Semeniakas, told us, why are you asking us to tell our government that the government is doing wrong thing? But yes, indeed, it does wrong things. The government does not listen to the Russian citizens. Who would they listen to? Who can tell our government that they are doing some strange things? We know that interference of the government into the internet operation have already resulted into 2 problems. Ukrainian websites of Ukrainian users were blocked by the Russian operators because of the Russian blockages. According to the resolution of Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko, some Cloudflare connections were disrupted. So if a government adopts a resolution, the consequences may be global. Of course, in California or Netherlands, it's very difficult to understand what is happening in Russia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Central Asia. But our life is not like in your countries. For example, a communication minister will not harm other communication minister. ICANN is governed by the former communications minister, and I cannot explain to him that communications regulations are different in different countries. At least they understand principles of work of the civil organizations in the West, and they can, well, they can abuse their authorities. Let us listen to the civil organizations. We will have the time to discuss the current situation because Russia is way ahead of the entire world. And we can see that many countries take Russia as an example. Kazakhstan is using the experience of Russia in regulation. Belarus is also following Russia. They are actively interfering into the internet infrastructure. They say that several hours ago, they started certificate attacks. A lot of countries are following the example of Russia. So, where are the global organizations looking? So, if you have any questions, please. Svetlana, do you have slides in English? Yes, you will have a report on the RIPE meeting. I will have a similar presentation during the RIPE meeting, and I have similar slides, maybe with some different focus, but they will be in English. I'm sorry, Vesna, because it's difficult to talk in English about peculiarities of the Russian legislation. So like the owners of the autonomous systems, they have a lot of Soviet era definitions and terminology, which is difficult for translation, but I will try to do it for the right meeting. Thank you for your emotional introduction to our section. I would like to ask Mr. Semenyaka to make a general overview of the experience in different countries, not only in Russia. Well, I will just point out some things which influenced our decision to organize this section. I will be brief. We are witnessing the situation in which really the government just were surprised to see that they have internet. They were surprised to see this thing, and this is called internet. There is a good saying, when you have a sledgehammer, any problem seems a nail. And this is what is happening in this case. Let us look at the actual situation. The main function of the government is regulations and limitations. This is what they can do in an efficient manner. Most often, they
have... Well, okay. It can also be control, perhaps. But that's already something for discussion. We are observing that the reaction to the internet globally over the world is the following. Because there are realities which origin because of the difference in the realities. like internet realities and the traditional politics reality. And there are a few examples to make it clear that Russia, Ukraine, or EU, they are not the only ones in this. So, like example number one, it's the story that ended well. Well, but sort of well. In one of the aspects, as we all know, in August, the American troops left Afghanistan. And Taliban, they got the power. And when this process of authority replacement took place, they were concerned with a single question. There is the Afghanistan domain of upper level, and there are Talibs that are under international sanctions because on the international level, it is recognized as a terroristic organization, and servicing the AF domain, is it okay? How? What is it going to look like? How will it work? The domain AF is not a big domain, not so many records there. That's why they use services of two organizations, which are providing the technology that allows to increase the visibility. I'm sorry, the connection is poor. So there must be taken some measures that can have an impact on the domain AF. And these discussions indeed, so there was a 2-week period of very hot discussions and many different opinions were expressed. I should say it right away that they got control over the ministry, and the domain is managed by the ministry as it is a state authority, but not by Taliban. And as a result, it was a consensus decision was adopted that no changes for domain will follow. And the domain didn't change its visibility. It remained on the internet and still continues functioning just like it used to. But we live in our internet world. And for those who don't know, there is the term is nativism. Quite often on the international events, people identify themselves in this way. So there are those who live in this internet with all the realities, with the protocols, records, resources, and then the real politics comes in and says, I have a sanction for you. And then there's a question what to do next. Another example, also with the one that's ended well, but also is very showy, Belgium, the EU country, in which there's a question of the copyright violation. So the violation of the legislation on copyright. And in the Belgium law, after long processes, because you understand it's Europe, and all this paperwork, it's a long-lasting process, but as a result, they have the legal norm according to which the operators of connections have in transit, have in their connections, in transit packages, to find the materials that are under copyright and block it. And this is now the obligation of the operator. So if this norm didn't seem if it wasn't proven that it's pointless, I mean, the approach itself, and if Belgium was the country with the regulation rules like it happens now in Russian Federation. Well, roughly speaking, the consequences for internet in this country and in the neighboring countries would be very sad, or for the legal system, because as I mentioned it in the beginning at another session, that one of the main principles in the jurisprudence that the laws are to be feasible, and if it doesn't happen, that the legal system is undermined, because then the trust of the society to the right to the right inside of the state. But nevertheless, we understand where that regulation comes from. People had a nail, and they had a hammer, and that hammer was it was the possibility to control something, and that was the problem, that illegal content went in the network. So they wanted to oblige those who were who was responsible for these networks to deal with it. So it's the same logics that in the activity of Russian Federation that Sasha mentioned, that quite often these like in the activity of Ukrainian society and so on. Third example, we know that in Asia there are countries which are called the Asian miracles: Thai, Singapore, South Korea, which used to consider like the countries of the third world, but for the past 50 years they showed an incredible growth, and they somehow they are now very seriously represented in the international arena, and they're like the participants of all these processes. And among them, South Korea is like the role model of the democratic state, where there are very soft for Asia regulations. But nevertheless, it is the country that invented that all users of internet on all resources, from social media and games, they are to assign with their passport name. This is the regulation that is still valid in South Korea, as far as I know. And right now, as far as I know, I'm no specialist in Asia. Maybe I have like an outdated information, but now the discussions are ongoing to abolish this norm as not a very functioning one, because it's hard to trace it fully. The punishment is also possible post factum, which is unacceptable. But still, they invented it in order to, if somebody did some illegal activity on the internet, so they would put their signature, and then they would seize him. Well, how does it work? Well, we probably understand how well it works, but still people had a hammer, and they approached this problem as the hammer approaches the nail. And Sasha also said today that in Kazakhstan there are such measures, and Belarus. Well, Belarus is not a democratic country, but probably neither Kazakhstan. But let's say that they are similar in the processes. That is why this example is not super bright, but at least it's worth looking at the process. Kazakhstan for many years is trying to introduce its state certificate that should be described as the user certificate, in order to at the necessary moment, it could be used instead of the real one to exercise some attacks when the user switching to other services using some protocols. Yes, and that was used to decipher the traffic of Facebook, and that's a very awkward attempt because such certificates are traced by such corporations that are trying to refer them to blacklists, and the process happens very fast after the certificate appeared. But Kazakhstan has selected this path of movement, and despite it works, it organizationally and technically works poorly, they every year they're trying to do it again and again, and to introduce this practice of this state certificate so that they could decipher everything. This way we see that different countries in different parts of the world and in different economic situations, in different political situations, everything is different, but nevertheless we can see that some logics by the state is still repeated, which is natural. But the question is, what is the reaction of the society? What is happening next? That's what is important. The state will try to control, for sure. But what is the reaction of all the other participants of the process? And things that Sasha told me, he remarked that, what about you there? But I didn't say that. I was quoting the emails in the list of RIPE NCC. It was a while ago. It was the general message. It was members discussed. And that discussion was in that list, and those were the words of just another participant of the community. Those were not my words. That is why, in my opinion, RIPE NCC, a membership organization, can do something if the participants of RIPE NCC from some country are actively promoting that agenda. If, roughly speaking, from Russian Federation, there are two persons who, or even one person who is writing, look at this nightmare, and all of the other lines are okay. So 2,000 of members of RIPE NCC from Russian Federation, then probably RIPE NCC is not going to take that mandate for some loud statements. This was in the framework of the discussion of DSA, because our RIPE NCC has a clear message that the things that we are promoting at the consultations. Here, there's just the mandate of the corresponding society or community. That's why I'm saying, guys, let's participate more actively in the process. Right now, I cannot say anything about Russian Federation because I do not interact with the participants of RIPE NCC from Russian Federation now. But if RIPE NCC to be into the Ukrainian process, it means that the Ukrainian society has to get activated, and they have to be really, really active in this, in the corresponding working groups, and the agenda has to be well highlighted or clearly to be straightforward for other organizations to understand these people have this situation. It is important for everyone. We are ready to discuss and to formulate our position, and then RIPE NCC can get the mandate to present this position in a consolidated manner, but no other way. That's how it works for these organizations. So I just clarified, this was my position. This was not a position of the organization. This is important for understanding. And right now, I have also expressed my position, not the position of the organization. We will have the report by Vesna. She had a wonderful article in RIPE Labs, and she will make a report. So that's about my vision of the situation. So I think I have told enough about the vision and the problematics that is here. And I guess now I would like to give floor to Svetlana. Svetlana, do you have anything to say, or should we give floor to the next speaker? You have described the situation very well. We understood what is in the world, and that it doesn't only touch on the democratic countries which have weak democracy. We will listen to Vesna Manolovic, the community builder RIPE NCC, who's going to tell us how political solutions or decisions influence the behavior in the network, or those processes which take place in the network, and those which standards and documents RIPE NCC chooses. So I will demonstrate the presentation in a second. Вітаю всіх. Мене звуть Весна. Я буду говорити англійською. Я не розуміла всю російську і українську доповідь до цього моменту. Я почуваюся не дуже готовою, тому що моя презентація вона дуже загальна. І попередні спікери, вони були дуже конкретні, говорили про свої конкретні ситуації, тож моя презентація дуже відрізнятиметься. Ця розмова на тему загальної стійкості технічної спільноти під час пандемії ковіду. Отож, березень 2020 року все пішло шкереберть, всі намагалися якось боротися з цією ситуацією. Я подумала, який підхід я можу сформувати і допомогти членам спільноти впоратися з ситуацією. Пташка, ви могли би вімкнути наступний слайд? Отож, окрім того, що я ком'юніті-білдер, я ще є і інженер, і мати, і хакер, і також представниця цієї спільноти, а також довірена особа. З особистої точки зору я також мала якісь проблеми із психічним здоров'ям, і також пройшла певні техніки оздоровлення, якими хотіла поділитися з іншими. Прийдіть, будь ласка, на наступний слайд. Отож, для того, щоб зробити ці теми більш такими близькими для технічної спільноти, я вирішила порівняти їх із пірамідою потреб Маслоу. Оригінально у нас, говорячи про технічні шари, їх 7, і в Маслоу їх теж 7. Отож, я також в кожній з них включала фінансовий та політичний шар. І ця піраміда Маслоу, вона розширена була за допомогою розширеної точки зору корінних американців. І з їхньої точки зору, замість індивідуалістичної самоактуалізації, яка була запропонована західним вченим, вони бачать на верхівці цієї піраміди потреб є якраз така саме спільнота та культурна потреба. Давайте тепер перейдемо до переліку всіх попередніх статей, де ви можете знайти цю інформацію в наш блог. Отож, перших два шари цієї уявної піраміди – це фінансові та політичні, або ж іншими словами, економіка та держава. Однак, це було в ранні дні, коли вона запропонувала, і вона говорила про те, що люди, які управляють грошима, то вони управляють всіма іншими сферами, але в той час інтернет не був таким потужним інструментом для економіки і не був одним із прошарків економіки, яким став на сьогоднішній день. Але, на жаль, на сьогоднішній день поточна структура інтернету, вона повторює економічну структуру, яка є централізована та консолідована, і ми можемо це бачити. І є таке побоювання навіть від робочої групи. Вони хвилюються з приводу цієї консолідації інфраструктури, а також консолідації влади. Тому що першочергова ідея інтернету була дуже ідеалістичною і розглядалася як технічна можливість, але була також ідеологія, яка стояла за цим всім. Також розширити можливості кінцевих користувачів, щоб кінцеві користувачі могли спілкуватися один з одним без якогось посередника, щоб ніхто не втручався, щоб вони могли самі контролювати цю комунікацію. Але соціальний рівень, який ми бачимо, дуже багато економічних моделей, які пропонуються, наприклад, донат-економіка, циркулярна економіка, різні абсолютно моделі, які намагаються вирішити проблеми цієї централізованої моделі економіки, яка...
Ми бачимо цю таку схему у формі піраміди. Ті, хто зверху, у них все добре, але усі решта на цих нижніх колах їм доводиться доволі важко. Наступний слайд, будь ласка. Політичний шар у цій версії він відповідає культурі постійності, сталості. І нам потрібно відходити від цієї стандартної моделі, яка у нас є у більшості частин світу, країн та територій, у так званому демократичному світі ринкового капіталізму, який бачить все як піраміду. Навіть цілі сталого розвитку, вони у формі піраміди. І нам потрібно рухатись більше до форми кола, для того, щоб показати, що ми в колі, що ми усі на одному рівні, усі людські істоти, та й взагалі всі істоти у світі. І щоб відійти від цієї ідеї олігархії, колоніалізму, утисків, і щоб рухатися у напрямку різних рішень. Як це можна зробити на практиці? У технічній спільноті одним із практичних кроків це працювати над інклюзією, різноманітністю, рівністю та справедливістю. Чим більше людей залучаються у процеси управління, які у нас вже діють, тим більше творчих рішень ми зможемо придумати. І ці рішення будуть корисними більшим і більшим групам людей у суспільстві, які зараз є виключеними, не включеними. Що далі можна робити у цьому напрямку? Наприклад, на рівні ідей ми можемо застосовувати уяву, залучати свою уяву. Нам потрібно думати, що це не обов'язково повинно все бути так, як є. Можна уявити, придумувати нові системи і працювати над їх втіленням. спочатку нам потрібно придумати якісь концепції альтернатив, потім мати змогу їх втілити в життя. І у кінці, так, адже всі ми доволі дорослі люди, нам потрібно вже відступати в сторону, запрошувати нові покоління, щоб вони щось робили. Вони можуть бунтувати, якщо їм не подобається існуюча система, вони можуть бунтувати і робити щось нове. У більш теоретичному сенсі на RIPE-Labs, лабораторіях RIPE-Labs, ці ідеї описані більш детально. Одна з ідей полягає в тому, що у кожному суспільстві саме той інтернет, якого воно заслуговує. Це ніби ми перефразуємо фразу, що у кожній країні є уряд, якого вона заслуговує. Але концепція країни для мене занадто обмежена, але з доповідей попередників я зрозуміла, що суверенний інтернет стає проблемою, тому що кожна країна, кожен уряд намагається контролювати інтернет у своїх межах, у межах своєї країни. В той час, як початковою ідеєю виникнення інтернету було уникнення обмежень та кордонів. І також уникнути підпорядкування місцевим урядом та законам. Щоб відійти від концепції країни, я хочу сказати, що кожне суспільство має той інтернет, якого вони заслуговують. Як це можна зробити, як сказали попередні доповідачі? Ви можете приймати участь у різних форумах, у нашому форумі, приймати участь у інших спільнотах народних і міжнародних. Тобто це не 22-й рік, це помилка. Це серпень 20-го року я мала на увазі. Рада з архітектури інтернету опублікувала документ під номером 8890. Запит на коментарі. Інтернет для кінцевих користувачів. І вони намагалися якось попрацювати з власними упередженнями, так як у них є можливості створювати інтернет, вони його створювали під свої потреби. Тут люди можуть нагадати їм, що ви робите інтернет не для себе, навіть якщо ви є надавачем послуг чи мережевим інженером, інтернет не створюється не для вас, а саме для кінцевих користувачів. Для мене це недостатній меседж. Інтернет не просто для кінцевих користувачів, а для створення можливостей та розширення можливостей для користувачів. І звідки ви знаєте, чи ви приносите користь користувачам, чи ні? Думайте за межами власних інтересів. Намагайтеся не тільки собі приносити користь, також думайте, кому ви завдаєте шкоди. А також активно долучайте користувачів, долучайте цих людей. І досі це ще, як би це сказати, ми дивимося на інших людей ніби згори, ми створили інтернет, будемо долучати інших людей, дозволимо їм, дамо їм дозвіл надавати якісь відгуки. Ні, потрібно зрозуміти, що саме користувачі, саме ці люди мають кращі ідеї про те, як можна розв'язувати проблеми, якщо порівнювати їх з техніками, з людьми з технічними знаннями. Тобто спільна праця. Не лише потрібно вислуховувати людей згори вниз, потрібно співпрацювати. Ці концепції походять із філософії інтерсекціонального фемінізму. Ці старі ідеї, феміністичні ідеї, вони також зараз застосовуються до роботи з даними та алгоритмів, наприклад, як у книзі «Феміністичні ідеї в алгоритмах даних». Це не лише етика, це і справедливість. Кому приносить користь інтернет і технології, а кому це все приносить шкоду? Як ми можемо обмежити шкоду чи уникнути шкоди? Давайте долучати тих, хто постраждав. Нехай вони щось розповідають нам. Вони надають нам можливості, і ми надаємо їм. Отож, технології не є нейтральними, і під усіма нашими потребами це не Wi-Fi та батарейки, а ми живемо на живій планеті. Як технічна спільнота і як створювачі інтернету, ми можемо вирішувати напрямки розвитку інтернету. З повноваженнями йдуть також і сфера відповідальності. Ми є відповідальними перед іншими людьми, перед кінцевими користувачами. Ми повинні думати про них завжди і долучати їх до вашої роботи. І на сам кінець ось приклади. Люди, які надихають мене, з яких я беру приклади, які надихають мене на роботу у плані різноманітності та інклюзії. Я хочу нагадати вам, що жінки приймали участь у створенні інтернету, і чим більше жінок залучено, тим краще буде для усіх нас. Дуже вам дякую. Дякуємо, пані Весна. Дуже цікавий погляд на нашу роботу, на нашу історію інтернету. Дуже вам дякую. And now we shall listen to a representative of another organization, ICANN. We will listen Mr. Carville, Senior Vice President of ICANN for liaisons with governmental and non-governmental organizations, and then we shall have a discussion. We shall look at some interesting activities, what we can do for this world and for the internet in general. Мене звати Менді Карвер. Я старший віце-президент ICANN щодо співпраці з урядом та неурядовими організаціями в ICANN. Дякую за цю можливість звернутися до IGF Україна. Для тих, хто не знає, що таке ICANN, я спробую коротко пояснити, чим ми займаємось, а далі розповім про концепції технічного управління інтернетом. Для початку, ICANN – це інтернет-корпорація для присвоєння імен та номерів. І це неприбуткова організація. Ми намагаємося організувати стабільну безпечну роботу інтернету через управління ідентифікаційною системою інтернет, назвами, номерами та інтернет-протоколами. Наша мета – підтримувати безпеку, стабільність та стійкість єдиного глобального інтернету через управління унікальними ідентифікаторами, доменними системами та послугами реєстрації доменних імен. Can you hear the sound? All right, then we shall continue. І ми можемо долучатися до ваших платформ з додатками, контентом та послугами, які базуються на інтернеті. Ось це наша унікальна місія. Як ми це робимо? У нас є два основні напрямки роботи. Перший – це технічні служби, які адмініструють унікальні ідентифікатори. А по-друге, це використання багатостейкхолдерної моделі для розробки правил та політик, для координації та адміністрації унікальних ідентифікаторів. Для цієї роботи потрібна співпраця з стейкхолдерами, які виконують різні ролі. Я працюю із взаємодією з урядами та неурядовими організаціями і розповім вам про цей аспект, який може впливати на діяльність інтернету. Уряди – це дуже важливі учасники нашої моделі та процесів. Ми працюємо з урядами та неурядовими організаціями у екосистемі інтернет, а також через модель залучення багатьох стейкхолдерів ICANN. Я хочу зосередитися на ролі ICANN, у тому, що я називаю технічним управлінням інтернетом. Ви можете запитати мене, що таке управління інтернетом? Цьому терміну є багато визначень. Найпростіше є три складові. Дві з них стосуються технічного складу інтернету. По-перше, це розвиток та обслуговування стандартів програмного забезпечення та практик, які дозволяють покращувати функціонування інтернету. По-друге, це управління та координація унікальних ідентифікаторів, які потрібні цифровим пристроям для зв'язку між собою. Кожен пакет даних, який пересилається інтернетом, використовує адреси, щоб знати, куди він направляється. Третій аспект – це соціальний та економічний вплив. Це те, що знаходиться в інтернеті, як люди це використовують. І тут сюди входить широке коло питань. Приватність, інтелектуальна власність, системи комунікації, комерція, проведення досліджень, віддалена робота, автономні машини і так далі, і так далі. Це просто безкінечний список. І це трансформаційна природа глобального інтернету. Загальною загрозою для тих трьох аспектів інтернету це те, що у них залучені різноманітні актори, різноманітні суб'єкти з уряду, бізнесу та суспільства. У цьому сенсі ми представляємо спільні принципи прийняття рішень, політик та стандартів людей, які управляють та формують те, як працює інтернет та як він використовується. Наприклад, ми змінюємо форму глобального управління інтернетом. Ми ідентифікуємо певні виклики і різноманітні проблеми, які виникають в інтернеті, а також досліджуємо потенційні способи їх вирішення. Тобто це широке визначення інтернет-управління. Що таке технічне управління інтернетом? Технічне управління зосереджується на тому, як саме працює інтернет. Це чисто технічні аспекти, які стосуються компонентів, які працюють над тим, щоб інтернет був безпечним, стабільним та стійким. Наприклад, процеси розробки відкритих технічних стандартів, координація мільярдів унікальних адрес та ідентифікаторів, та розробка протоколів безпеки для того, щоб підтримувати безпеку людей та організацій. Усе це лежить у центрі того, що називається технічним управлінням інтернетом. Структура інтернету забезпечує, щоб жодна організація не володіла, щоб не контролювала чи не контролювала усі технічні компоненти від технічного обладнання до програмного забезпечення. Важливим аспектом технічного управління інтернетом це потреба забезпечення з технічної точки зору того, щоб інтернет був доступним для всіх. Тому що саме інтеграція інтернету – це рішення усіх використовувати загальний простір доменів, загальну систему IP-адрес і дотримуватись специфікацій спільних протоколів. Це найбільший фактор, який дозволяє забезпечує ріст та розвиток глобального інтернету по останні 30 років. ICANN зосереджена на технічному управлінні інтернетом, тому що покращення та розуміння технічної сторони інтернету серед нетехнічних суб'єктів рішень, чи це уряди, чи представники бізнесу, чи громадського суспільства, є дуже важливим для всіх. Чим більше людей розуміє, робить свій внесок та підтримує технічний розвиток інтернету, тим краще буде працювати ця глобальна система. Відповідальність ICANN полягає в тому, щоб допомагати інтернет-спільноті підтримувати стабільний, відкритий, глобальний і стійкий інтернет, який може використовуватись усіма. Потенційні наслідки нових політик, нового законодавства та регуляторних практик може завдати шкоди місії ICANN і таким чином і технічному функціонуванню інтернету. Звичайно ж, ми розуміємо, що у кожної країни є власне суверенне право приймати закони, які вони вважають потрібними для своїх умов і для своїх громадян. Наше завдання – забезпечити те, щоб усі стейкхолдери, включаючи уряди країн, розуміли технічну сторону інтернету, як це працює, щоб їхня робота не підірвала роботу інтернету, що призведе до шкоди їхнім громадянам, а не до допомоги. Ми хочемо запобігти необачним наслідкам намагання регулювати інтернету, що може повпливати на його роботу. ICANN.org є ключовою організацією, яка може поділитися експертними знаннями з урядами, міжурядовими організаціями для вивчення потенційних наслідків їхніх ініціатив на функціонування інтернету і для того, щоб допомогти урядам краще розуміти технічну сторону інтернету, для того, щоб краще розуміти та визначати ситуації, які хочуть розв'язати уряди. Я хочу подякувати усім вам за ваш інтерес до управління інтернетом і заохочую вас взаємодіяти з ICANN, з нашою діяльністю. Будь ласка, звертайтеся до нас з будь-якими питаннями або за інформацією, як ви можете приймати участь у нашій роботі, у нашій діяльності. Дуже дякую за присвячений час. I think that this is a very interesting report. We have been reminded once again about the ways of cooperation of technical side with other participants of the internet community. If you have any questions, please let us know. I will just look at our broadcast. Just a second. Then I have a question about Vesna's report. We have several layers over the internet, the political one, economic and cultural. So from which level are you engaging representatives to work in the RIPE NCC, to work in the ICANN community? How are you doing this? And do you feel their impact on the decision-making in those organizations? Well, maybe Mr. Markowski can start. I think that this is a question to Vesna. Vesna's report says that over the internet there appear several layers: politics, economy, culture. How do international organizations engage representatives from those communities to their work, to the policy making, to the work of their organizations? Shall I speak Russian or English? Yes, you can speak Russian. Well, I think from the point of view of ICANN, because we deal with a very narrow work of the internet, we are not engaged with content. We only take care that to ensure that the domain systems and the IP addresses and protocols should work 24/7. And I believe that this is probably other participants could give some better answers.
who have a wider, perhaps, viewpoint on this matter. Then Alexei Semeniaka. He said that we automatically turn this level on. So are there any suggestions? It was a joke. Well, clearly, which is good. So we're all waiting to see what Vesna is texting. So while she's writing, I think I can say that RIPE NCC ICANN, as far as I know, is trying to support connections with representatives of others levels, like RIPE NCC have the intergovernmental roundtables in order to share their own vision and to the representatives of the state bodies, legislative, executive authorities of other countries, and to listen to their concerns, tasks, perhaps to fight about some trends which are peculiar to different countries. This kind of meetings, they are quite regular, and that they are held in all sub-regions of the service region of RIPE NCC. There is interaction with the economic, cultural, society, and there's interaction with the responsible organizations which they care about multiculturalism. So why are we looking far away? RIPE has a standing discussion, like women in the technical area, and there is interaction with people. So despite us being a technical organization, our main function is the organizational technique, and it's clear, but still we're trying to be aware of the trends which exist, both political, economic, and cultural, and to actualize our position. Of course, our possibilities to form this position they are limited by the mandate of this community. If we start expressing very active views on something that we have no mandate on, no technical community, not our members said, hey guys, this topic is correct, we support it, maybe you should be active too in this relation. And if this wasn't in place, then you can be like a stranger to it. But since we have such support, and where there is such support, we're actively using it and have some non-technical interaction. I would like to give word to Veni Markovsky. So, thank you. I will switch to English so that it's easier for Vesna to understand, because there are some problems with the interpretation. Як Олексій зазначив, ми дуже обмежені також нашою місією, ми не можемо вийти за її рамки, але коли ми спілкуємося з урядовими та міжурядовими організаціями, ми завжди пам'ятаємо про культурні, економічний розвиток. Тобто ми багато працюємо з
країнами, що розвиваються. У нас є багато проєктів, які з країнами, з такими країнами, які в перехідному етапі, де потрібна наша експертиза, але також на брифінгах із ООН ми завжди намагаємося співпрацювати із такими надійними урядами, яким можемо показати, що ICANN якимось не відноситься до якогось конкретного уряду. І це така найбільш розповсюдженіша помилка, яку я спостерігав, і я чув, що Олександр Самнін щось про це згадував, щодо сприйняття ICANN, як кажуть, що це американсько орієнтована організація. Але коли ми це робимо, ми бачимо, чи це Польща, чи це Болгарія, чи це Мексика, немає значення. І це завжди одне й те ж саме. Люди, також представник уряду, вони всі потребують фактичної інформації щодо того, як працює інтернет. І я можу надати цю інформацію. Дуже багато ресурсів, які є на вибір уряду та міжурядових організацій. В ICANN ми маємо урядовий дорадчий комітет з представниками 17 країн-членів ЄС. Лише декілька країн ще не стали його членами, але ми також маємо спеціальні такі особливі взаємовідносини, які ми розбудували із ООН, з Офісом ООН в Женеві, але і з рештою ООНівськими організаціями, там ЮНЕСКО у Відні, коли ми обговоримо участь у дискусіях кіберконвенції ООН, яка стартує з наступного року. Тобто дуже багато всього відбувається у світі, ми намагаємося охоплювати все це для того, щоб надавати технічну експертизу, яка є відчайдушно необхідною на багатьох рівнях уряду. Це одне з того, на чому ми зосереджуємо нашу увагу, акцентуємо нашу увагу. Дякую. Thank you. Vesna have added the links for the participation in the meetings. Maybe you want to comment on it? Would you like to comment the links you have added? Отож, я зрозуміла, що інші спікери вважають важливим заохочувати до участі у RIPE-спільноті, і це дуже конкретні способи. Ми нещодавно публікували документ, який тут може прозвучати дуже знайомим. Це 5-річний план нашої стратегії, проект нашої стратегії. І якщо ви є членом RIPE-NCC, ви можете прийти на загальну зустріч і обговорити це там. Якщо ж ви не є членом RIPE-NCC, ви все ще можете про це поговорити, тому що RIPE-NCC, тобто, наприклад, на NCC послуги або RIPE-ліст, тому що RIPE-NCC не лише обслуговує наших членів, але також ширшу спільноту, тобто не будучи платіжним членом, не значить, що ви не можете приймати участь. Тобто більш позитивною термінологією ви завжди можете приймати участь. Це ці листи, вони всі є відкриті. Якщо вам треба написати, наприклад, на листування українською, зробіть так, ми перекладемо. Є люди, які коментували цей проект документу вже. Я б особисто дуже хотіла почути коментарі від ширшої спільноти, особливо від аудиторії даного заходу. Дякую. Дякуємо, Весна. Олександр і Самнін wanted to add something. I would like to agree on some part with Alexei Semeniakov, who said that the government, it's like having the hammer in their hands, they see nails everywhere. But I have a good example by the USA and the internet regulation. Even though we know they have a very strange, the cable TV regulation, phone regulation, so technical regulation of the internet. There is nothing on the internet regulation there, but on the content regulation, it's one example. Yes, if you have how many hands, you don't necessarily have to use everything as nails. And second example, all of a sudden, Putin and the meeting of the editors-in-chief of some outlet, I don't remember his name, but some son of the famous internet activist, he said, let's regulate Bitcoin. And Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin said, if I regulate Bitcoin, I will take responsibility, so I will not regulate it. So it's barely regulated here. It's also, but it looks like the option for money laundering. So you shouldn't think that the government is going to nail us. And the second thing, Veni said this, and Alexei mentioned that they interact with the government and try to communicate their viewpoints to them. In the world, there are many governments that look like the Russian Federation government or the regime in Russian Federation, who behave in the international relations inadequately, you know. So if you had to fight bullying in school, that's how you have to interact with the Russian Federation bullying. If you speak politely with them, they will do whatever, like thugs in school. You've seen how the DNS works, how the database works. You don't have to give them technical details. They know it without us because people are working for them who know it all. But as for the consequences of such regulation, you have to tell them, and it's better to speak about it from the position of the force. Well, it's not the force, so the confidence in your own strengths. If those people who bullied you in school, you know, and you acted softly, they would bully you even more. So you have to act confidently. Don't DNS? Yes, I can. We do it better. The world's resources, yes, we do it together. It's not like you please adopt some legislation, it's your sovereign right and so on. But the sovereign right in the governments, in the state, is a bit vague now. Yes, perhaps now it's worth speaking about UN for Internet. But if you are afraid, and if you think that all of the ministers of communication are such like Bob Marley, then we will be like in 1942. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, we are running out of time. Thank you, all of the participants, for very interesting thoughts and opinions on interaction of internet and other political decisions. Mikhail, did you want to add? Yes, thank you, Sveta. I didn't know how to raise my hand first, so our discussions are a bit confused, and questions and answers were divided between the presentations, but I wanted to add a few comments answering your question about the cultural layer, which this word that way is used by the organizations such as RIPE, NCC, or ICANN. There is a wonderful initiative, Universal Acceptance, that is a very important part, and that is focused on support of multilingual internet. And this initiative is technical because it declares equal use and processing of different domain names and different addresses, mail addresses in different languages and of different length. But its task is more than is due to you know, cultural roots, because one of the aims, and which according to our opinion will have a big share of domains in the national languages, is the support of the small communities, including linguistic communities on the internet. So the brightest example of how the cultural layer emerges and gets impact on the international organization, how it is accounted by such organizations such as ICANN, technical organizations, for their decisions. Thank you.
We cannot hear you. Well, I believe I have to close the session. Probably Svetlana wanted to give me the floor. Svetla, give us a nod. Yes, great. So I will make some short conclusions. By and large, we were talking about the same thing. Internet is not for one particular player. Internet is for everyone. So the discussion that was planned to talk about policy and politics, how it influences the internet, maybe we shouldn't limit this influence, but we should have a balance. But instead, we started to talk to say that internet should not have a majority stakeholder. As Vesna was saying, dear engineers, internet is not for you only. And Alexander says, dear politicians, internet is not only for you. This is a phenomenon that is multifunctional, that is used by many stakeholders. And maybe I can single out this. We can say that the end users are the main major players, but they don't have a will, they are not organized. This is not a factor of pressure. We shouldn't have any too much pressure from any group represented online. So this is more or less important conclusion that I have heard during our today's meeting. I will tell you briefly, Alexander. In the United States, the government is trying to do the same thing, but because they have some checks and balances, it is not ideal in the United States, but it's better compared to other countries. Those attempts end in nothing. So this balance, it is very important to maintain this balance. I believe that we can finish today's discussion, but this is not a final full stop. So maintaining the balance is a process. And I would like to see similar discussions on other platforms. Maybe IGF Ukraine will also discuss this topic in the subsequent years. I would like to thank to all the participants. This is it, and let us proceed to the next session. Thanks a lot. Just a minute, and we shall proceed to the next one. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Again, all the participants are here. We can start. We have our participants. I would like to start the last session of our today's events. It's a bit technical, probably the most technical session for the last 2 days. However, I believe it would be interesting not only for technical experts, but also for people who are far from some technical pins and nails of the internet. It is dedicated to the processes of standard creation online, standards of the internet. Who approves the standards? Is it given for granted? Can we influence this? Can we participate in the standard processes, standardization processes? And what is the place of Ukraine? We have a very big Ukrainian technical community. Our conferences gather a large audience. We have a lot of technical experts visiting us. We have some priorities determined by the government for the internet development, and this is a very big story for the state and the government, and how all this works within the framework of rules. So what has to be done and how it is to be done online? We shall start with those participants who are directly involved in the process in creation of the internet standards. My colleague is going to open the session, Mr. Oleg Muravsky, my colleague in RIPE NCC. I believe he is able to present his report. I'm not going to talk instead of him. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Alexei asked me to talk about IGF. This is one of the organizations which is involved in the development of standards for internet. So why did he ask me to do this? I work in RIPE NCC as a software developer. I develop different software tools and features for RIPE NCC. When I was working on the RPGI, the routing security system, and I participated in the development because at that time those standards were at the stage of development. They were not yet ready. So we were working together with other different organizations in order to implement those standards. So what is IETF? It is generally known that IETF are those people who write RFC. Probably everybody has heard about RFC, but what is the essence of this? Probably not so many people know about this, maybe only those who work with IETF. This is Internet Engineering Task Force. This is the community that works to carry out some technical issues of the internet functioning, and their objective is constant improvement of technical aspects of work of the internet. Why IETF is different from other standardization organizations? It is different because one of its principles is openness. Anyone can participate in the work of the organization. Anyone can participate in the work on the standards and other documents developed by the organization. And also, those results are open to public. They are free for use. You don't need to have any membership to access those materials. not only standards and other documents, but I also mean conference presentations, recordings. So literally everything what is done in IETF is accessible, open for access, and open and transparent. How does this work? Those people who don't know how the organization works, in order to explain how those principles of openness and technical expertise realized in practice. So the organization, so to say, is open in a sense that in order to be involved, to participate, you don't need to gain a membership, you don't need to sign any documents, you don't need to register yourself. The only thing that is necessary, you just need to subscribe to the newsletter, to our email. We have a lot of types of newsletters from the IETF, and participating in the IETF work, everybody automatically gives consent to the work of the IETF. You can review the terms and conditions, and if you accept those terms and conditions, this doesn't mean any danger for you. They are really clear-cut, easy to understand, and practical. IETF is divided into the thematic work groups in different directions of operation at different levels. These may be, for example, for IPv6 we have even several working groups, not one. For example, Internet routing also has 2 work groups. One group works on general questions of routing. The second one works, for example, on the safety and security of routing. So we have over 100 working groups. So in the beginning, you can just lose your bearings. You don't know where to go. But over the time, usually people tend to understand which work is done in which work group. Everything really makes sense. Everything is very logical. Sometimes one issue covers several working groups because it's difficult to develop one protocol by efforts of only one group. The work is mostly carried out in the email correspondence. So this is the environment where most of the discussions are held on the documents developed by the IETF. Besides the email discussions, we also have conferences. They are held 3 times a year. Well, earlier there was a possibility to meet in person. Now they are held online. It is not obligatory to participate in the conferences. So to say, if you don't participate in a conference, you can resolve all the necessary issues by means of email communications. Of course, work group meetings sometimes adopt certain decisions, but those decisions are not decisive for the standard. So the work on the standard includes a lot of phases, and so to say, the latest decisions, final decisions, are made by means of consent of the work group on the email.
But for the conference, there are also such events as work not on the text of the documents, but on implementation of these documents in some program or apparatus event. So this is the same work on realization of the standards in some devices, capitons, they take place prior to some conferences. Code sprints, it's also work on the program means, but they do not realize some IGF standards, but though the technical means that only facilitate it. Let's move to the next slide. What can be done? So what is it like, the work in IETF? As the web pages of IETF say, it's three most important things. It's to read, write, and develop program or software or hardware. And what does it mean to read? Before a standard is published, it's discussed quite a long time. So some standards take years, that's normal. And the main work, as I said, and the majority of time is spent on reading and commenting of what others are writing. To develop software and hardware is one of the mottos. It's the working code. On the stage of development of the standard, it is preferable and somewhere necessary to have the code and to have the realization of those standards. And this is something that is done in the process of reading and commenting, but not necessarily. These can be two different directions of activity. Although, frankly speaking, it is most effective to develop software in the process of work on the document rather than after the issuance of the standard, because after the standard is there, all the documents are the end documents. So after the standard has been published, you cannot change the wording, and you have to go to write some new document that is going to change the standard if the changes is to be introduced there. And it often happens in my process of work on the realization of the software that I was thinking that it would be nice for me to participate in the development of this document when it was still being written and wasn't approved yet, because then I could say that this could be done much better or in a simple way, or this way it won't work. So I would advise, if anyone has a need to develop the software on the basis of the standards, you should start this work in the process of the development of these standards, not after its completion. And the development of the standards themselves, it's the main work. Not everyone in IETF, a lot more people who are just participating, taking these first two steps rather than the third one. The authors of the documents are not so many people. Then in general, number of people who participate. So writing the new documents is also something that's not done by all of the participants. Let's move on. Does Ukraine participate in IETF work? Alexei asked me to do an analysis whether there are really people from Ukraine who participate in IETF work. And from my experience, I had an impression that even if they are there, but not so many, because I never noticed them there. And I decided, since the statistics on the participants of the conference is open and is published. I just went on the IGF website and I read, I have surfed through the last 12 meetings, and it's 112th conference this week, by the way. I checked all of the participants up to 100th conference, and on the left column, I have collected official statistics on the number of participants from Ukraine at these meetings. I thought, oh, okay, at least some people do come there and they participate there. But I wanted to see who were those people. So I went into the name of the lists, the list of the names of the participants, and the true results turned out to be in the right column. I don't know why, but there are people who register from Ukraine, but probably they had nothing to do with Ukraine, because one of the participants that I saw there, he's very famous. He participates as of 2000F in IETF, and he mostly registered from the USA. So with the US code, and maybe he just confused like US with UA when he registered, but he did it a few times, because I saw him at least 2 or 3 times registered as from UA, not from US. So for the past 13 meetings, we only had 4 meetings where there were representatives from Ukraine, 1 per each meeting. And if we take a look further on, these were only 2 persons. So not so many participants there from Ukraine. Next slide. Why does this happen? Are there some obstacles for participation of Ukrainians in IETF? As I already said, one of the principles is the openness on IETF, and no official obstacles for participation in IETF. Nobody should have them, any private person. And I would like to highlight on this, in IETF, even if you work for some organization and work you do it for that organization you're working on, but in the framework of IETF, you are still perceived as a separate individual. You are in no way referred to working at that company. So every person is perceived as an individual, not as a representative of sub-company. What other obstacles are possible? What I often hear is the language barrier. So really all work in IETF is in English, which is clear. And I haven't noticed some active attempts to do work in IETF available in other languages. So there is translation of some documents, even the documents for the beginners, in other languages. But frankly speaking, my personal point of view is most likely IETF will be in Chinese rather than it will work in several languages at the same time. That is why the only answer here is to study English. There is no other way out. Second possible reason is the social circle. So IETF is the community that exists for a long time, and all people know each other. And from the side, it might seem that like, how will I get there and tell something to those who are there for a long time, who know everything there? How will they treat me? So this is not only the IETF problem, but the problem of any social circle. And I think nothing can be done with this in the framework of IETF. So IETF is trying to have many programs, especially for beginners, special courses, mentors. There is a policy, the ethical policy in IETF, and it works for everyone, not only for the newcomers, but it refers to all participants. From my experience, because I have come there, I used to be a newcomer too, but it wasn't, I mean, that's fine. Yes, they will look at you, oh, someone new has come here, and he starts telling us something. We have worked on this document for 5 years, and then some programmer came along and then tells us it's bad. Yeah. Another principle of IETF is the technical expertise. If you are a technical expert, a qualified one, and you are expressing the technically correct point of view, you will be supported and they will work with you. If you come there and tell something technically incorrect, something that doesn't refer to the work of this working group, then the attitude will be arrogant. And I shall repeat myself, it's fine. To begin working in IETF, usually they treat beginners with understanding, they accept them, they guide them, because it's difficult to assess or understand right away what is the right way to do things if you're a beginner, but it's fine, you'll be supported, they will help you and push you in the right direction. One of the another obstacle is a financial obstacle. Or I often hear that participation in the conferences costs money. So to participate in the conference, the full price is approximately $1,000. Plus, you have to get there, you have to leave there. The conference lasts for a week. You want to participate entire week long, it will be rather expensive. And the majority of participants at the conference, they don't pay for it themselves. They go there because they work in certain organizations that pay for the activity in the IETF. And there must be the understanding by the organization, and quite often this understanding is discussed even in the beginning of your work in the organization. You say that you want and will participate in IETF, and to do this, you are going to need the financial support of your organization to participate in that. So that's a regular practice. But as I've noticed, to participate in the conference for work in IETF is not mandatory. So basically, you may not go to conferences at all, but you can still participate. I think at the first conference in Prague, there was one interesting story. IETF holds conferences in different corners of the world, and they have one conference a year in the USA, in Europe, and somewhere else. And recently, they liked Prague, and several conferences took place in Prague. And at the first conference, there was a student who registered as a student because students get discounts. And when he got at the conference, many people said, "Oh, that's you. We have known you for years from our mailing lists, and now we see you as a real person," because it was his first opportunity to get to the conference because it was in Prague and his office was in Prague.
So, as I have said before, that he participated for a long time, quite a long time. His name was well known for many participants. and he was known for his work in the naming lists. And next page, please. After considering all these obstacles and the number of representatives from Ukraine at the conference, I think whether it makes sense at all. Is there any sense for Ukrainian to participate in the standards development? Because if we look at other countries of Eastern Europe, they have a similar situation. If we look at our neighbors to the west, like Slovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Poland, they seem to be closer to the English language, to the Western Europe. They have better level of communication, but their level of ITF representation is the same and is equally low. So I believe that the language barrier is not such a problem. The only exception is Czechia, because experts from Czechia very often, well, not they constantly participate in the ETF. They have a very good technical expertise in some directions, so they can be distinguished compared to representation from other countries of Eastern Europe. As I have already mentioned, visits of such conferences, they have to be paid either by the government or by the employer. So, two next questions. Is it really necessary for Ukrainian business or for the government to sponsor participation of their representatives in the work of IETF? And, well, most of my presentation is based on my questions and answers, but I don't have an answer to these questions. These are my questions to the Ukrainian community. Does Ukrainian business need this? What I think on this issue, if we look at the example of Czech companies from Czechia who sponsor participation of their employees in the IETF work, yes, they really need this. And I participated in the working group on the safety of routing, and I saw that most active participants of standard development, they were sponsored by the United States Department of State. So the United States DOS paid them for development of standards in the sphere of routing, safety and security. So we can say that Americans are already involved in the problem, and we can just sit and wait for the Americans to develop the standards. Then we take their standards and implement it in our country. So maybe we shouldn't be involved. Well, we can move on. So now we can have a discussion. Thanks a lot for your attention. So our question was, who is paying for this work, for these efforts? But you have already answered. Most often, people pay for themselves or their employers sponsor them. People are looking for grants for traveling, but these times we don't need to spend too much money for traveling. Conferences are online, yes, but you have to pay for participation. Of course, the price is not so high as participation in the personal conference, but in order to participate online, you have to pay some fees. Oleg, tell me, please. Sorry. Well, as far as I understand, Czechia is a country where they have a lot of companies, not at the startup level, but still they have a lot of new companies who are searching for their niche online, among other things, by participating in some civic ideas. For example, their domain registrar .cz. So their registrar is doing a lot. Besides registration, they are involved in many activities, including development of their own domestic router. This is their own development, their own research. Probably this is a mindset of people when they invest in these activities, which have no direct commercial returns, but it will do a lot of benefits in the future, in the perspective. However, they are reflected in the IETF. If I am correct, if you can confirm this for us, this involvement would be interesting for Ukrainian startups, for Ukrainian companies who are just entering the markets, who are looking to find their own deep ocean. I hope you understand. I will try to answer in Ukrainian. I am not a representative of a Czech company. I don't know their motives, but I have mentioned, yes, for example, they work on implementation of their DNS. They have a company who manufactures DNS servers, which we use in RIPE NCC as well. So if I would be working on the development of the software, we know that DNS is continuously developing, from year to year. So you have to continuously update the software to implement the protocols. And I, as a software developer, and software developers in Czechia, they understand that it's easier to participate in the standards development so that it would be easier for them to implement them. Because if somebody else is taking decisions which then they will have to encode, it will make their life more difficult. So this is my perspective on the issue. I don't know, maybe we have representatives of companies from Czechia. Well, I don't know. By and large, you have expanded or extended the sphere of organizations that may be interested. But of course, it may be interesting for any company who is engaged or which develops something for the internet. Do we have any other questions? No questions so far. Let us listen to our next report, Mr. Dmitry Bilavsky. He lives and works in Czechia, indeed. Greetings, good day in an interesting company, Red Hat. The floor is yours. So, Svetlana, I'm still opening my PowerPoint slides, so I would like to object to your previous idea. So, why there are many representatives of large companies in the IETF? Because large companies more often encounter non-conventional problems which cannot be resolved using the existing approaches. So this is my response to the previous reporter. a very interesting presentation. Thank you, Oleg. So from my point of view, as for the process of internet traffic standard, so how this is standardized from the practical point of view. Yes, a few words about myself. I work in Red Hat company. Right now I live in Brno. For several years, for many years, I've been working with cryptography. I work with OpenSSL. I'm officially listed in the technical committee of the OpenSSL. These are people who determine the prospects and directions for development. And as I have already mentioned, I'm adding Russian ghosts to the OpenSSL. So this is my chunk of work. So when the internet emerged and was launched into the mass society, so for an ordinary man, internet is web, year 1999. In our world, the traffic was not protected. When we saw the first prospects that the information will be transmitted and it can be intercepted by some perpetrators, like credit card information, so then the protocol SSL appeared. It was a private development, probably by Netscape, and accordingly, the credit card information was sent in a protected way. We sent the password with an open text from server to server easily without problems. So this is how we used to live for more than 20 years, until 2013, because the certificates are expensive, about $50. You don't want to pay money. We don't have anything to encrypt. We are honest people. We have nothing to fear. Then Mr. Snowden said that there is a PRISM program existing in the USA which collects traffic, which collects sensitive information from traffic, for example, passwords. So at that time, as we remember, one person was using 1 or 2 passwords for all the sites and platforms. So the year 13 was a breaking moment in the relations, because we can see emergence of the need to encrypt the traffic. So it is very easy to analyze content in HTTP. You can use any motivation for that. For example, we want our users, not we, the government wants the users, so that the users wouldn't see what they don't have to see. Sometimes I agree with this opinion, sometimes not. So commercial companies don't want anyone to buy forged Rolexes or download free books. All right, at that moment, the queries to DNS protocol could be observed or monitored. HTTP header of hosts on the websites and the page visited by the users. As soon as the content analysis started and the counteraction started, there was a number of tricks, but all right. Let us go to the next slide.
In fact, after they're revealed, we went to the traffic deciphering or encryption. An important point here in the Let's Encrypt Center 2014, the certificates for everyone for nothing, and nobody is going to be left behind. It's a personalization of the HTTP traffic in search engines, and it's also the different attempts to when any center can issue the certificate for any domain, and something will happen. They will be punished, but later. And the process was very successful. And several years ago, I was interested in these data, and web traffic is encrypted for more than 90% now, although it used to be for 85%. And now they start developing the TLS 103 that ended in 2018. From this moment, I lose the linearity of narration, so I will jump between the topics. So once again, what was available when we moved to HTTPS? So we still see the DNS requests. We do not see the host title. We don't know which site the client goes to, but in the TLS name, there is the server name indication. So we cannot place more than one website on the IP addresses, not so many IP addresses. So the server, after we request, it shows us the certificate of some hosts in open text. And we can also analyze the content. It's more expensive than during the HTTP times, but still can be analyzed. And of course, you want to counteract it all. Next slide. So they start developing TLS 103 that has for a maximum to make the access complicated, those who's wiretapping and analyzing to the current traffic. So this problem is not solved for 100% during the development. Many technological solutions were adopted. I would like to stop and get detailed about how the standard is adopted. Initially, out of the new version of the protocol, they get out the RSA encrypts for master secret. So RSA is the first method of encryption, and it allows to encrypt the transferred content, that it is encrypted on one side, and only the owner of the secret key can decrypt it. And we also found out that the private keys time from time they leak. And if the private key leaked or was taken from the backup where the keys were changed, and the security measures were not strong enough, so you can encrypt it. So they started refusing from RSA. They moved to another scheme. Okay, so they had the guideline and they had an objective. And here the representative of the industry come and they say, colleagues, we did everything well and safe, but we have a real need to check the traffic in real time. Because if something goes wrong, then the analysis of the traffic we need to do it like urgently. And during the years of the development of the standards, there were several attempts to develop the apps, trying to get back, to provide the administrators of data centers to have access to what is going on in the data centers. So several options that I listed. It's return RSA. It's reuse of the static DH parameters. which solves for server, allows to recover all the secrets. And it was an attempt to do the protocol for 3 when the third party is not visible, but is present there, and its key is there. And then using this private key, which can also be installed. And it ended by publication of Kate Moriarty article saying that guys, don't do this. If you want to get access and to preserve safety, please decrypt when entering the data center, and inside of the data center use protocol, IPC protocol, and this will allow to solve the declared problem without harming the above mentioned protocol. So neither of these solutions did get into the standard. And here I take one step aside and pay attention that DNS requests, nobody tried to protect them till that time, and nobody considered as the threat model. But at that particular time, people started thinking that we are encrypting what we got onto resolving, but what was before resolving is sufficient too. So the interest to this topic coincides with the development of GDPR, where the personal data is everything that can be linked to the person. And the research is done. Stefan Bertsmeyer, one of the initiators of this process, has published the threat model and published the data that approximately 70% of user can be recognized by their queries. And when everybody goes on Facebook, this picture has changed a bit. But in general, we all have favorite list of sites we go to during the day. And we can all be actually, found. So IETF forms 2 working groups, DPRIVE and DOH in 2017. And they realized several variants to protect DNS traffic. First, on the minimization of, I will remind you that when you request hostname, you theoretically go to the root server. And if you request about the domain of the 4th level, the server doesn't know about any knows nothing about 4th level, but knows everything about the 1st level. So you should inform him that you went to the domain Vasa on the page, on the provider, .ua. It's enough to put just the .ua. And second path, it's of course encryption, 2 options on a separate protocol, DNS protocol, and I like more the process with DNS over HTTPS, because through the 43rd port, you will not be able to block easily without, some harm. But next slide. After development of TLS 1.3 protocol, after development of the protocols for DNS protection, as you can see, the available is the server name identification. And correspondingly, it significantly limits the traffic analysis. Whether it's good or bad, it's a separate question, so we'll speak about it at the next slide. So implementation of the encrypted DNS, there were objections, and these objections quite realistic. So it's about the balance. Because when we encrypt DNS inquiries, we do it for all. It means that the government can see which websites you request, parents can see which their children request, and the security service cannot request where DNS requests are sent. This is problem number one. Second problem, these both protocols, they take the DNS resolving from the level of the operational system to the system level resolving. It means if you are in the corporate network and if you did something wrong, then these requests, they can go outside, and then the perpetrators can, decrypt it, intercept it, decrypt it, and can see what is the name of the computer in your network and draw some conclusions. And third thing, it's not pro or contra, but it's about implementation of their protocol significantly changes, like this measure changes the market. Less requests from DNS go to root off, but more go to Google with 4 8s, Cloudflare 4 1s, IBM 4 9s. Who is 1, 2, 3, 4? Alexei, can you remember? Okay, doesn't matter. I don't even know this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think there is such a thing. I think there was. Okay. Yandex, no, Yandex wanted 42, 42, 42, but they couldn't. They couldn't buy the prefix, and they leave on some also very memorable number, but since it's more than 3 numbers, it's not remembered by me. A second, when we encrypt local requests, when we encrypt DNS requests, the localization of the content of the network has fault. And when we go to several domains, request to several domains, the picture can be on the one domain, content on another domain, and so on. And here we go back to what is left not protected. Server name identification. So first, on the hot traces in 2018, they had the draft specification and implemented it Firefox and Cloudflare. Then understood that enough of protection and the resilient work in all cases, it cannot be provided by it. That's why in 2020 they switched to another specification that also encrypts everything, and then on another side it's being decrypted. That's why it works. So significantly based on DNS, where there are public keys, but since DNS is encrypted, so we suppose that everything is fine. Okay, next slide, please. This is another protocol that is fully encrypted right from the start. It's the protocol QUIC. It's built over UDP. It started as an application level protocol. You cannot implement very easily, but the app no.
In the end, oh my God, this year, not in the previous year, it was actively used by the YouTube. It is presupposed that 5G will dwell on this. From the technical point, I have not analyzed it. So it's evident it's evident that it's impossible to just give up as encryption. Everybody will be using encryption anyway. There are some interruption with the connection, and we don't hear the speaker for several seconds. Unfortunately, Dmitry has disconnected. He has encrypted himself. Let us wait for several seconds. This is Dmitry again, number 13. So you asked to switch the slide and then you just disappeared. All right, I'm back. So now we are all encrypted all over. Can we believe that the internet is a more safe place to be? Well, to some extent, yes. But we need to understand that the data is concentrated among big players in a small number of big players. This is the DNS data, web analytics. For example, on every second page, the Facebook and Yandex Analytics and Google are used, the dozens of them. The same happened to emails. What was the etalon, the specimen of distributed systems of emails? This is owned by big players now. Governments also like to decrypt the encrypted traffic. They express their concerns. My favorite phrase: in Australia, Prime Minister says that laws of mathematics do not act in Australia, do not work in Australia. Instead, only Australian legislation works in Australia. So encryption doesn't resolve a lot of things, but it moves the problem to another level. And you can see my final slide. Thanks a lot for inviting me to make a presentation here. I hope that I have explained something new to you, and I will be ready to answer your questions according to the schedule and agenda. So, a question: all those standards, will they make internet fall into pieces? Do standards allow to preserve internet as one piece, or will we have the encrypted borders? Yes and no, because in some cases they don't allow to cut internet into pieces. But on the other hand, I will not be surprised if we have in the future 3 kinds of internets from 3 global providers, but the internet will not be divided according to the borders of the countries. Yes, we can just fall back to our previous section, fragmentation of internet. This is a classical question on the border of politics and techniques and equipment. It has been discussed for many times. It has certain terminology already. Maybe for the next IGF, Svetlana, we need to plan a discussion about fragmentation, because we have not touched upon this yet, and there are a lot of aspects to discuss, a lot of aspects to understand, what can be done to prevent fragmentation. So maybe we could discuss this for the next time. And that's it. I am going to tell you very briefly, when we were preparing for the section, I understood, it dawned upon me that I have something to say. Well, this is a popular topic for questions. And probably some of our listeners know this. And again, there is a high probability that a lot of people don't have a clue how this works. Well, I'm going to tell you about the behavioral standards. And this is a bridge to the next presentation, next report by Maria Pleskach. She is going to speak after me. She will tell about the safety and security standards. By and large, standards can be divided into two groups. Those who relate to the work of equipment. They described, for example, protocols. For example, IP protocol standard, ITCP, and there is a standard dedicated to this protocol. This is the system of agreements about the behavior and interaction of computerized systems which use this protocol. Well, this is a largely determined story. There are standards that determine people's behavior, human behavior, what people need to do so that everything would be correct or appropriate from some point of view. Those standards allow people to work in a coordinated group to reach their objectives when all the peoples follow common rules. RIPE NCC has a number of rules, a set of rules which are called policies, which rule the behavior of internet participants in our region, in the RIPE NCC service region. This includes entire Europe, part of Middle East, Middle Asia, part of the Russian Federation. So this is a big chunk on the map. So why in RIPE NCC you have decided to do these or that things? Why you, RIPE, have decided to do something? From where do we get those rules required by RIPE NCC when you want to do something? So you say that there is a set of rules, you have to do this and that, and there are some things that you should not do because they are forbidden by the rules. The thing is that there are two different phenomena. One is RIPE and the second one is RIPE NCC. On the pictures, you can see the logos of these two organizations. They have different logos with different colors. To the left, you can see the RIPE NCC, like greenish and bluish. And on the right, we have the logo of RIPE NCC, which is orange and violet. And when people say, why RIPE, you have decided this and that, the mistake is not to use the word RIPE or decided, but mistake is when you say you. So, what is the structure of the organization's work? Organization is in the left, the green and bluish palette. This is the organization, the membership organization. It is not a commercial organization. We have no beneficiary who could be able to distribute the profits. Accordingly, its operations are determined by the members, who are called leaders. local registries. So to become a LAR, you need to make a query, make an application, make some contribution. So the community of LIRs can come up with some instructions to the organization or make some decisions. And for this, we have a general meeting. The nearest general meeting is very soon, in the end of November. There is a voting procedure. LIRs can ask questions to the organizations, to the leadership, so they can bring people to a response, to responsibility. But of course, we can't unleash all the questions on 20,000 members. So board of directors is selected for the strategic management out of the community, for which LIRs are voting. This is a group of people who determine the strategy and the general rules. They have their own voting. They vote, they take some decisions which do not violate the upper level rules determined by the members, but they adopt some specifying regulations on their own level, and the executive board appoints a managing director. At this point is Hans-Peter Hollen. He is the managing director. In Ukraine, we call it a director general. So he determines what is to be done in the organization, and the organization is acting on the tactical level according to the principles. So all those decisions that I have described, they are organizational, financial, or administrative. These are not technical decisions or policies. Where are policies coming from? This is interesting. Along with RIPE NCC, the name of the organizations is RIPE NCC, not RIPE. And you are invoiced by RIPE NCC, not by RIPE. At the same time, we have simply RIPE, which is a technical community. These are you guys. So anyone who is listening to me, if you are not a member of the technical community, you can become a member in 40 seconds. There are no exams, no enrollment barriers. Any human being can get involved in the work as well as in the work of ITF. This is the same. RIPE is not a legal body, not a body corporate. It has no government. It has no registration in the country, no banking account. So this is a community of people who care. These are individuals. This is individual membership. Of course, some of them, mostly they work in some organizations. Mostly they participate in the community, and they are coordinating their work with their own organization, and they are defending interests of their own organizations. But participation is individual. For example, one person from Google, one person from Deutsche Telekom, and one person from a small house internet provider from Ivano-Frankivsk. They have equal votes. So this is how it works.
The work is organized as 12. The quantity can change, but now there are 12 working groups. Each of them has its own specialization, and they are making decisions on account of some rules. After the working group agrees that yes, we understand that the new rule is needed, that sounds like this. Then it is formalized as a document that is called policy and goes to RIPE NCC. And the community RIPE is not a legal entity, it's some kind of a fog. These are some people who talk to each other there and agree on something, but these decisions are obligatory for fulfillment in RIPE NCC. When a RIPE NCC tells you sorry, you cannot do it this way because it is against policy, it contradicts policies, but these are the rules that you have adopted. If you didn't do it, that it means that you just didn't, you chose not to make these decisions, but they were made exactly by the same people like you, who were less indifferent than you, and who went into the working group, who joined the working group, and that's all that necessary to become the member of the community. And in this email list, you can stand for your ground, and anyone can do it. There are no obstacles, but for what Oleg mentioned, the language barrier. All the interaction is in English, and unfortunately, it's not real to change this. The results. There is the program of translation. There is a program translating it into different languages, those languages that were recognized as the big regional languages. But this is the program of translating results. If you want to participate and have an impact on the decisions taken, making them more relevant for you personally, for your company, for the country and the Eastern Europe region, you need to speak English, no other way. But once again, these are people like you. Among RIPE community, there is no employee of RIPE NCC. It's anybody but foreign. And you can join at any moment. Work is open, transparent, with no undercover things. I'm inviting you. If anyone is interested, please join it, and don't confuse the community RIPE and the RIPE NCC organization, because it's one legislative body. So that's a bit about some of the standards are adopted in the network of internet. That's all from me, and we have the last report. I have a question, of course. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The question is the following. I'm, as a lawyer, I'm interested in the responsibility for not fulfilling these policies. Well, for example, the participants gather, they agreed on some conditions, but altogether we live in the world of people, and people might not do something. And how can you make them follow these policies? A reputational pressure? No, unfortunately, the Institute of Reputation on the internet has stopped working a long time ago. We have 20,000 members, as I said, and in some organization, if some organization in Macedonia has violated some rights, you won't care about its reputation. Here, the formal rules get into play of the RIPE NCC functioning. And for not following the policy, I have to also tell you about the situation with resources in the modern internet. Today, internet for 2/3 in the world and 99% in Ukraine is using IPv4 protocols. This is the protocol, IPv4, that should give in, but not everywhere, and including Ukraine, this hasn't happened yet. This is the question for the future. The problem of this protocol, that the idea of this protocol, they are insufficient to give it all who need them. So there's like a deficiency of the IP addresses. The organization that becomes the member of IGF gets some address resources of those who used to be the members who got these addresses per old rules. So there's a very powerful measure and a very expensive measure, because to have rights to use RIPE NCC from the other market member, it costs a lot today. So there's a measure that lies in the deregistration of the participant of the member of RIPE NCC, annulment of its membership, and at this time all of his resources goes into like free space. Moreover, even if he corrects everything and forms this membership again, he'll have to do it per new rules. And he can only get new addresses in the quantity that they are issued now. So it's the minimum 256 addresses, just like in the anecdote, and less is pointless. Less than 256 is just has no visibility in the internet. You can't use them with the goal why you are becoming a member of RIPE NCC. That is why there is ways of pressure, deprivation of the membership, and automatic transfer of all resources of such organization into the free pool. It's a serious pressure, and the cases of its application is not so many, but unfortunately there are some, even in the Eastern Europe. But nevertheless, these are like very small quantity a year. But this measure is taken, and this does happen, that there are people who violate rights a lot. Seriously. Can I add here a bit? Of course. Maria was interested in the legal side of this question, and legal relations between the members and the organization RIPE NCC. There are standard terms and agreements, so every member is to sign the legal document according to which he agrees and accepts these conditions. So if he doesn't comply with these conditions, that on the basis of this legal document we can terminate our relationships, and then on the basis of this agreement and after this termination we do this re-registration. So everything is legally described. Yes, thank you. If there are no more questions, then I would like to give floor to Maria. She is our next presenter. Maria, the floor is yours. Everyone, good day. Thank you for this chance to present. I would like to thank Oleg, Dmitry, Alexei for very interesting presentations. And so many details. And on one of the slides, it said, don't describe the laws, but describe the code. I can disagree with it a bit, because it's the source of the law, and it facilitates to regulate their relations. I understand that without proper guidance, the law is not going to work, but still some grounds that is to prepare a structure relations is to be in place. That's why I will move to my presentation, and I would like to say that this standard for the protection of the cyberspace is a very important one. I have selected this topic for the research because we had adoption of a number of regulations and legal acts which are to provide good cyber protection, but we didn't, even adoption of these regulations didn't lead to the standards development. That's why I prepared the analytics and best international experience and the possibilities of implementation in our country. I partly revised these questions yesterday, but in parallel, the real situation wasn't highlighted. According to the law of Ukraine on standardization, this activity lies in the provisions of single multiple use on the tasks to achieve optimal degree. By this law, it is defined that the national standard can be developed on the basis of three approaches. First approach is international regional standards used as a base. Well, that's what Oleg mentioned. When Oleg said that should we do ourselves something or should we wait until somebody develops it? Well, and then we implement it in our activity. Second approach, it's when the standards of the states with whom there are international treaties concluded, they help Ukrainian bodies to do works in the sphere of standardization. So the Ukrainian standard is developed but they take the international standards to serve as the foundation for it. So, but on the basis of Ukrainian realities. And third approach, it's the scientific achievements, knowledge, and practices serve as the basis. It means that each of these approaches has its own advantages and disadvantages, but in Ukraine, the development of standards in the sphere of cybersecurity, it is a very relevant problem, because today in Ukraine, there are many standards from 1990s which had been adapted to new conditions, new technologies, but they do not satisfy the needs of people. For international standards, to get the status of national standard, they need to get a special permission from the standardization bodies. If we speak about Europe, first, in European countries, the European Organization for Standardization to get the status of the European standard body. And in the cybersecurity standardization, it's the international, so the IQ, International Organization of Standardization, ISO, and for Ukraine, it is very important the activity of the European Institute for Standards and Technologies, ITC, and the activity of the National Institute of Standardization and Technologies in the USA. Speaking about European Institute of Standards and Technologies, they have the corresponding technical committee, and this committee does the activity that is distributed into such directions as the understanding of the ecosystem, security and confidentiality in the Internet of Things, cybersecurity of the critical national infrastructure, and protection of personal data and communications, which is especially relevant in given GDPR was adopted. I would like to say that the main results of the work of this committee are such program documents and standards which are connected with cybersecurity. For example, the standards 4352 that is focusing on attributes for free access to data. Also, another important standard that is responsible for the critical infrastructure, which is very well the notion of the critical infrastructure is very well described, which is going to be useful for Ukraine, given that we have the registered draft law on the critical infrastructure and protection, and is prepared for the second reading. And there's a standard that's supporting the basic level of security of goods, services in the network of internet.
It is a very important standard regulating the standard of IoT. If we speak about the International Union of Electric Communications, its work also is very important because it focuses on the standards in the sphere of development of national strategies, strategies of the committees, which are related to response to some emergency situations. They helped to create CERT-UA and improve its cooperation with the European Centers of Response to Emergencies in the cyberspace. Another great achievement is the development of measurements in cybersecurity, the legal indicator, as they say, organizational indicators, organizations of the potential, cooperation, and the technical maintenance of relevant spheres. Those criteria provide the possibility, the level of readiness of one country or another to ensure cybersecurity for the subjects of different levels. They also develop recommendations which have different thematic directions. This is safety and security for open networks, third-party services, safety of information, safe software, software solutions, information exchange, and there are many other important directions to ensure the proper level of cybersecurity. Also, the ISO work is very important. In Ukraine, we have several positive developments. We have made amendments to the law on protection of informational and telecommunication systems. So earlier, the sensitive information, classified information, could be confirmed with the complex systems only with cryptographic connections. And now the systems can use the procedure to evaluate compliance with national standards. This opens prospects for cheapening the compliance with ISO standards, which relate to the safety of information exchange. Today, only a small number of organizations were able to implement the standard and confirm compliance with the standard. The problem is that it's rather expensive, problematic, and it's not always possible to fully implement this standard. Also, the United States Institute on Standards and Technologies is very important. This is an NGO, non-commercial organization. It operates voluntarily in the sphere of standards in economics and runs the organizations of standard developers and national standard developers. So the activities in cybersecurity involves the cybersecurity, the resource center for cybersecurity, confidentiality, risk management, data set on cybersecurity, national cybersecurity centers. They have a series of publications dedicated to the safety of information and information systems. They don't only have theoretical description of some problems, but they also describe practice of use of such ideas, which allows to evaluate their efficiency and methods of use. When we go to the Ukrainian realities, I need to say that in Ukraine the technical regulations is carried out according to the law of Ukraine on standardization. The new edition came into force in December 2020. Of course, it is more adapted to the European and international legislation. The law determines the structure, the procedure of national standard development, subjects of standardization, national agency for standardization. Today, the national regulator, which is a state enterprise, the standards are not very satisfactory. The problem is that there is no special technical committee for standards in the cyber security. At the same time, we need to say we have several regulations, several decrees. The necessary concept of standardization of cybersecurity. We need to create a relevant agency, relevant organization, which would be able to do this in a professional way. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions because the final section has already started. People are waiting for us. Well, the topic has not been finalized, that's for sure. We will be getting back to it on other events. And again, if you have any questions on the topic, Maria will be able to answer you by email or by messages. I'm closing this section, and we are already broadcasted, and the previous section has finished because I see Mr. Alexei Semeniaka here. So, dear gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I would like to welcome you on our final section. I will use Ukrainian language at the finishing section. Unfortunately, Mr. Baranov Alexander will not be able to act as a moderator, so I will assume this function. I will be moderating. So before passing the floor to other people, I would like to remind you about the organizations which made this forum happen. IGF-UA is organized this year by the Internet Association of Ukraine, Commission for Science and IT of Entrepreneurs and Industrialists of Ukraine, RIPE NCC, Internews Ukraine, and Hostmaster. These are the organizers. It was also supported by the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, the National Commission for State Regulation in the sphere of informatization, apparatus of the Security and Defense Council, and others. The sponsors are ICANN, IGF Support Association, and Internet Society. Also, we have media partners, IUA TV, the general information sponsor. Interfax Ukraine is the general media partner, and others. This is the beginning of the final session. I am going to pass the floor to the moderators who will make conclusions on their sections, relevant sections. I would like to tell to all the audience who are listening to us that in 1 week, I hope we will have a concluding release about the forum. We will send it to the IGF Secretariat, and it will be published according to the procedure, as we always do. And besides that, I would also like to thank to the technical support team, our technicians who made it possible for our forum to happen. I would like to give the floor to Petukhov Ivan, who moderated the section of cybersecurity and human rights in the sphere of cybersecurity. Please unmute yourself. Thank you, Volodymyr. I would like to say that we were moderating together with Mr. Alexei Semeniaka. We have done this for many times on different fora, and we have discussed this very difficult situation in the sphere of cybersecurity and human rights in Ukraine. And among our speakers, we had Maria Preskach, candidate of technical scientist, Konstantin Korsun, founder of Mereja Security and founder of the organization on informational security, Yuri Smilyansky, economic expert, and Viktor Yahun, Major General, a retiree from the Security Services Bureau of Ukraine, and the director of the Agency for Reforms in the sector of security, expert on the national security. When we discussed the first problem, the terminology, we noted that there is a problem that there is no common notion of certain definitions of different terms, like information security and so on, and their correlation for creation of an efficient mechanism to counteract threats in the cyber space. Well, it is very important to have clear-cut categories, definitions and terms in this sphere. And there is also a problem on determining the place of cybersecurity in the national security. Is it a component of the national security? What is their correlation, and where are the borders between the informational security and safety of information? Well, we have a lot of misunderstandings and confusions. We have adopted the national strategy for security of Ukraine, but the problem has not been resolved. To make the concept of security be efficient, not declarative, we need to take certain measures to develop normative regulations to determine the life interests of people in cyberspace and delimit them with the interests of the state. We need to determine the organizational, educational, technical measures have to be taken by the organizations responsible for cybersecurity of people.
And
also,
to provide the cybersecurity when there must be some protective measures and to give the corresponding definitions and the security of activities all the time, including prevention. The notion of cybersecurity has to be visited again too, and the cybersecurity of a human being as defined by International Union of Communications list of means to provide and guarantee security, the managerial approaches and the professional preparation and the strategies that can use to provide cyberspace resources and organizations and users. And cybersecurity must be understood as a number of practical measures to provide protection and security of life important rights and freedoms of a person, state, when using cyberspace. And in the results of the discussion, it was emphasized that this must be implemented here. It's something that we lack in our laws and regulations. And then results of going through the second question, I should mention that the cybersecurity is very important because compliance with standards can be the criterion for the safety of electronic communication services. It was specified that among international organizations on standardization, the leading role in cybersecurity and cyber protection played by International Union on Communication and on Standardization, International Electrotechnical, ISOS. For Ukraine, it is very important the generalization of experience of one of the leading subjects of the cybersecurity and cyber protection. Mainly, the experience of the USA is meant, the National Institute of the Standardization Technologies of the USA. That's why the further suggestion was given development and adoption of national standards on the basis of international regional standards, implementation and adaptation of standards of states, which are the member states, which are the members of the regional organizations of standardization or international. When concluded the cooperation agreements by Ukraine in doing works in the sphere of standardization. Third question, the safety of a human being vs. safety of authorities is to keep the balance in the cyberspace, and it was emphasized that instead of considering world practices, Ukraine had the wrong Russian path and security in the cyberspace as a tool to provide political stability. So safety for the authorities themselves. The legislative initiatives were offered and these problems that can emerge, they are defined as the threats and dangers. The part of freedom of the personality is not defined, that you has to pay with for the threats out of cyberspace. The price of refusing from freedom. To achieve freedom from threats from cyberspace, there are additional threats of socioeconomic instability and, as a result, additional threats to national security of Ukraine. Next, the state authority, in the framework of its legislative initiatives to provide cybersecurity, never recognized the level of security that can guarantee to all of us. And as a consequence, it's impossible to define the adequate price of this refusal. We all know that we have spoken a lot about this because right now the NGOs, so it is recommended for the government of Ukraine to refuse the incorrect path, Russian path. And due to results of the discussion of the next block, as for the problems of the violations of rights of persons in the cyberspace and installing the mechanism to protect their rights, it was said that one of the key problems is providing the good level of safety. The authors of the law on electronic cyber communications that comes to force as of next year has defined the notion of safety, network, and services, but it doesn't have the methodologies to define the safety in the electronic communications for electronic communication services given to the modern international standards, which compliance with the standards can be the criterion of safety of services provided. There must be measurable criteria of safety of services in the sphere of electronic communications to minimize risks in this sphere and help to develop a clear mechanism of implementation of this right of a human being in specific legal relations between the operator, provider, and consumer. Also, the legislative base needs the main principle of work on network and internet, and that's the principle of openness. The role of the EU, we all seek to, on the open internet, give person the right how the user should get the access and disseminate any selected content and express their point of view. And internet provider cannot block or discriminate any content or program of services on the internet, excluding 3 clearly defined cases, and there's a legal liabilities on the decision of the court that blocks to support safety and integrity of the network. I mean, some fighting some viruses or ransomware, or to when there's a so these principles have to be fixed on the legislative level. And the last question, risks and threats to the security of the objects of critical infrastructure in the information space of Ukraine. The main peculiarities of this critical infrastructure were studied, information security, and the practical issues were considered during discussions. It was specified that there are big risks that are in the law on the critical infrastructure, 5219, as of the 9th of March 2021, which is now in the second reading. And perhaps next week, it will also be submitted to Verkhovna Rada, by which there's going to be the Minister of Critical Infrastructure that will manage everyone on the 4 levels from the small coffee shop to a big operator, and where there will be unlimited rights and no mechanisms to block their solutions or decisions or their rights. Moreover, they're like in Soviet times will change the directors and owners violating the norms in the Constitution on human rights, the owners of such enterprise. So the participants of this section, the MP of Ukraine, to stay away from violations of the constitutional rights and the private property rights. Thank you. That's all from me. But Alexei Semnyako can add. Thank you, but you gave such a detailed description. I have nothing to add. Thank you for your trust. Yes, this was the largest section, and further on we shall move faster. Thank you, Ivan Mikhailovich. Next session we also have the youth IGF. We will give the floor to their representative at the end. And now I would like to give floor to the moderator of the second and third section, Vitaly Moroz, Internews Ukraine. Second is the freedom of the internet, and the third is about AI. Thank you, Volodymyr. Greetings to all of the participants. Greetings on this event that we have prepared for so much. Thank you for being active and for wonderful sessions. So during section number 2, freedom of internet and digital rights, we had a discussion whether the personal data protection of the users can be useful in the limelight of the adoption of the new draft law 5268. And during this session, we had the lawyers for public sector, Vita Volodovska and Hira Spadai, and also the representative of the government, the director of the Euro integration for the Minister of the Digital Transformation. So I will sum up very in brief 4 key points. First, the concept of safety on the internet replaces the idea of the freedom of the internet, because internet becomes more fragmented and countries introduce more regulations which can threaten the digital rights, the rights for anonymity. And the online safety bill from Britain is a very good example of it. Second, the key challenge for the Ukrainian government is the enforcement of those actions and steps to recover the violated rights of users. So the government realizes that the rights are violated, but has no sufficient resources and tools to recover the rights of the users, because there are way too many incidents that happen. Third point, the private sector doesn't always understand the value of protection of personal data, doesn't operate the category of digital rights. And on the website of the companies and providers, instead of policy of confidentiality, you see the provisions about provision of communication services. Altogether, leaders of the market, they express interest in personal data protection. And the fourth point, in the private sector needs to prepare for the provisions of the new law on the personal data protection. Altogether, the efficiency of the protection is not the number of fines for the private players, but changes in the policies of confidentiality of the private sector and explanatory work of how to change. Altogether, the public sector can help with that. This was section number 2. And now, brief conclusion, section 3. 1 second. Other questions? Do participants of the forum have questions on this section? On my side, I would like to pay attention. I was listening very attentively to this section. Unfortunately, the private sector wasn't presented there sufficiently. These questions are very important. Right now, 2 draft laws are being prepared. Vitaly has spoken about one of them, and second is about implementation of the introducing regulator on this market, and there are huge fines presupposed, and if it is implemented, then small business cannot stand it for sure. Functioning these new conditions that are implemented in the sphere of personal data protection. I would like, in the summary of this section, to have this concern being reflected, so that the state focuses not on the punishment but on the explanatory work. Because this is the most effective way. Plus, we know that in Ukraine, there are different distortions in this way, that the target can, get lost behind these fines. The target of the draft law. Yes, can I also add? I beg your pardon, Vitaly. The thing is that similar thoughts were heard at our section 2 on the trends and tendencies in internet governance. And I will say about it. But it's from a bit different angle of our common, deeds. It's who is going to protect it, not who is going to operate it, but who is to defend it or protect it. And the activity that lies in punishment is unnecessary. That's where I will stop now. Yes, thank you so much. So at least during our discussion, the representative of the Ministry of Digital Transformation expressed the logics that the public sector share, that it has to be the education instead of fines. We will record this, but the wishes from the Internet Association or a society will also record. So in brief about section number 3, AI.
We also had a discussion about ethical issues of AI use in the private and government sectors of Ukraine. The discussion was participated by Tatiana Avdeeva, a lawyer from the civic society, also representatives of the private sectors, manager of the startup Lab24 UA, and Alexander Baranov, doctor of legal sciences, your colleague. So, five key conclusions. Changes in the society spurred by the AI will become quicker than we expect. The horizon is not 20 years, but it would take 3 to 5 years. The models of development of the AI can lead us to an anti-utopia like Orwell's or Bradbury's, or to the functioning of smart cities, which would cater for the needs of the residents. The third conclusion: there is a probability of class society, class division in the future, depending on the data. And users don't fully understand the importance of data. This can lead to the division of society into classes. We had a representative of the private sector from the healthcare, and we had a very wide discussion on implementing AI in the medical sphere, in the healthcare. So in the world, it is widely used in the healthcare on the global level, but it is not widespread in Ukraine at the institutional levels of private players. However, our market is smaller and we have less data to process for the technologies to work. But we have a number of startups, and some startups say, when they say that they have AI, this is not always a real AI. The fifth point, certification of AI has become one of the key issues during the discussion. We need to have basic requirements to the safety of the new technologies, because the issue of AI can be connected with risky or non-risky technologies. For example, healthcare. This certification can be done in several ways. For example, self-certification by the companies themselves without a unified model imposed by the government. But the market representatives expressed their desire to have some rules, because they risk when they implement the technologies, and later then they can be sanctioned if the technologies go contrary to the society. Do you have any questions to Vitaly about the artificial intelligence? So if there are no questions, let us proceed to the smart cities, cyber safe cities. It was moderated by Svetlana Tkachenko, host master. This section is dedicated to the smart cities, safe cities, and those technologies, which new technologies are used in the smart cities. Our section was participated by numerous various people. For example, Olena Hulko, head of the Department for Information Technologies from the Lviv City Council, director of the Institute of the City of Drohobych. They described their successful experience of implementing the smart concept in their cities. How a smart concept, a smart city, would help to make residents' life more comfortable and city management more comfortable, but it also can reduce the excessive costs and to cut the services which have low demand. Solomia Zaslavska, project manager of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, told us about their projects and interaction and spread of the smart city technologies into the cities and towns of Ukraine. On the other hand, Mr. Roman Khimich and Roman Chernenky told us about other risks and dangers and threats that can be engendered by the smart cities from the point of view of cybersecurity. So there is a necessity to support integrity and quality of all the services for all the strata of the population. We need to have a manual override, a plan B. We need to pay a lot of attention to the reliability and work of the information systems. Another important question is data processing, taking into account the confidentiality and all the necessary safety rules. And also, we need to take into account the life cycle of the products, intellectual products for smart cities. This is also very important for the work of those projects. Probably that's it in my section. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Do you have any questions, remarks, or suggestions or feedback to this section? All right. IoT and safety and security in this sphere. This is a traditional topic for our recent fora. It was moderated by Yuri Karapolov, Ukrainian Department of the Global Internet Community. Thank you, dear colleagues. The session was very interesting for its structure. Those issues are very important on the global IGF, which will take place in Katowice in 2021. We have special dedicated sessions dedicated to internet security and safety, безпека інтернету, в інтернеті речей. And we are saying that during the year, an enormous work has been done to analyze and to make a snapshot of the market, to see the problems that exist in this sphere. So it would be interesting to find out which work has been done and what are the world tendencies on the issue. I asked the participants to determine the framework problems on this task and to tell us about the technical and technological issues. There are some standardization aspects. What are the problems with standardization? And another very interesting issue is the question of procurements. So seemingly this would be a difficult topic, but in fact we see that the market of Internet of Things, it is threatened by the shortage of elements on the one hand, and another looming threat is again the issue of cyber safety and security. So Wood Donatris, the chairman of this dynamic coalition, which is dealing with the ISSS questions, he provided a general description of the work done by the coalition. He told us about some specific methods to implement the market monitoring. At the same time, we need to understand that coalition does not have a purpose to develop specific means and measures to counteract illicit activities. The dynamic coalition has to determine the direction, those directions in which we need to focus the efforts of different stakeholders in order to be able to counteract the emergence of these threats. As for the specific practical work, what do we know about it? As for the experience of work, what problems exist? According to the experience, of course. How the IoT systems were implemented, deployed. Peter Wache told us, Peter Weyer, how they were developed. This is a well-known Swedish expert, developer of devices, algorithms, systems, and a consultant. He is currently in Chile, and he told us that today the most important problem is that we have a reactive system to the threats that has already been there. Well, this is a problem. This cybersecurity problem is characteristic for everyone. So there is a great problem on the contour of authentication and authorization at the access to the system. Mark Carlo, also an important expert in the internet governance, a representative of the government of Great Britain on the issues of internet governance in ITU. He used to be the vice president of GAC. He also was speaking on the topic, on the same topic, and also it turns out, for example, the security by default, and this it is not implemented. Everything gets implemented, but the security by default, in spite of its simplicity, is not a priority, which would be tackled by the developers of the systems of IoT. An important thing, the existing threats are very active. They represent a very viable and active system. And of course, we need to be looking for solutions which lie in some administrative organizational structure. We need to create an administrative organizational structure, which of course would be using the principle of multi-stakeholder cooperation, decision-making on the basis of a consensus, but would work constantly. And in general, those solutions are there, those organizations exist. I will tell you about this later. They were described in the next session, but in English, it is National Internet Governance Steering Committee. Керівний комітет, Національний керівний комітет з управління інтернетом. So apparently we need to study the experience in this direction, and we need to apply efforts of many of our stakeholders so that this committee would be created by the market participants. In the end, Mr. Wood-Denatris asked Ukrainian developers, users of IoT, to get involved in the dynamic coalition. And this is a good way from his point of view, but for Ukrainian experts and specialists, it would allow them to be updated every time, to understand what is happening in the world, not around our limited local community, but they would have understanding of what is happening in the world. Unfortunately, Mr. Alexander Muranov was not able to report. He disconnected for some reason. So this is all about the section number 5. Thank you, Yuri. Are there any questions or observations, remarks, feedback to the ideas voiced by Yuri? Next section, Yuri Karapolov, tendencies of the development of the internet. So the trends of the development of internet governance. It was participated by well-known Ukrainian experts, Andriy Pazyuk, Doctor of Legal Sciences, and also Valeria Filimovich, candidate of Legal Sciences. And it was also participated by Grigory Sagian, our guest from Armenia, a well-known person, and Roman Perun, our Ukrainian businessman.
In the report of Grigory Sagian, That was an interesting note and an interesting thought, which also fitted the conclusions that we had. Grigori has told about the experience of creation in Armenia of the Standing Steering Committee on Development of Internet Governance. I don't like this formulation, Internet governance, so I said I often use the term which was offered by Alexei Semenyaka, how to furnish the internet. They have an interesting experience. This commission was by ISOC Armenia, and other stakeholders joined it. But it was done by the resolution by cabinet ministers. The prime minister signed this on the creation of such standing committee, and it helped to solve many collisions, which in our country are not solved, with the blockage of sites, of whether it is possible to apply term governance, because if you are governing something, you are to be the owner of it, but you're not. I mean, the internet, and so on. The good terminology base started being formed, and it's a notion base. We're used to apply certain terms, but quite often the meaning of these terms is very vague, and we accept this vague meaning. Maybe it's time to define it in more detail then. So they have such experience. It's a positive experience. I think we are to study this experience and perhaps to implement it in Ukraine. As for Andrei Bazhuk's presentation, here we also heard a very interesting opinion and thought, and I earlier made the remark on what was said about what Vitaly Morozov said about necessity not to form policies of punishment or policies of limitations, but the policies are necessary to be working on prevention, and policies working on explaining what must be done and what can't be done. In Armenia, due to the standing committee and the mechanism of discussing, they're also achieving it. And Andrei gave the positive results, which there are in Great Britain, when they building several centers for cybersecurity. And they took such a formula that in these centers for cybersecurity, big players participate and the SMEs participate. They do not have dominant ones, dominance of state. No, this pressure of the monopoly status which we have in our market. And this is a very interesting trend in the development of our space of internet. I think we should also pay attention to this. A simple example: the consequences of Peta virus. What were they? Because in fact, it was the orientation on not to have the protection against new threats, but the protection of something that we are aware of. But to be acting only in the framework of one stakeholder as the state is difficult. And then the examples were given
that a big number of attacks were prevented due to SMEs are working on this question in the United Kingdom. Valeria Filipovich has told about interesting aspects concerning the problems which exist and the growing trend of these problems which exist on personal data protection. It's not a really good trend, as Valeria told. She defined we have very interesting developments, legislative developments of draft laws, which will allow to introduce effective norms of counteraction and against abuse of and manipulations with personal data, and which can bring in compliance the Ukraine legislation with the GDPR provisions. Today we have absence of right for trust and not clearly defined spheres of activity of controllers and operators of personal data and so on. So this trend of internet development can somehow be solved and support, as Valeria is saying, to support those draft laws which are visible today. And one trend that is stable is the trend of creating in Ukraine the system of trust on the national level. And its trust ecosystem. We have to somehow think about how we can create a system. It is one of the main trends of internet development and bringing it and in order. Roman Peru had a small presentation, but the trend in the internet governance that is also very interesting and new, fresh on our market is the trend of creating, in conditions of stagnation, in conditions of the dumping, it is necessary just like in games, to change the rules of game, to create the operator of the infrastructure on the level of the access to internet and user. In fact, we need to quickly go back to 2000 experience, which was in the Western Europe, Israel states. It was the local loop and unbundling, local loop and bundling. And look at it. How did it develop? And to do the same here. This trend, most obviously set by Roman as the manager of one of the operators, is worth this operator, and it's not only a technological and technical solution, but it's also a very interesting economic model, financial economic model. So the trend for development of the financially new economic relations, especially with the association of the co-owners of buildings. And it looks like it's a positive development in our internet governance. And all of the participants to this session said that yes, we need the platform, but it is absent now. It's the platform of a constant dialogue between the state bodies and main stakeholders. I don't want to make anyone ever. I just want to say that it has to be a common platform, and such platform, as the participant said, and we continue discussing it after the session. This platform has to be created, and this is also a trend in the development of that activity, which is in the basis of works on our internet development. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri Vladimirovich. If there are questions, you can ask them now. And I would like to ask moderators not to forget that it needs to be formalized in brief, and to send this link to organize our committee so that it could be included into the report. So next, section number 7, infrastructure of telecommunications, and clearly the main topics discussed at the forum is like the setting that is on the basis that the infrastructure of telecommunication. And this section was organized by the Internet Association of Ukraine. The member of it, Alexander Rutinan, it's implementation of the law on electronic telecommunications. Alexander, greetings all. I would like to express words of gratitude to the participants of this section: Semenchenko Andrei Ivanovich, Tkachenko Mykola Mykolaievich, Troshenko Viktorina Yurievna. These were the representatives from our regulator. And I was very pleased that all the 3 of them were at the section, and it was a very important communication with them. I also am thanking Fedienko Alexander. It's the deputy head of the Committee of Verkhovной Rady of Ukraine on the digital transformation, and the head of the management, Alexander, and grateful to Matsuk Yuri, Ministry of Digital Transformation. And also Nat Serhuta is the manager of the Department of Regulatory Relations and Strategies by SEL. I'm reminding that Section 7 was infrastructure, telecommunication, the implementation of the law of Ukraine on electronic communications. And of course, this law envisages a new life for telecom sphere. And this law has been there long ago because the old one was outdated and everybody knew it. But in the new law, the participants of the market see certain risks, and these risks don't look like they look like these were the questions raised by the participants, and I have communicated with the operators of connection, and I collected their opinions, questions, and we discussed them. The main thesis that we raised was sharing of networks sharing. How will operator 1 share its network with operator 2? And if there is no argument between these 2 participants, we have considered options in which cases the regulator can be as the arbitrator. It is also envisaged in the law. And in fact, for today, from the practical side, if the regulator is considering a big number of disputes between the participants of the market. And also the regulator gets a very big powers and will approve the order of identification and market definition. So the regulator gets a big possibility to influence these markets. And the majority of operators don't understand what it is from the practical point of view.
We had a rather interesting discussion And of course, I would recommend the operators to review it, to review the recording, the live stream, or to review the recorded stream, because we had a lot of interesting opinions from our colleagues, and they also described some risks envisaged by the providers. For example, LiveCell representative told us in practice how we should not be afraid of this and how we can capitalize on the new tendencies, on the novelties. Also, we raised several good questions about the progress, or about the hosting. The problem of access to the buildings. We have an issue of the associations of apartment owners, and they are not recognized by our agencies, but they really manage the multi-story buildings. The Ministry of Digital Transformation is preparing some amendments to the draft laws. The prospects of its adoption are sort of vague, in my personal opinion, but the work is very active on their development, and there is a hope that part of the problematic issues will be resolved, but only a part, unfortunately. Also, we raised a problem of ousting operators and providers from the market. Small and medium players are pushed away from the market. It would be great if our members of parliament and the executive power, the government, when they implement some things, they should bear in mind that Ukraine is an enormous example, is when we have lesser government regulations. As a result, we can have a really competitive market, an entire industry, and the competitiveness that still exists in Ukraine. This is really our achievement that we can be proud of in the entire world. And it would be so great not to forget in the future, not to forget small and medium players that today keep the prices from raising to the European level, but small players keep the prices within the real market limits. Unfortunately, today we don't have complete understanding on how the new legislative framework will work, how the methodology will be created to determine the markets, and how this is going to protect small and medium businesses. It is not clear until this time. We still have some questions, but we shall see what happens in the future. Representatives of organizations, different organizations, are assuring us that everything is going to be great, and we hope that they are right. And our concerns are not very relevant for today. We hope that everything is going to be good, but the time will show. So please, I'm urging you to look at this session, to look at the video recording, especially for the operators and providers. And we also raised another important issue regarding the duties issue. And currently, the cost price of cable products for all the operators has raised significantly. I would like to remind you that the Chinese crisis and the cost of logistics is there. It will not be disappearing. and the prices of cables has grown immensely in the dollar equivalent for the Ukrainian providers. If we also add up the new customs duties, we can see a great raise in the costs of providers, especially, well, usually the providers include costs, cabling costs into their monthly tariffs. And we have noted that some of the cable operators, cable providers are increasing prices for internet access. And we are concerned that it is planned to increase the access fee, the fees to electrical canalization access, which would also result in higher prices to for the internet access. Of course, it would be great to take those steps one by one, gradually, so that our citizens will not be going through some sharp jumps or skyrocketing prices. So I believe that the beginning of the next year would be very interesting, in quote marks, for the citizens of Ukraine. But the Digital Transformation Ministry assured us that they will be tackling the problem. They will be trying to cancel the customs duty, and we support them in this regard. And once again, I would like to thank to all the conference participants, not only for my section, but to every one of you, to the organizers, the moderators, who are taking effort to make this important event happen, even in the situation of lockdown, even online. Of course, I would be happy to see every one of you in person, to hear you, to give you a hug, to have some small chat behind the scenes. So I hope that the next time we are going to meet online. Thanks to everybody. Thank you, Alexander. Any questions to the moderator of this section? If there are no questions, we are moving to the section number 8, stakeholders of internet and users. Oksana, our moderator. Good evening. Can you hear me? Well, thanks a lot. Thanks for this immense events, the Youth Forum and our 12th Forum. I would like to tell you about the section number 8. First of all, it was called Stakeholders and Integration of Ukraine into the Unified Digital Markets, the Role of the Users. It was participated by Alexander Fadienko from the Parliament of Ukraine, Julia Horyacha, Ministry of Digital Transformation, Olya Kvashuk, International Renaissance Foundation, David Frochi, Internet Society, Alexei Semanyaka, RIPE NCC, Mikhail Anisimov, ICANN, Olga Ushakova, NAM, and Alexander Isavnin, Moscow Free University, if I'm correct. During this section, we were discussing the results of the polling of Ukrainian stakeholders, which were comparing the level of progress of Ukraine's integration into the unified digital market of Europe in 4 directions: trust services, audiovisual services, cybersecurity and personal data protection, and protection of user rights. So, as it was mentioned by the Ukrainian experts, and we also compared the cooperation of stakeholders in Ukraine and the experience of international organizations, ICANN and others. So Ukrainian stakeholders had significant achievements of the integration. Ukraine is one of the first countries in the world which has a special status for accessing the digital market of the European Union. Ukraine is attempting to make an analog of the European Audiovisual Directive for some years. As it was mentioned, this problem lies in the political domain, and we are hoping for our lawmakers, our parliament, to resolve it. The connection is interrupted. I'm sorry. Ukrainian stakeholders are involved into decision-making on the European and international level, and those decisions, in their turn, have to clearly make a difference between content and infrastructure level of the cyberspace. This was description of the section number 8. Any question to Ms. Oksana about the section number 8? No questions, no remarks, so please. Section number 9, COVID and digital transformation. Yes, in this section, it was co-moderated by Dmytro Kokhmanyuk, main speakers Sean Townsend, speaker for Ukrainian Cyber Alliance, Lilia Aleksiuk, out of staff advisor of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada for Digital Transformation, and Anastasia Tkachuk, the moderator of the Youth Forum of IGF, which, she presented the results of the survey among the participants of Youth Forum. A lot of concerns have been expressed, as well as many positive points. The pandemic COVID-19 speeded up the pace of digitalization of our life, and the governments were not prepared for that, which don't understand the threats of cybersecurity and personal data protection. The population was also not prepared, and they lack the necessary cyber skills. We need to take into account the risk of discrimination of certain vulnerable groups of population, people with special needs, poor people, other vulnerable groups, and we need to make alternatives for the government digital solutions. So each person has to be able to make a decision whether to use digital ways or non-digital ways to resolve their problems. Digital methods have to avoid the danger of centralized storage of information, and to avoid other risks, and to use best world practices. Also, there was an important role of users was mentioned, and it was also mentioned that because we don't have the necessary associations defending the rights of users, the best way out would be to protect users' rights with the help of judiciary, with the help of court claims and judicial practice. Thank you, Oksana. Any questions to this session? So we still have to review 2 sessions. Number 10, influence, impact of the policy and politics on the internet. Svetlana Tkachenko and Alexei Semeniako. Alexei? Probably Alexei will start. Yes, I'm going to make conclusions for this section, and for the next one, well, we decided to make a short description. We had detailed discussion on the creation of internet standards in the committee of IGF, in the RIPEN community, and in the organization which is responsible for the development of standards in the cybersecurity, the objectives of those agencies, and how the discussion is going on, and approvals of resolutions. We also provided several examples on the results of the group's work in the development of the TLS standards and ISNA. Conclusions. The standard development groups are open for participation and for cooperation. The technical community needs to take more active participation in all the development processes, discussions, approval of standards in the IETF and policy rights from the government. It is necessary to provide support and stimulation
of such participation, and also to participate in the development and localization of the security standards. That's the task of the state. And it's important to understand that the main working language of this process is English. It's the international cooperation language to develop the standards. The only possibility of cooperation, and it is necessary to take into consideration by the participants of the market. Also, a very important participation not only of the engineers and technical specialists, and also representatives of the legislative authority and the standardization bodies. The government on its side could have expressed the interest and support the development of standards. For example, they could have targeted grants for participation in the task forces to set new standards. And as for the security standards and cybersecurity standards, in compliance of the national systems with the and in compliance with the international standards is something that holds the development of the state. The development of the national security systems on the basis of the international and with consideration of international developments can help to provide the compatibility of the national system with the international one. So I have now read the 11th section, so now I'll move to the 10th one, because they have switched places. But if there are some questions in the 11th section, then I can answer it right now so that we could close it right away. Dear colleagues, other questions to the final section? No? Okay, Alexei, continue on the 10th. And the 10th section was rich in foreign guests. We had representatives of ISTAR and foreign organizations, ICANN. We had Mandy Carver, the Senior Vice President, and Renny Markovsky, the Vice President, Mikhail Anisimov, Senior Manager in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Vesta Mailovich from RIPE NCC, and Alexander Sanin from the Free University Moscow. So the new regulations are introduced, and not always these regulations facilitate development of the internet, and sometimes they even preclude it, and very seldom they are not feasible at all on the modern level of development of technologies. So the absence of dialogue with any stakeholders, including technical societies, leads to fatal consequences. The process of development of policies is to be very accurate, including the technical principles of functioning of internet. Altogether, internet cannot be a dictatorship of the engineers. The real beneficiaries are to be the end users. And the process of the development of internet are to detect discriminated groups and to eliminate discrimination. ISTAR organizations actively participate in this activity in the framework of the mandate that they got from the Internet Society. In this way, the public activity of the Internet Society is the motivator to support the system of balance on the internet. Is that all, Alexei, about your section? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, are there any questions for Alexei? There's a suggestion. During the week, we promised to prepare our summary letter. We, as usual, we are preparing it, and we send the result to the international forum that is already ongoing. And I think that we are to send to our MPs, to the Committee of Digital Transformation and other committees, to send the summaries of our forum so that the authority, mic is off. Ivan has turned his microphone off. Ivan Mikhailovich, we can't hear you. You turned off your mic. Sorry. So I repeat. We promised that in 1 week we shall prepare our decision, right? It depends upon the moderators. If the moderators can provide all the materials, then in 1 week it will be ready. Then maybe that we should have a deadline. If somebody's not ready, then he's not going to be included. That would be so that nobody postponed it. Second, as usual, we send our materials to the central IGF, main IGF. And it's worth this time to send all of our materials also to the authorities, to the Verkhovna Rada, to those who develop normative and regulations, and for those who form the legislative field of the country. This is our main regulator, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, who with its laws generates changes in the society. What we heard today from many speakers can be consolidated into a thought, what shouldn't be done by the government, so that the society could develop dynamically. So that's my suggestion. I'm asking you to support it, to send to Verkhovna Rada, to the state body, our summary report, final report. We are preparing it for a week and then we send it. Thank you. Clear? Yes, Ivan Mikhailovich? I think if there are no objections, plus everybody knows the approaches the ORG committee has, and all the decisions are made in consensus, and all the members in ORG committee are 20% representatives of all the stakeholders, state bodies including. These final documents will be sent to ORG committee, and if there's consensus, we will include them in the report and send them not only to Secretariat of IGF and also to bodies of the authority, state bodies mentioned by Ivan Mikhailovich. So I'm reminding the moderators one more time about the necessity to submit these reports about the sessions of their sections to form the general report. So thank you. And finally, the Youth IGF section, Anastasia Tkachuk, has been waiting for a while to get her word. She's worked all day long yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. Anastasia, are you here? Yes, good day. This year we had the 4th Youth IGF. 111 participants registered. 60 of them were present. In the beginning, we have discussed some youth programs where our participants can participate. Internet Society was presented by Alejandra Prato, RIPE NCC Alexei Semenyaka. Programs of ICANN were presented by Mikhailo Onisimov. And also some of the participants shared their experience of participation in such programs. Valeria Dubitska, Eric Riponia, and Lisa Kotska. Also, we have discussed the topic of Green Internet of Things and role of youth in development of this direction in Ukraine. We have shared the statistical data. If Ilya Pravosud, who studied the questions of the point of view of the youth at cybersecurity. Also, we have discussed the gamification of the future from different points of view. For example, Pavlo Kravchenko presented us a digital version of Metaverse, former Facebook and now Meta, and Natalia Katashinska, the realistic game, the Kritikoteke, and then finally we have discussed the topic of Internet 101, and who's responsible for the good quality dissemination of Internet in good regions.
and one of Sapan from Rapid CC presented it to us, and also the results of the survey of the participants was presented on the change of the role of internet in their lives during pandemic COVID-19. In general, respondents agreed that even though they are active users of internet and mostly spend their time online, such conditions of pandemic obliged them to be online all the time and limited their realistic communication. It had a negative impact on the process of their education and their life. So I think that's all from me about our forum. Thank you, Anastasia Tkachuk, for her good quality work at the Youth IGF. Are there questions? No questions. Then I am thanking all of the participants of the forum, all of the moderators, experts, organizers, partners, all committee, technical specialists, interpreters for good work. And I would like to wish success in implementation of those conclusions that were heard during the forum. And in fact, IGF, it's not a one-time thing. The work is ongoing, and now we shall start to prepare for the next forum. And now the work is ongoing on updating the new website of forum. So I'm thanking all. So goodbye. See you at the next forum. Goodbye. Good luck. We are waiting for reports from the moderators so that we can manage to sum up and to form the final report. And I'm reminding the members of the org committee that you have to work with this report. Maybe there are some additions, remarks, so that we had a good final report about the forum that we shall send not only to the Secretariat of IGF, but to state bodies mentioned by Ivan Mikhailovich. Goodbye then. Goodbye.